some version of Trump's kids, which would make you Eric.
Yeah.
Although you can wear Barron's clothes. Wait, I'm not done.
He's not done.
I'm not done. I got material. I came with material.
All right.
And I know Ivanka, but I actually think Tiffany, and that's not an insult.
I take it as a compliment.
You, Joe, are like if they had a kid no one talks about who lives.
For real? I had to be a tree?
Yeah, you gotta be a tree. And
Not the maid's child?
I think it's obvious.
No.
I'm Ivanka because I like to have my own money.
Yeah, that's true. By the way, I can't hit her for this because I made terrible analogies, and I think I compared Barack Obama to Mom's cool new boyfriend. I swear I did that. So, who buys you booze and porn?
They do that, Greg.
Yeah.
do.
Mom's new boyfriend, always trying to impress the kids. All right, up next, romantic films. Is it okay to still call them chick flicks? It's a debate Bret Baier will not moderate.
Does this map show the Peninsula Trail?
You won't find that on a map. I'll take you there. Take this left. If you listen real hard, you can hear the whales.
To be retired because it suggests men aren't interested in romance while also cheapening the work that goes into making these films. In a brief thread, not brief enough, the company's official Netflix film Twitter account wrote, "There aren't sweeping categories specific to men. You don't hear people asking to watch man movies." Speak for yourself. You know, at Kilmead's house, man movies are the only thing I watch and sometimes make. Anyway, it continues, nicknaming films chick flicks drives home that there's something trivial about watching them. What's trivial about watching a film that makes you feel 1,000 emotions in 90 minutes? You know what? They're right. So let's pause now for 90 minutes to watch my favorite chick flick.
What is it?
No, that didn't end well. They're all at Chick-fil-A. Kat, as the only woman here, God help me, can you please speak for all women on how they feel about this topic, chick flicks?
First of all, when they say there are no movies made for men, I think that's wrong because I've been watching movies before that just have so many boobs in them when it doesn't make sense, where I'm like, I don't think this is for me. And second of all, I think that Netflix was actually super sexist, saying that calling something a chick flick makes it trivial and cheap. So the things I like are trivial and cheap. What a win for feminism. What a way to make women feel better. It just shows how stupid people are when they try to get so social justice-y, they wind up being accidentally sexist. So now, Netflix is a sexist.
Yes.
And it's not even a person. That is hard, Greg.
Yes, it is. You know, Rob, you are claim to be in motion pictures, or you claim to be in the entertainment industry.
I do claim that.
Yeah, you do claim that. What do you do? Is this just another thing where some stupid intern took over social media?
The social media manager made a huge mistake. They're all 23, so
yes.
I feel like chick flick is a word that men use to describe a movie that they pretend they were forced to go see. Like, oh, my girl made me watch a chick flick. And
yes,
it was stupid. Okay, what?
Yeah, I'm just.
So you want to ask if I go to?
He doesn't know about the internet.
Oh. Okay, Rick.
Listen, chick flick. Okay, so would you like to say like movies predominantly watched by females of the human sapien persuasion?
Yes.
Like, I love when I hear the word chick flicks because that usually means a sex bargaining tool at home.
Yeah.
Like if you do this, I'll watch your movie about pants that they all
They
share.
travel. Yeah.
The traveling pants.
But if I'm
travel.
watching that, then it's Cirque du Soleil afterwards.
Right.
If not, I'm watching the game.
See, I believe that was a euphemism, Joe.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Oh, I can't trust my judgment on this show. Last segment, I said I would possibly cheat on my hypothetical future wife before Kat bailed me out with that uncomfortable rant about her mom being dead.
Yes.
I just don't think Netflix should be telling people what to think, because I'm a big fan of Forensic Files, and it said because you like Forensic Files, you might like Frasier, and that's not true.
That's so funny. It's true. They do point you in really weird directions. The weird thing is, what they should do is when they see that you're watching Forensic Files, they should say, you like Forensic Files because you're lonely.
Yeah.
I love Forensic Files.
And
Because you like Forensic Files, you may also enjoy leaving the house once or twice. Just to get some vitamin D out there, yeah.
I love Forensic Files.
Right.
I do, because there's always a dark side that's discovered later. But John had a dark side.
Turns out he's fine. He's innocent. We just were using spooky music for no reason.
Exactly.
Those stories probably get canceled. How is it that he's actually Forensic Files proves that he was innocent? Nope.
Nope. Why one country star says hiring a hot nanny is a bad idea. You won't find this on Special Reports.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Silverado. It's the official truck of calloused hands and elbow grease. The official truck of getting to work and getting to work. Of late nights and date nights. It's the official truck of homecoming and coming home. The all-new Chevy Silverado. The strongest, most advanced Silverado ever. It's the official truck of real people.
6 months, 6 push-ups, ready? Up. Up. Down. Down. That's 1. Up. That's 2. Down. Down. Get down. Get down.
Run with us on a John Deere X300 series mower, because seasons may change, but true character doesn't.
Wow, you outdone yourself this time. What are neighbors for? It's beautiful.
Nothing runs like a Deere. Run with us. Save $300 on X330 and X350 Select Series lawn tractors at participating John Deere dealers.
Just one free hearing test at his local Miracle Ear helped Andrew hear more of the joy in her voice. Just one hearing test is all it took for him to hear more of her laugh and less of the background noise around him. For Helen, just one visit to her local Miracle Ear is all it took to learn how she can share more moments with her daughter. Just one free hearing test could help you hear more laughter, music, life. Call now for your free hearing test from an industry leader, Miracle Ear.
My ancestry DNA results revealed parts of me that I didn't even know. And I find out that I'm 19% Native American, specifically from the Chihuahua people. What? I find that crazy. It traces their journey in the mid-1800s from central Mexico to Texas. Learning about the risks they took for a better life, it gives me so much respect and gratitude. It just sheds so much light in my past that I never even would have known was there.
20 million members have connected to a deeper family story. Order your kit at Ancestry.com.
God's love to help us love one another right now.
Some things are out of your control, like bedhead. Rub-a-dub, ducky. And then there's National Car Rental. At National, I'm in total control. I can just skip the counter and choose any car in the aisle I like. So I can rent fast without getting a hair out of place. Hey. Control. Go National. Go like a pro.
Should they have to dress like Granny to get hired as a nanny? Actress Jana Kramer, yes, the Jana Kramer, says she will not hire an attractive nanny because of her husband's addiction to sex. Wow, he's really happy to get that out there. Kramer was noticing the profile pictures of some prospective nannies used on a hiring site and said they should, quote, dress the part. Translation, Mr. Belvedere. Kramer continued, not that I don't trust my husband. She just called him a sex addict. Yeah. I just think it's not smart. I mean, you look at some of these nannies and it's like, well, you kind of asked for it. She's kind of hot. Well, we've heard many tales of the cat.
Get a dog. Get a dog. Get a cat. Get pneumonia. Get anything other than that husband. Seriously, cheating is not like falling down the stairs. It's not an accident. If you ever feel like you need to put a chastity belt on your husband, save yourself the belt money and get a new husband. Seriously. Or get no husband. Get no husband. I want a man, and only a man, who I could trust alone with, and only a man who I could trust alone with a literal goddess who happens to be like covered in grease for some reason and still trust that he will not touch her because his fingers will be too busy texting me back. And I think that all women should demand that. It's not the nanny's problem, it's your man is trash problem.
Oh, well. You know, Joe, I don't think this is a problem for most of America, right? They don't have nannies or sex-addicted husbands.
Grease-covered goddesses are hot. You know, I do think it's more of a problem than a lot of people would like to admit. People, when you bring up sex addiction, they say, "Oh, that's not a real thing," which is weird because it just got added to the Diagnostic Statistical Manual. But then, if you consider all the mental illnesses people do consider real, like being afraid of clowns, you could go into a psychologist's office and say, "I'm a sex addict," and they would, it's ruining my life personally and professionally. They would say that's not a real thing, but you could say I'm afraid of clowns. And he would say, well, that's very interesting. Did your father try to fit a whole bunch of you into a really small car?
Up next, just how dirty are men's beards. We'll show you after the break.
Now,
Love you guys.
experience the inspirational true story of faith, love, and community.
Your son's a miracle.
Breakthrough. Rated PG. Now playing in theaters everywhere.
In a CrossFit gym, we're really engaged with who we are as people and making everybody feel welcome. Ordering custom ink t-shirts has been a really smart decision for our business. And making everybody feel welcome. Ordering custom ink t-shirts has been a really smart decision for our business.
Custom Ink has hundreds of products and free shipping. Upload your logo or start your design today at customink.com.
Introducing your passport to adventure. The all-new Passport from Honda.
For drug-free sinus relief, experience Navage. Navage uses powered suction to flush out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Breathe better with Navage. It's nature's decongestant. All natural, drug-free. Now at CVS, Walgreens, and Navage.com.
How does Arby's sell the most euros in America? Having over 3,000 stores with this insane 2 for €6 deal certainly gives us a head start. Also, passion.
Arby's, we have the meat.
For sandwiches.
His father's dying wish.
And I just hope that I lived up to what it deserved.
Now, Daniel takes us inside Charles Krauthammer's personal life, making his point. Sunday.
So with Xfinity Mobile, I can customize each line for each family member?
Yep. And since it comes with your internet, you can switch wireless carriers and save hundreds of dollars a year.
Are you pulling my leg?
Nope.
Are you sure you're not pulling my leg?
I think it's your dog.
Oh, it's him.
Hundreds of dollars a year.
Are you pulling my leg?
Nope.
Are you sure you're not pulling my leg?
I think it's your dog.
Oh, it's him. Good call.
Get the data options you need and still save hundreds of dollars.
Do you guys sell other dogs?
Now that's simple, easy, awesome. Customize each line by paying for data by the gig or get unlimited. And now get $100 back when you buy a new LG. Click, call, or visit a store today.
Let's be honest. It's kind of unfair that safe drivers have to pay as much for insurance as non-safe drivers. That was a stunt driver. That's why Esurance has this DriveSense app. The safer you drive, the more you save. Don't worry, I'm not using my phone and talking to a camera while driving. I'm being towed.
By the way, I'm actually a safe driver. I'm just pretending to be a not safe driver.
Cool.
Bye, Dennis Quaid.
When insurance is affordable, it's surprisingly painless.
In 2017, our daughter remarkably sang her way to the finals of America's Got Talent.
But the real miracle is that she even made it to the stage. When she was 4, she survived sepsis.
When it comes to sepsis, remember, it's about time. Watch for T, temperature that's abnormal. I, signs of an infection. M, mental decline. E, feeling extremely ill. T, temperature that's abnormal. I, signs of an infection. M, mental decline. E, feeling extremely ill.
Take the time now to learn more at sepsis.org.
I think the best companies succeed as a team, and our shirts from Custom Ink help bring us together. We just upload our logo, and if we have any questions, customer service is there to help.
Custom Ink has hundreds of products to help you look and feel like a team. Get started today at customink.com.
If you or a loved one were exposed to Roundup weed killer and were later diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call right now. Call 1-800-775-0589. Again, that's 1-800-775-0589.
It's worse than we feared. The stuff in a beard. A Swiss study, they have them there. 99% of beard samples had harmful bacteria compared to only 13% on the pooch. The study concluded, quote, bearded men harbor significantly higher burden of microbes and more human pathogenic strains than dogs. They're right. It's time we took a deep dive inside the beard.
Thanks to advances in science, we can now see the incredible micro-ecosystem living in men's beards, filled with things never before seen by the naked eye, including the least attractive Kardashian sibling, Cletus Kardashian, a weightlifting puppy, a chubby skeleton, a clock that sounds like Rachel Maddow, ducks and tiny cowboy hats, a dude who looks like Gilbert Gottfried but sounds like Barry White.
After the day of my voice changed and hair started going on my face.
A broccoli-flavored bottle of Gatorade, and Huck from the real world. Beards, it's a whole new world in there.
Wow. I don't believe it. All right. Tyrus, you have a beard. Are you going to shave it after hearing these results?
No, I'm not, because I wash it. So, yeah,
Stop bragging. Geez.
Yeah, I know, it's a real skill set. In the morning when I get up and take a shower, I wash my face and my hands, and then I wash my beard. And they even give you like soaps and shampoos and stuff. It's just for your beard, like beard butter and stuff. So, whatever.
Yeah.
And you know what? If I could lick myself whenever I wanted to clean myself and it was not frowned upon socially, I'd do it too. So it's not fair to dogs immediately if something hits them, they go to work. If I could, and no one would be tripping on me.
That's a good point there. Joe, the reality is, and I know that you're scared of everything in life, you're terrified now. There is bacteria everywhere. I mean, you think beards are bad, but the phone is worse. You don't leave your beard on the toilet, the bathroom floor of a public toilet, but everybody does.
Or my phone.
What?
Don't leave your phone on the bathroom floor of a public.
Everybody does.
No, because most of us can't
Only you.
reach. Oh, wait, he can.
We could settle this. How many people in this audience do that? Nobody raised their hand, Greg.
Joe, answer the question. I don't even know what the question was, but I demand you answer it.
The question was, are you on the way to a staph infection? That's the question.
Greg, you leave your phone on the bathroom floor. Okay. I don't understand why scientists were doing this study to begin with. Are people saying, hey, what's dirtier, men's beards or dogs? Let's settle that bet and make college tuition more expensive for everybody by doing that research. But as a person who can't really grow any kind of a beard, I think we should continue this research further. And I'll tell you what, ladies, no disgusting bacteria here.
It's one of the pluses of being made by a toy maker.
Oh, damn you, Greg Gutfeld.
I don't even know why I said that.
Oh, wow. You just
Why
called,
did I say
you just
that?
called him Chubby Pinocchio. You mean, man. You mean.
Geppetto did a good job. Sorry. I should talk. Rob, you shaved your beard.
I did. I shaved
Do you
my
feel
beard.
better?
I shaved my beard because it was entirely white. And
you don't want to be Santa.
I don't want to be old.
Yes.
And I am that, so I thought I'd shave it off. But I have a dog.
Yes.
And so I think it all depends on where they took the sample from.
Yes.
Because I can think of places on my dog that are considerably dirtier than any beard. I guess depending on where the beard where it puts their beard.
But the irony is the cleanest part of the dog is not where you want to, well. Cat.
Yes, Greg.
Does it matter? I mean, do you think lumberjacks sit around and worry about the bacteria in their beards? I mean, they're going to get hit by a tree.
No, I mean beard bacteria. We are really worried about beard bacteria. I once shared a toothbrush with my boyfriend for an entire semester of college. And I'm not dead.
But he died.
No, he's still alive. I spent a really long time trying to figure out why we were doing this story.
Yes.
And then I realized
Tell him.
you can't grow a beard.
No, I grow a beard. You just choose not to.
I
choose not to.
And that's what he's going with publicly, folks.
He has a disease. It's called toddlerism. No, look at him. He's like a really grown-up toddler.
Yeah, I am.
Like 3 or 4, and his body said good enough.
I'm Benjamin Button. I'm Benjamin Button, but I'm stuck at a certain age.
I think this entire episode of this show will only be worth it if we get you to not put your phone on the floor of the toilet. All jokes aside, all kidding aside, stop doing that.
I believe that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So I welcome the bacteria of strangers in a public bathroom.
Well, then you know what? There are probably easier ways to get it then.
Yes, there are.
Yeah. If that's what you're going for.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Bryant Park, by the way. All right.
Experience the style, craftsmanship, and technology that have made the RX the leading luxury SUV of all time.
Lease the 2019 RX 350 for $409 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Don't tell your mother.
Dad, it's fine.
Allstate. And with Claim Rate Guard, they won't raise your rates just because of a claim.
That's why you're my favorite.
I know. Are you in good hands?
We'd heard of Angie's List, but we didn't really know what it did.
I know they've got reviews for home pros, but so do a lot of websites.
I didn't want to pay to join. Then I found out it's free. Wait, it's free?
Free to check ratings, read reviews.
And Angie's List reviews are written by real customers. So I know the pros have done quality work.
And now they'll even match my project with a few qualified pros for the job.
And it's all free. To get the most reviews from real customers, all for free, go to angieslist.com today.
Inflammation may cause everyday joint discomfort. Turmeric supports healthy inflammation response due to physical overexertion. Cunol provides superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the better turmeric.
Travel and dining just go together. Now Kayak and OpenTable let you earn travel rewards every time you dine. With just one reservation on OpenTable, you can start saving money on hotels with Kayak. Get started at kayak.com/dining rewards.
Just one free hearing test at his local Miracle Ear helped Andrew hear more of the joy in her voice. Just one hearing test is all it took for him to hear more of her laugh and less of the background noise around him. For Helen, just one visit to her local Miracle Ear is all it took to learn how she can share more moments with her daughter. Just one free hearing test could help you hear more laughter, music, life. Call now for your free hearing test from an industry leader, Miracle Ear.
Yeah, we're going to need 500 more units pronto.
We don't have that kind of money right now, Carl.
You will in 10 minutes. That's how long it will take you to get funding through Cabbage. I know. I'm 10 minutes in the future spokes guy.
What's happening?
And I'm 10 days in the future spokes guy. That Cabbage funding helped you win the Gundelfinger account. Congratulations.
What's a Gundelfinger?
And I'm from 10 years in the future.
Cabbage. Business funding in as little as 10 minutes.
What'd I miss?
If your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's symptoms are holding you back, and your current treatment hasn't worked well enough, it may be time for a change. Ask your doctor about Entyvio, the only biologic developed and approved just for UC and Crohn's. Entyvio works at the site of inflammation in the GI tract and is clinically proven to help many patients achieve both symptom relief and remission. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. PML, a rare, serious, potentially fatal brain infection caused by a virus, may be possible. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, experience frequent infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Liver problems can occur with Entyvio. If your UC or Crohn's treatment isn't working for you, ask your gastroenterologist about Entyvio. Entyvio, relief and remission within reach.
Okay.
Thanks to Rob Long, Joe Mackey, Cat, Studio, audience, I'm Craig Petzold. I love you, America.
Welcome to Waters World. I'm Jesse Waters. Understanding the Mueller report, that is the subject of tonight's Waters Words.
The special counsel confirmed that the Russian government sponsored efforts to illegally interfere with the 2016 presidential election, but did not find that the Trump campaign or other Americans colluded in those efforts. The report recounts 10 episodes involving the president and discusses potential legal theories for connecting those activities to the elements of an obstruction offense. The Deputy Attorney General and I concluded that the evidence developed by the special counsel is not sufficient to establish that the president committed an obstruction of justice offense.
Mueller found the President of the United States wasn't a traitor after Democrats for 2 years falsely accused him of being a traitor. But instead of being relieved, their president wasn't a traitor. They're angry the president was fighting back against their false allegations. Donald Trump did not obstruct justice. If anything, he obstructed injustice. The president was framed, no collusion, he beat the rap, and now the angry left wants to impeach him for beating the rap. Trump survived unprecedented political torture. Prosecutors, FBI agents, the Department of Justice, all investigating him and his associates based on what we now know was false information about collusion. His associates were being spied on. Other governments, like Great Britain, were involved. The media was accusing him of treason. Obama holdovers were criminally unmasking and leaking against him. Democrats were calling him mentally ill and trying to impeach him. His lawyers' offices were raided, and Mueller investigated him with a team of Democrat donors and ex-Hillary lawyers. This political shock and awe campaign would have crippled any other politician who had a normal pain threshold. The fact that he fought back and survived this assault demonstrates his strong will and commitment to our country. But it also demonstrates great instincts and passion of you, the American people, who saw through the fake news and followed the facts. And let's take a look at some of the facts, starting with the allegation that there was some big cover-up by Attorney General Bill Barr. Here's the media looking ridiculous on Thursday.
You cleared the president on obstruction. The president is fundraising off of your comments about spying. And here you have remarks that are quite generous to the president, including acknowledging his feelings and his emotions. So what do you say to people on both sides of the aisle who are concerned that you are trying to protect the president?
Well, actually, the statements about his sincere beliefs are recognized in the report, that there was substantial evidence for that. So I'm not sure what your basis is for saying that I am being generous to the president.
You face an unprecedented situation. It just seems like there's a lot of effort to go out of your way to acknowledge how this.
Well, is there another precedent for it?
No, but it's unusual.
Okay, so unprecedented is an accurate description, isn't it?
Yes. But
Okay.
I got her. I remember when Obama AG Loretta Lynch met secretly with Bill Clinton on a tarmac while she was supposedly investigating his wife Hillary. I also remember when Obama AG Eric Holder was held in contempt of Congress for refusing to hand over documents about Fast and Furious, an actual scandal where Americans died. Contrast this with Barr, who was completely transparent throughout this whole process. He barely redacted anything, is letting some congressmen see the unredacted report, and is testifying under oath next month and never even invoked executive privilege. And the media all of a sudden is calling him a toady.
Would not be surprised if some headline writer somewhere came up with Baghdad Bill Barr for what we saw today.
Barr continues to shill for the president. Donald Trump got his man. He wanted somebody who was going to be loyal. He wanted a protector. He wanted a fixer.
He auditioned for this job. He was chosen to protect the president of the United States. He is basically a lackey and a sycophant for the president of the United States of America, and that's all it's going to be?
That's just pathetic. He's not the president's lawyer. He's the chief law enforcement officer of the federal government. That was a comparison. Here's how Eric Holder described himself.
Are you going to stay around for all 4 years?
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
Come on, man. Come on.
We need you.
I got to ask.
Attorney
Come
General.
on, Mr. Attorney General, please.
So, well, I'm happy. I'm still enjoying what I'm doing. There's still work to be done.
I dislike the liberal media, and anybody can say how horrible they are, because they are. The evidence is everywhere. But there's a real material reason. The reason is a lot of media figures were co-conspirators in this.
Right.
You have people like Isikoff and Korn who were actually cited in FISA documents in a FISA court. Their material, they were leaked to by conspirators in this,
and then
to then go back and spy. It was a big circular reasoning of idiots.
All right, so they feel complicit, and they have to what? Protect their backside, because it looks like they were involved either wittingly or unwittingly in the abuse of power.
What about Ignatius at the Washington Post, who got the leak about Mike Flynn's name and the transcript of the recording on the call?
Yeah, that's the other thing. There has to be a criminal leak investigation. The unmasking investigation has to happen, because all of those things happened in plain sight. The media knows what they got and who they got it from. So why can't we go after the people that did that?
Well, and just to be clear, I'm a free press guy. If you didn't play an active role in hacking into something and you just got the information, fine.
Right.
But the people
But
who
the
gave
guys
it to
that did the leaking, yes.
Absolutely.
There has to be something
It is a
there.
total violation of public trust.
So what do you think about the press now saying, obstruction of justice? I mean, imagine you get accused of something, you didn't do it, and then you fight back, and you get charged for fighting back. That's what happened with the president.
The media is angry about the president being angry about being framed. That's like hysterical when you think about it.
But they can't wrap their head around the fact that he might have been framed. They still are believing in collusion. Listen to this sound from the press. They're still kind of hanging on to this thing. Watch.
The chapter on collusion shows significant contact between people on the Trump campaign and with the Russians.
He had been basically a Keystone Cops aspect of the Trump campaign. They wanted to conspire. They just never found the right opportunity to do so.
If there wasn't active collusion proven, then I think what we have here is a case of passive collusion.
Passive collusion.
That's like going in the bank to take money out and calling it a passive bank robbery. You know, like you either robbed the bank or you did. Right. No passive collusion. Right. But that's Clapper. Clapper's never had anything right from the start of this thing. He's got to be the worst director of national intelligence we have ever had.
And he's going to get a lawyer, isn't he?
He's going to need one.
He's going to need one. All right, Dan Bongino, who's been right all along. There he is. Still ahead, Water's World, in honor of 420, talks to potheads. Why not? But first, has the liberal media learned anything at all from the Mueller report? We'll see next.
On Travel Channel.
I'm Jack Osborne.
And I'm Katrina Weidman.
And on our new show, we're investigating the darkest, most sinister places. Is something new with us right now? That sounds like a growl.
All new series, Portals to Hell, on Travel Channel. Go to the Travel Channel app for a sneak peek.
Diamonds at their lowest price in years. Half-carat solitaires are now $3.99, 1 carat $7.90, 2 carat $9.50 per carat, plus 1 carat studs $3.99. Insane prices on thousands of GIA diamonds and designer rings. Buy direct, the Jewelry Exchange.
How often do you get a good night's sleep?
I'm tossing and turning, and I'm worried, and I have anxiety.
According to a major publication, lack of sleep can impair your memory and concentration, cause weight gain and depression.
I can't think straight. My brain is foggy.
Wouldn't you like to get the kind of deep, rejuvenating, uninterrupted slumber that leaves you feeling refreshed in the morning and ready to take on the day? Introducing safe, gentle, natural, affordable Relaxium Sleep. Developed by a renowned neurologist, Dr. Eric Celeberity, Relaxium is a true breakthrough in sleep science.
I've had terrible experiences with sleeping pills, but with Relaxium Sleep, I woke up alert with no after effects.
It's triple action form that contains a proprietary blend of ingredients, which first regulates the natural sleep cycle, then relaxes the body, and finally calms the mind. In a double-blind, placebo-controlled clinical trial evaluating the ingredients in Relaxium Sleep, participants reported their ability to sleep improved by up to 71%, reduced stress and anxiety by up to 70%, boosted daytime energy by up to 53%, improved concentration by up to 50%, improved the quality of their lives. And it's 100% guaranteed to work. We're so confident that Relaxium will work for you that we're giving away 1,000 bottles today.
I feel so rested, and I love it because it's so natural.
You deserve a good night's sleep, so call now and try Relaxium Sleep risk-free for 30 days. Reduce sleeplessness, reduce stress and anxiety, restore daytime energy, improve concentration.
I work better, I'm more productive.
Call within the next 15 minutes, and we'll also send you the powerful Relaxium Sleep music CD absolutely free.
Thank God for Relaxium Sleep because it's truly changed my life.
To receive your risk-free 1-month supply of Relaxium and free music CD, call 1-800-658-2420 or visit tryrelaxium.com.
Driving economic development.
Create an incentive to invest in the economically deprived areas.
Ben Carson discusses the president's Opportunity Zone program on The Next Revolution.
I'd just like to say a few words here, but most importantly, I want to congratulate you on a great season. Now, even though we lost most of our ball games, each and every one of you guys are winners if you paid attention.
Yes.
So without further ado, first up, Zach. Seligman. That's what we love about you, kid. Laser focused.
There are some places where devices just don't belong. Device-free dinner, a common sense idea from Common Sense Media.
If your loved one received an IVC filter to prevent blood clots and later experienced complications, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. The FDA warns that IVC filters can move or fracture, causing serious injuries, such as heart damage, lung damage, internal bleeding, and even death. Don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-256-1064. Again, that's 1-800-256-1064.
After the release of the Mueller report, the left-wing media begging Democrats to push impeachment.
So the Democrats have a choice. Are they going to play it safe? Are they going to do what polls would tell you will actually get Donald Trump removed from office in an election? Or will they begin the impeachment proceedings that this Mueller report suggests Donald Trump deserves.
And that
he is unfit to be president of the United States, and anybody who suggests otherwise has not read the report.
House Majority Leader, though, Steny Hoyer, saying not so fast, telling CNN, quote, based on what we have seen to date, going forward on impeachment is not worthwhile at this point. Very frankly, there is an election in 18 months, and the American people will make a judgment. Joining me now, House Judiciary Committee member Congressman Matt Gaetz and Fox News contributor Sarah Carter. All right, Congressman Gaetz, I mean, at least someone has some sense in the Democratic Party, but I don't think the Democrats are going to be able to resist the urging by their so-called friends in the mainstream media, and I think it's going to be disastrous for them.
Well, and the real problem is there's a fundamental question in the Democratic Party about who's in charge. You got people like Nancy Pelosi and Steny Hoyer and Jerry Nadler who run the institutions of power in the Democratic Party, but the people who actually inspire the base who run the party are AOC and Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and Ariana Presley. I mean, so you've got a real problem because the people who can set the agendas and set the hearings aren't really the people who drive the energy of the Democratic Party. But you pointed out correctly, there was this weird feedback loop between the media and the Mueller team. I mean, the Mueller report cites the media more than 125 times. Right. I don't know how they had time to investigate anything. It seemed like they were spending all their time watching CNN and reading the New York Times.
Right, but remember, there was never any leaking. Oh, those Mueller people.
This is also
that was airtight. That's my favorite line from this whole thing. They never leaked.
But like in Volume 1, where they conclude that there was no criminal conspiracy with Russia, right, the media is referenced at half the rate of Volume 2, where they want to spin up this obstruction theory where they have to rely heavily on public reporting rather than their own investigative work.
It's kind of like, Sarah, when the FISA application cited the news media that had received the fake news from the people making the FISA application.
Exactly. Well, the left wing or the mainstream or whatever we want to call it media, those who reported all these erroneous lies should be ashamed of themselves, and they should also be embarrassed. They were used. They were stooges for people in the Obama administration that leaked a disinformation campaign that literally targeted the president of the United States. So they were used to target the president, target his family, target the institution, and by the way, Jesse, target the American people. They should be ashamed. That is not their job. Their job is to seek out the facts, report those facts, even if they don't like President Trump.
Yeah, not only were they stooges of the Obama administration, they were stooges of Russia. They delivered exactly what Russia wanted, which was to sow discord and animosity and make everybody question the integrity of our democratic institutions. And they were somewhat successful in doing that. Now, we're talking about next steps, Congressman. Personally, I don't think little Jerry Nadler has the intelligence, the charisma,
little, by the way,
right, or is articulate enough to take this torch from Mueller and run it across the impeachment finish line. He doesn't have the credibility. He's not moderate enough, and I don't think he could sell a not guilty attempted obstruction charge the way you can sell collusion. Am I wrong?
You're absolutely right. And who in America is going to believe these people? Adam Schiff and Jerry Nadler have been lying to the country for 22 months. So what, we're going to start believing them now? And you had a very solid 90s movies reference on the 5. Going after the president on obstruction in this case, where he was largely set up with a phony investigation, would be like charging Dr. Richard Kimball with 42 counts of trespassing while he was trying to clear his good name in the movie The Fugitive.
Yes.
So, I think that the president acted appropriately.
Picked up on my analogy, because I make analogies on the 5. I get laughed at by Dana Perino. I'm glad someone thinks they're good. All right, Sarah, we talked about it at the top with Dan about the next steps. I don't think, no matter what is released, I don't think, as damning as it could be to the Obama administration, I still don't think, I could be wrong, I still don't think the media is going to fairly and accurately report instances of abuse of power that happened in the last administration.
I certainly hope you're wrong. And the only reason why I say that is because, listen, Jesse, there are going to be numerous investigations, and I don't think they'll be able to walk away from it. Once the information comes out from Michael Horowitz's report, and remember that's a very narrowed scope investigation. It's going to be the FBI and the DOJ. They're going to be looking at malfeasance within both of those agencies in the department. And then we're going to have Barr's investigation, and we also have Huber. So there's going to be multiple investigations. We don't even know, and there may already be a grand jury impaneled in this investigation. What we've seen is an extraordinary abuse of power. I think the American people are well aware of what's going on here, and I also believe that at some point the media is going to have to take a step back, and they're going to have to assess what they've done, because we've seen the ratings drop on a lot of other competitor stations enormously, and people are going to stop reading those papers if they don't feel that they're being serviced well with the truth.
Yeah, I mean, I think CNN lost like 30 or 40% of its primetime audience last week.
That's right.
Congressman, when you see mainstream media reporters running around in the halls of Congress, you should just whisper to them, no collusion.
Well, they're not off the hook, Jesse. One of the other little nuggets that the Inspector General is working on is the corruption that existed between the media and members of the FBI, where members of the mainstream media were giving concert passes and athletic tickets and other incentives to people in the FBI to leak to them. So we'll be seeing that even before we see the Inspector General's report on how this fraudulent investigation began. And I think it really informs on what is so wrong here in Washington, where people can tell lies, and then the mainstream media will carry them into millions of living rooms around the country without doing the type of fact-finding that Sarah Carter does, and that really illuminated a lot of the abuses that have been laid bare for the American people.
Yeah, Sarah, you did a great job. But, now that you mention it, Congressman, I never got bribed with Knicks tickets. I never got any
that's because you're not in the FBI. No, the media was doing the bribing. It was the FBI that was receiving the incentives, and so then you wonder, were people in the FBI giving truthful information, not truthful information? And then you have those very media reports cited in the Mueller report as if they're the gospel when they clearly are not.
All right.
That's it.
All right, Congressman, Sarah, thank you guys very much. Happy Easter weekend to both of you.
Happy Easter to you.
Still ahead, Joe Biden running for president, Diamond and Silk. They're fired up about that. And later, Water's World hits the streets and talks to potheads. Stick around.
Date your floors with Empire Today's $50 room sale. Buy one room, get floors for all other rooms for just $50 each. So when you buy one room, it's only $50 for laminate in the kitchen, $50 for carpet in the bedroom, and $50 for hardwood in the office. There's no limit. Buy one room, and it's $50 for floors in each additional room. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today. You dream, you plan, you work. Every hour, every day, every night. There is no such thing as a small business. All business is personal. How do you make a connection? How do you grow your business? We make it easy with high-quality, affordable products and innovative design tools that make it simple to promote and grow your business.
Go to gotprint.com to get 500 business cards for $8.50. Plus use promo code GP500BC to get 10% off your first order.
I love you, Dad.
A what?
I love you.
What?
I found myself saying that all the time. And when I realized it, I just stopped saying it. And my life changed. I stayed home, mostly alone. I missed out on everything. I felt like that I had stopped living. It was awful. And I knew I needed hearing aids, but the cost was ridiculous. A state-of-the-art TV only costs about $600 or $700, but a tiny hearing aid costs $3,000, $5,000, whatever they can get. It's just ridiculous. Well, not anymore. Thanks to Hearing Assist, I can hear clearly again, and my life is so much better. I got a pair of rechargeable state-of-the-art digital hearing aids for about 10 times less than my doctor wanted to charge. And they're FDA cleared. I really love my hearing aids. You can't see them, and I never have to change the batteries because they're rechargeable. And look how easy it is for me to charge them. It's magnetic. Hearing Assist even let me try my hearing aids for 60 days so I could see if I liked them.
I love you, Dad.
What?
I said I love you.
I heard you the first time. I just wanted to hear it again. If you need hearing aids, even if you already have them and want a backup, or if you're tired of changing batteries, Hearing Assist will change your life. And right now, you can buy 2 Recharge hearing aids and have 60 days to try them. Call 800-501-1000 or visit hearingassist.com to order now for yourself or to give the gift of hearing to someone you love. Call 800-501-1000. 800-501-1000.
Remember that degree you got in taxation? Of course you don't, because you didn't. Your job isn't understanding tax code. It's understanding why that will get him a body like that. Move! That. Your job isn't doing hard work. Here. It's making her do hard work. And getting paid for it.
Snap and sort your expenses to save over $4,600 at tax time.
Jody, it's time to get yours.
QuickBooks, backing you.
Fox News Channel on Sirius XM. Your favorite shows on Channel 114. Plus, every story, every 15 minutes. Fox News headlines 24/7, Channel 115.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Aisha Hasni. At least 30 people are dead and 283 others wounded in Sri Lanka after explosions rocked 3 churches and 3 hotels on Easter Sunday. The 6 blasts happening nearly simultaneously. The hotels and 2 of the churches are in Colombo, the country's capital. The 3rd church is just to the north of the capital in nearby Negombo. Officials believe that at least 2 of the attacks were carried out by suicide bombers. As of yet, no group has taken responsibility. Sri Lanka is predominantly Buddhist and about 6% of the population is Catholic. Meantime, a vigil was held in Londonderry, Northern Ireland, Saturday in memory of Lyra McKee, the 29-year-old journalist who was killed during sectarian rioting earlier this week. Hours before her death, she tweeted a photo of the rioting. Now back to Watters World.
The evidence is pretty clear that there was collusion between the Trump campaign and the Russians.
Cold, hard evidence.
Plenty of evidence of collusion or conspiracy in plain sight.
I don't know why people tiptoe around this, say it looks like it or it could be. It is obstruction of justice.
We're now beyond obstruction of justice in terms of what's being investigated. This is moving into perjury, false statements, and even into potentially treason.
There's outright treason. I mean, there is no question that what he is doing is giving aid and comfort to the enemy.
I call his behavior treasonous, which is to betray one's trust and to aid and abet the enemy, and I stand very much by that.
The Trump campaign claiming total exoneration for the president following the release of the Mueller report. And now they're turning the tables, calling for the investigators to be investigated. Joining me now, Press Secretary for the Trump 2020 campaign, Kayleigh McEnany, and the founder of Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk. All right, so you guys, Kayleigh released a really slick ad out there. How do you see this playing in 2020? Is this something the president's going to be aggressive about?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Look, Democrats lied and Obama spied. We know those things to be true.
That goes on a bumper sticker.
It should be on a bumper sticker.
I'm surprised Charlie didn't think of that. He's usually pretty quick with that stuff.
I know. I had to compete with Charlie on this one. But look, Democrats have a credibility problem here. They lied to the American people for 2 years over and over. And then President Obama is spying on the Trump administration. The tables have turned. We are focusing on it. The administration is focusing on it. It's time to get to the bottom of this.
Right. So, Charlie, the president's now going on offense. Rhetorically and with these investigations into the abuse of power. I mean, this is probably a new dynamic that we're seeing now. You got a hot economy. You got the Mueller report behind you. The walls being built brick by brick. He's probably got his wind at his back, about 45% generally approval rating. How do you see things?
I see things, they're going amazingly for the president, I'll tell you. But just going back to the Mueller report, I have one specific question for Robert Mueller. When did you know that there was no collusion? Because you did not write those 400 pages in the last 3 weeks. And the great one, Mark Levin, said this on Fox News recently, where he said, Special Counsel Mueller, when did you come to this conclusion? Because if he came to it 6 months, a year after he was appointed, he had a moral obligation to the U.S. taxpayers to end the investigation. Because what I believe firmly is they wanted to run out the clock as long as they possibly could on this investigation to try to allow the Democrats to take back the House of Representatives. And it worked. And so now you have the president who's been totally exonerated and totally vindicated, an economy on fire, peace coming across the world, ISIS is destroyed, and all of a sudden the Democrats want to continue to focus on this. I thought they told us in 2017 we have to trust Robert Mueller's findings. Now there's no collusion, no obstruction, and of course the Democrats are going to continue on these horrible witch hunts.
So, Kayleigh, does that cast any doubt on the Democratic victory in the midterm elections in November? I mean, now you have Nancy Pelosi as the speaker. Is her speakership illegitimate? Because these were the questions people were asking after the 2016 election, when there was suspicions, when there was interference. Is now casting a shadow over the Democratic House majority?
Hey, sure, by the mainstream media standard, absolutely. Election interference has been going on for a very long time. We all know this to be true. It's unacceptable. But the only time the mainstream media has seemed to care one iota is when President Trump came out of nowhere, blindsided them, outsmarted them, and became the sitting president of the United States. So you're exactly right to turn that question back on Nancy Pelosi. You're exposing one of the many hypocrisies of the Democrats here. They'll continue to lie, though. They'll continue to investigate, and we'll continue to win elections. Like in 2016, we'll do so again in 2020.
And one of the main reasons we're in this predicament is because of the mainstream media. They didn't listen to anything outside of their comfort zone. Glenn Greenwald was on Tucker the other night. Here's what he had to say. Watch.
I mean, this is one of the problems, I think, that allowed the media to just go so far off the rails, is that especially those two cable networks, but also even newspapers, pretty much prohibited dissent from ever being heard. So they constantly fed each other these conspiracy theories and told each other that they were on the right track every time they advanced it further, and never really had to confront anybody who questioned or challenged them in any way.
So, Charlie, just look at this visual presentation of a set on CNN as they're digesting the Mueller report. I mean, it's almost 10 Democrats who have the exact same opinion, saying the exact same thing. And this is why we're in the place we're in, because none of their conspiracy theories were ever challenged. And I think that's really what's hurting this country at this point.
Sure, and it's monolithic groupthink. It's you can have no dissension, you can have no debate or nor dialogue, only dogma. And that is the new Democrat Party, is that if you do not fall straight and lock, stop, and barrel, that the president is somehow turning his back on this country, and if you dare disagree with us, you're somehow, bought and paid for by the right, then all of a sudden you're not allowed on television. I'll tell you, Jesse, you brought up a great point here, which is that the Democrats have gone so far off the rails here that the American people, 60, 70, 80%, are saying, wait a second, this Mueller report took 2 years, $30 million of taxpayer money. They investigated everything. The President of the United States and the White House did not use one iota or ounce of executive privilege, and they could have. And by the way, under the Obama White House, they used executive privilege nonstop, in particular to protect then Attorney General Eric Holder when he's being investigated for the gun running scheme with Mexican cartels called Fast and Furious. They used executive privilege for 20 emails. I would like to know what's in those emails. And finally, this idea of obstruction of justice. You know what real obstruction of justice is? Bleach bidding emails, smashing cell phones. Real obstruction of justice is having your husband, a former president, meeting with Attorney General Loretta Lynch on a tarmac in Phoenix, Arizona, 2 days before you get acquitted for a matter. That's obstruction of justice, not the president tweeting for being wrongly accused for being set up for a failed coup d'etat against a sitting president.
What happens if Mueller meets with Melania or something like that on the tarmac? It's just amazing. You can acid wash your server. Could you imagine if Kushner acid washed his information? It's complete hypocrisy. I don't know where we go from here. Kayleigh, Charlie, just finish it off for us.
Yeah, that's right. That was a great picture, by the way, Jesse, of CNN. I saw many of those same faces on Election Night Live. It was pretty awesome to
Kaylee,
see.
at least I have Juan Williams sitting next to me to tell me I got to knock it off when I say something crazy.
Right,
they don't
right.
have anybody over there like that.
Yeah, you're not a monolith on the 5. You've got diversity of thought there. That's great. But look, so much wrongdoing here. And you look at the Mueller report, just one last quick thought is the interference that went on Obama's watch, and they did nothing about it. The Russia interference, President Obama is to blame. He was the one who let this happen. But of course, you won't hear that in the mainstream media.
I'd send a few reporters over to Hawaii and catch up with the former president, see if he has a comment on no collusion. All right. Guys, thank you very much. Happy Easter weekend. Charlie, behave yourself.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right. Coming up, Diamond and Silk weigh in on the Mueller report. There they are.
I'd like to say hello to the black, to the white, the red, and
Do you have trouble falling asleep? Do you toss and turn all night or wake up with a sore neck or headache? Then it's time you discovered MyPillow.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, inventor of MyPillow. Just like you, I had problems sleeping. I tried every pillow out there and nothing worked. 10 years ago, I invented MyPillow. It took me 2 years to develop because I wanted to have everything you would ever want in a pillow. I made sure that you could adjust my patented fill so you could have the exact support you need as an individual regardless of your sleep position. I also wanted a pillow that would last, so I made MyPillow machine washable and dryable. I back MyPillow with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Not only that, I do all my own manufacturing in my home state of Minnesota. Call now or go to MyPillow.com. Use the promo code on your screen to save over 50% on one of my best offers ever.
Other pillows go flat, causing you to fold them over or use your arm for support, which can cause pain. Hard foam pillows can raise your head too high, making you very uncomfortable. But the revolutionary MyPillow has patented fill that won't go flat and keeps your neck supported and aligned to your exact individual need. MyPillow helps you get and stay in deep sleep all night long.
Before MyPillow, sleeping was a nightmare. First night I got it, slept like a baby. Just was out, completely out.
I sleep better. I wake up, I feel refreshed, I feel healthy.
MyPillow helps me get a good night's sleep so I can do my job in the morning.
I personally guarantee that MyPillow will be the most comfortable pillow you'll ever own. And now you can save over 50% on one of my best offers ever. You get 2 MyPillow premiums and 2 Go Anywhere pillows. Call the number on your screen or go to MyPillow.com. Use the promo code and save over 50%.
Don't delay. Get one of Mike's best offers ever when you use this promo code. Save over 50% on Mike's 4-pack. Order now.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
Everyone loves the benefits of compression socks, but they're just so hard to get on. Until now. Introducing the all-new Copperfit Energy Socks, redesigned for the first ever easy on, easy off fit to help reduce swelling, relieve tired, achy muscles, and provide energizing support. A new blend of stretch fabric for the most comfortable, easy on, easy off compression fit.
Being a SWAT commander, we train to win. The Copperfit Energy Socks, they didn't feel like other compression socks. They totally exceeded my expectations.
Our most powerful copper-infused fabric, woven into our easy-on, easy-off compression sock to help reduce swelling discomfort from prolonged sitting or standing.
I'm 38 and a half weeks pregnant. Copperfit Energy Socks worked beautifully.
Extra support around the arch and ankles for increased support and relief of muscle aches and pains.
I'm so excited about these socks. I'm so much more energized to go do things after a day of work. They just slip right on, yet they still have that same compression that you want.
A soft cushion footbed for all-day comfort.
I'm on my feet at least 9 to 10 hours a day. These were fantastic. A lot of compression socks are a little too thin, especially for what I did. With Copperfit, I could wear these every day.
Feel more energized. Feel more active. Just feel better.
They just hug your leg. It relieves all the pressure that you have. I have so much energy, I can go, hey, you want to dance?
The first ever easy on, easy off compression sock. The most comfortable compression sock you will ever wear. Get your Copperfit Energy Socks now online at GetEnergySocks.com for only $19.99. Call 1-800-303-8912. Order right now and we'll include a second pair of compression socks free.
I've never felt anything like it before.
No more pain, no more swelling, no more achy, tired feet.
I can never go back to regular compression socks again.
Don't settle for ordinary. Ask for the original by name, Copperfit Energy Socks.
President Trump taking a victory lap following the release of the Mueller report, taking to Twitter with this little meme, obviously inspired by Game of Thrones, game over. Joining me now, Diamond and Silk. Ladies, did you read the 400-page Mueller report or not?
We didn't have to read the 400 pages because we know that there was no Russia collusion.
That's
We've been saying this here ever since 2016 when the foolishness started.
That's right.
Listen, the president has been fully vindicated, exonerated, and it's time to move our country forward. Sad, it's a shame that the left has pushed this Russia witch hunt collusion hoax, pushed a lie on the American people for the past 2 years. Money is gone down the drain for what? And shame on Mueller. Because as soon as Rod Rosenstein came out and said there was no Americans that colluded with Russia, that should have been the end of this investigation. But they kept the investigation going. Shame. Some people need to go down for all of this.
That's right.
Okay. What would you guys say to Mueller if you ran into him at a restaurant?
He needs to go to jail, and everybody that orchestrated this here and participated in it needs to go too. Taxpayers' money has been wasted, and it's unfair to the American people to try to go against the will of the people, undermine an administration, railroad a sitting president to take him down. It's wrong.
All right. You guys are going to lock up Mueller. You guys are hardcore. Diamond and Silk, everybody. All right. So Joe Biden. We hear now he's running. This is official. He's going to announce on Wednesday. Are you guys going to protect yourselves?
Yeah. But, you know, I think he needs to run for Geritol.
That's right.
For the president of Geritol, not for the president of the United States.
That's right.
Listen, every time I look at what they tried to do to the sitting president, my question to Biden is, what did you have to do with it?
That's right.
How much information did you know? Because you were the vice president.
That's right.
So
you know what? That's a really great point. That is a great point. He was part of the administration. I mean, unless he had nothing to do with the administration and he was just, you know, going skinny dipping the whole time like he said he was, who knows? But it's a legitimate question I would ask him. I just wouldn't get too close. You know, he might smell your hair. You guys got to be careful. All right. Remember last week, D.L. Hughley took a shot at you guys, a personal shot. We've invited him on Waters World to explain himself, and because he insulted me too. I want him to make me feel uncomfortable. I'm giving him a shot. Maybe he'll come on next week. I doubt it. And here's what he said. He got back to us. It says this: DL won't have a statement. However, if he chooses to speak about this further, he will address it on his radio and or TV show. I mean, I don't even know where you find the TV show or the radio show. Who knows? Any last words to DL?
Go ahead.
What's wrong with DL is that he's not man enough to come onto your show because he don't know how to coordinate and talk to a real man or to women. So he has an insecurity himself.
All right. There they are, Diamond and Silk, coloring Easter eggs all weekend. Enjoy. Up next, I hit the streets in a classic Waters World. Wait till you see this. Legal weed in America.
Remember her on Mother's Day. Emerald's the May gemstone. The Jewelry Exchange has diamond and emerald pendants for $59, rings $149, 1-carat 3-stone rings and studs are $5.99, 2-carat $19.90. Buy factory direct. The Jewelry Exchange Direct.
Don't do it.
No.
Don't do it. Don't do it. But if you do Dones. Dones relieves back pain.
When the world is watching and you need your logo to be perfect, you need certainty. At 4imprint, we give you the ultimate guarantee. Because when something has your logo on it, it matters. To you, your customers, your coworkers, and to us. Our wide selection always changes to keep up with the latest trends. But there is one thing we deliver that's timeless: certainty. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
These folks, they don't have time to go to the post office. They have businesses to grow, customers to care for, lives to get home to. They use Stamps.com. Print discounted postage for any letter, any package, anytime, right from your computer. All the amazing services of the post office, only cheaper. Get our special TV offer, a 4-week trial plus postage and a digital scale. Go to Stamps.com/TV and never go to the post office again.
The Mueller investigation, why it all started, and why the Dems still won't back down.
That they've been wrong the whole time.
Sunday on a special edition of Life, Liberty, and the Bin.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, inventor of MyPillow. Just like you, I had problems sleeping. 10 years ago, I invented MyPillow. I made sure that you could adjust my patented fill so you could have the exact support you need as an individual, regardless of your sleep position. I personally guarantee that MyPillow will be the most comfortable pillow you'll ever own.
Order now with this promo code. Save over 50% on a MyPillow 4-pack. Order now.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
If you or a loved one were exposed to Roundup Weed Killer and were later diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Glyphosate, the primary ingredient in Roundup Weed Killer, was recently designated a probable human carcinogen by the World Health Organization. Call right now.
Call 800-575-2252. That's 800-575-2252.
Attention, all women who have been diagnosed with ovarian cancer. In July 2018, Johnson & Johnson was ordered by a Missouri jury to pay $4.7 billion to 22 women who contracted ovarian cancer after use of baby powder and other talc products. The court upheld the record verdict, ruling that substantial evidence was submitted at trial of reprehensible conduct by Johnson & Johnson. You may be entitled to substantial compensation.
Please call 800-361-7225.
Have you had hernia surgery after 2007? If you needed revision surgery after a hernia operation, you may be entitled to a cash award. Complications after hernia mesh surgery may include intestinal blockage, punctured bowels, chronic pain, or migration of the mesh. These unwelcome side effects often trigger the need for a second surgery. At the Gold Shield Group, we've helped thousands of people find legal help, and we can help you. Call now, 800-598-3256. That's 800-598-3256.
Cannabis connoisseurs nationwide lighting up and letting loose today for 420, the unofficial stoner holiday. To mark the occasion, here's a look back at Watters World's close encounters with weed and how users hope to make pot great again. You smoke a lot, a little. What's your schedule here?
Man, you know, just a little bit, man.
Now, did you smoke before you got here?
No comment.
No comment. Now, what is back there?
It's a gathering of probably 5,000 friends that I haven't met yet.
You're a drug dealer.
Absolutely, that's absolutely right. I grow weed. I'm just allowed to sell it too.
So this looks like candy to me.
Yes. Candies? Do you like hard candies, soft candies?
Just give me something gluten-free. I'm trying to look good this summer. This isn't oregano. Do you guys have a lot of illegal aliens just watering plants here all day?
No, we do not. No, we do not.
Smart answer. Do you get high off your own supply?
Absolutely.
I personally love to have a glass of wine and a couple tokes of a J, and that puts me in a really nice place for the evening. But
a J is a joint, right?
A J is a joint,
Got
exactly.
Did you get a contact high already, Joe?
Now we're at Red Rocks National Park and Amphitheater. This is the visual part of our tour here.
I feel strangely calm.
What do you feel like right now?
I feel very calm.
Is that a joint, man?
You don't have the munchies?
I don't. Do you?
Have you noticed notice an uptick in homelessness over the last couple years?
We've seen about 153% increase. They are here in Denver area because of the legalization of marijuana.
I moved here from California 4 months ago.
Why'd you move out here?
I'm a house maker.
What do you do on a daily basis?
Wake up, smoke a morning bowl.
Go in the library, use the computer for a few hours. Facebookaholic, of course.
You're homeless and you have a Facebook page?
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna have to friend you. What are you doing right now?
I'm just medicating myself.
What's your ailment?
My what?
So you're homeless, and now you're high. What's your motto in life?
I really don't have one.
Tell me why you think cannabis can make America great again.
This has such huge potential for revenue, especially from the level of taxation. Huge opportunity.
Huge.
Not only is it a lucrative industry, it's creating a lot of jobs and opportunities. The industry's growing organically and very fast. And
organically?
Yeah.
I see what you did there. If Trump got high, what do you think he'd do?
A little more relaxed and chill.
But he's so high energy.
Yeah, he needs to just bring it down. He needs to mellow himself out a little bit.
High energy.
Up next, last call.
I'm missing out on our family outings because I can't find a bladder leakage product that fits. Everything was too loose. But Depend FitFlex feels tailored to me.
With a range of sizes for all body types, Depend FitFlex underwear is guaranteed to be your best fit.
You dream, you plan, you work. Every hour, every day, every night. There is no such thing as a small business. All business is personal. How do you make a connection? How do you grow your business? We make it easy with high-quality, affordable products and innovative design tools that make it simple to promote and grow your business.
Go to gotprint.com to get 500 business cards for $8.50. Plus use promo code GP500BC to get 10% off your first order.
For sinus relief that's all natural and drug-free, experience Navage. Navage uses powered suction to pull saline in one nostril, through the nose, and out the other. Navage relieves congestion naturally by flushing out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Breathe better with Navage. It's nature's decongestant, all natural, drug-free.
I love that clean nose feeling.
At CVS and Walgreens, or for a 90-day zero-risk trial, buy direct at Navage.com.
Betty and Debbie both need to trim their dog's nails, but Betty's dog hates having his nails trimmed, so she struggles every time. And her regular clippers pinch and cut to the quick. But Debbie's dog doesn't mind it at all because she's found a simple and pain-free solution. Introducing Paw Perfect, the new safe, quick, and easy way to keep your dog's nails trimmed perfectly. With regular clippers, it's too easy to pinch and cut into sensitive nerves, causing pain and bleeding. Plus, they can pierce and crush the nails, leaving them cracked, jagged, and painful. But Paw Perfect uses a rotary filing action, just like the pros do, to gently file the nail to a perfectly smooth finish. Plus, our 3 safety guides are each sized to prevent you from ever grinding the nail down too far, giving you precise, pain-free trimming right at home. That's why now, Betty does what Debbie does and trims her pet's nails the safe, quick, and pain-free way with Paw Perfect.
As a veterinarian, I can tell you most people do not know how to cut their pet's nails. With Paw Perfect, it's not only easier, but it's much safer for the pet.
The rubberized grip makes it easy to control. There's even a built-in light for mistake-proof grooming. With Paw Perfect, there's no more rough nails scratching your floors, no more scratches on you, and your pet is happier too.
As a professional groomer, my clients rely on me to trim their pet's nails perfectly. That's why I use Paw Perfect. It's quick, it's safe, it's easy, and you can use it right at home.
Paw Perfect replaces old-fashioned, painful clippers like these and makes nail grooming safe and easy for just $19.99. That's less than 1 trip to the groomer. Plus, we'll even give you free shipping and a lifetime guarantee. Order right now and you can get a second Paw Perfect. Just pay a separate fee. Yes, you can get them all for this special low price.
To order, call 1-800-355-0706. That's 1-800-355-0706 or visit trypawperfect.com.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order,
print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, like, we're cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/TV and get 2 months free.
It's time to get your free trial of Fox Nation. Our new streaming service has over 140 exclusive shows, documentaries, and specials from your favorite Fox personalities, including me. Go to foxnation.com and start your free trial today.
Time now for last call. So a tourist visits Bali. She gets the scare of a lifetime. She's posing for a photo in an area known as Devil's Tears. Watch this. All right, so she's standing there on the cliff, arms outstretched. Gigantic wave crashes against the rock, launches her off her feet. Wow. She didn't get injured, though. Swept into the ocean, minor injuries, but she's okay. That's all for us tonight. Be sure to follow me on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Justice with Judge Jeanine is next. And remember, I'm Waters, and this is my world.
Hello and welcome to Justice. I'm Judge Jeanine Pirro. Thanks so much for being with us tonight. And thank you for making last week's Justice #1 in viewers all day and all night, Saturday and Sunday. We have a special show on tap for you tonight in the wake of the Mueller report release and the left's full descent into Trump derangement syndrome. Here to talk about it, President Trump's attorney, Rudy Giuliani, Kellyanne Conway, Corey Lewandowski, and more. What a show, what a topic. But first, my open. Are you fed up yet? More than 2 years of nonstop, unprecedented maligning by the mainstream media, high-level Obama administration officials, and disappointed, disgruntled, and deranged Democrats of the commander-in-chief as an agent of a foreign government, a Putin puppet, a treasonous dictator, all because they despise the outsider president we put in the Oval Office. Enough already. The system worked, the process is over. No collusion, no obstruction, full cooperation. Enough lives have been damaged, enough reputations ruined, enough families destroyed. They took down people with process crimes having nothing to do with Russia, and they never prosecuted anyone on the campaign or even one American for collusion. And all the while, he remained focused, determined to execute the mission to which he was elected. I ask you, have you ever seen a man face the onslaught of incoming every day, watch as the haters attempted to take down his family, saying they would be indicted any minute, and still forge ahead on America's behalf, our behalf, to make the economy stronger and the country safer? Have you ever seen a man willing to poke the eye of the tiger and not even claim executive privilege? Surrounded by wimps like former Attorney General Jeff Sessions, who hid under his desk, while Barack Obama's Attorney General Eric Holder was held in contempt of Congress? But Barack loved his loyal, protective wingman. And I'm not going to dwell on the fact that the real collusion with Russia was with the Bonnie and Clyde of American politics, Bill and Hillary, who sold our uranium to Russia and pocketed a quick $145 million through their trusty charity. Or Barack Obama saying there's no way Russia could hack into the 2016 election. I guess he was wrong. And Barack Obama, as he stood by and watched Russia invade Ukraine and annex Crimea. Or Joe Biden, who insisted the Ukrainian prosecutor be fired in the Ukraine because he was investigating Joe's son, who was doing business in the Ukraine. But the left continues to complain. They don't like the redactions which are required by the Department of Justice. They hate Bill Barr. They will read, reread, reinterpret every word to bring down the man. Prosecutors, 18 lawyers, 2 years, thousands of subpoenas, hundreds of search warrants, and $35 million could not.
This had been you or me or David Axelrod or anybody except the president, we would have been indicted. And Mueller makes that pretty clear. In fact, I think very clear. So that makes and as of this moment, Donald Trump walks. He walks only because he's president.
But it is important to note that the facts that are now established by this report are damning. Whether they could or should have resulted in the indictment of the president or people around him, they are damning.
I think they can make some sophisticated judgments about their president. It's not pretty. It is an ugly, damning piece of business.
It is not only a sweeping indictment in all but name on obstruction, yeah. But it is also a portrait of deeply unacceptable, unethical conduct, unbefitting an American president.
He is unfit to be president of the United States, and anybody who suggests otherwise has not read the report.
Well, I've read the report, and you're wrong. They will seize upon the language that you cannot indict a sitting president, which is simply the law. Yet Mueller comes out and says he cannot exonerate the president of obstruction. There was not sufficient evidence to bring a charge. If there's not sufficient evidence to bring a charge, that should have been the end of it. But no, in a show of political whoremanship, that's what I said, political whoremanship, Mueller left crumbs for Congress. He added he couldn't exonerate Trump to give the Democrats something to work with. Now we're about to get 18 more months of this.
I will fight every day until he is impeached 45.
And by the way, folks, prosecutors don't say they can't exonerate. Take that from me. Mueller slamming the guy on his way out was meant to satisfy his unsatisfied client, in this case, the Democrats. And by the way, I've been paneled and presented to many grand juries. You don't come out and say, I didn't indict him, but I couldn't exonerate him. I've never seen that, nor has anyone I've ever worked with. If you don't have evidence to indict, you keep your mouth shut. But apparently Mueller likes seeing the country in turmoil. He likes the chaos. So now, people in the middle say it's over. But the liars, the leakers, and the liberals are not going to stop. They prefer to take down the institution of the presidency and destroy him at every turn in spite of a rocking economy and the establishment of America as a giant on the world stage again. So, the question. Should we all just move on? No, we cannot. There are people at the highest level of our government, going as high possibly as the White House, who chose to change the rules, violate the law, leak information, unmask innocents, seek search warrants on unverified political opposition papers. America cannot afford to simply turn away from crimes that were committed in order to frame the President of the United States. The lies, the dishonesty, the perjury, the fraud, the intimidation, they were weapons used by individuals who blatantly and openly hated the outsider. The Jim Comeys, the Andrew McCabe's, Peter Strzok's, Loretta Lynch's of the world, they need to feel the justice that they tried to impose on an innocent man. They created a blueprint for the presidential coup. Lady Justice doesn't care about party affiliations, colors, gender. Lady Justice cares about corruption. She cares about law and order. Our forefathers did too. That's why our Constitution must be respected. And these people, for their own selfish purposes, worked to prevent Donald Trump from gaining the presidency and then worked tirelessly as a cabal to make sure he was impeached. We cannot afford to let them walk away unscathed. You can laugh at us, you can laugh at opposing parties, but you cannot laugh at Lady Justice. Bill Barr is a serious guy. He's a no-nonsense, straight shooter who doesn't care what you say or think about him. He is a true warrior, and I believe he will follow through on his mission as the Attorney General and finally, and at long last, bring justice to the people who really deserve it. And that's my open. Let me know what you think on my Facebook, Twitter, and hashtag Judge Jeanine. And here with reaction to my open and all the developments this week with the release of the Mueller report, President Trump's attorney Rudy Giuliani, who joins me now and who no doubt is exhausted. Good evening, Mr. Giuliani. How are you? Mr. Mayor?
How are you, Judge? It's good to see you.
It's good to have you on. Listen, I gotta stick with one thing because we're both lawyers here. Have you ever in your lifetime heard a prosecutor say, we're not going to indict, but I can't exonerate the guy either? Have you ever heard that one?
Well, I was sitting there locked away in the Justice Department SCIF, which is where we read the report on last Tuesday. It's on the second page of Volume 2. I started with Volume 2. I looked at it, and I don't want to tell you what I said. I can't repeat it. And I had my three co-counsel with me, Jay Sekulow and Jane and Marty Raskin.
Yep.
And we all said, well, this is going to be a totally illegitimate document.
Yeah.
This is a ridiculous burden of proof. You got to prove your innocence? I thought we were in America, or maybe England, even Rome. I mean, you go back 2,000 years.
Right.
So, but you know, I was glad they did that because they proved in that one sentence that the idea that this is a witch hunt is absolutely right.
Right.
I mean, when has any human being ever been required to prove their innocence? How can you prove a negative?
You cannot.
It also means they assumed him guilty. And if you read that report, that's like a one-sided view as if they proved all that stuff.
Right.
They didn't prove any of it, Judge. And they can't prove half of it. And half of it is false, like a lie. Everything in that Cohen section, you could burn it.
Interesting.
Is there anybody that believes Michael Cohen? And would he even get past 10 minutes of cross-examination? They'd have to take him off the witness stand.
Well, but it is their standard. If you've got a Brett Kavanaugh before the Senate, he's presumed guilty. If you're a Republican, you're presumed guilty. The presumption of innocence doesn't apply, and everybody needs to be believed but you. And that is a sad commentary. And I have to tell you, Mr. Mayor, I think Americans are looking at that. But I want to keep moving. Now, Jerry Nadler, we both know, has been a longtime hater of the president from their New York days. Now he wants a copy of the unredacted court, a copy of the. I mean, this grand jury minutes for starters. What makes him think that he's entitled to it? And number two, what's he going to do with it?
Well, first of all, as far as I'm concerned, he can have it, but I'm not the Attorney General, and the Attorney General can't break the law just for Jerry Nadler. This is the same Jerry Nadler who fought like a maniac against, the Clinton report coming out because it'd be so unfair to the president.
Right.
But, unfair to President Trump doesn't matter. The reality is there's nothing in that redacted material that's any different than you already have read. If you look at the two volumes, the redactions all take place under the collusion one because it involves national security, I imagine. Basically, in the obstruction one, out of 200 pages, there's no more than 2 pages redacted, and they're mostly footnotes. I bet Jerry doesn't read footnotes.
Yeah, well, the amazing part is, the categories are clear of exemptions. They're mandated. Bill Barr isn't doing this. It's grand jury material, sources and methods, pending cases, privacy of third parties. We're not making that stuff up, so I don't know what their problem is on that one. But what do you think he's going to do with this stuff? In the end, what is...
what he has?
Yeah, what's he going to do with it? Yeah.
Well, the one thing that is clear is, and they make it clear in their report, they didn't any of these things, they didn't find enough evidence in order to justify a charge.
Right.
They say, and right at the beginning they say, we can't conclude that the president, there's not enough evidence sufficient to show that the president committed a crime.
Right.
Of course, that, as you know, is the end of it, right?
It's
over now.
Any prosecutor knows that.
You don't say anything else. The rules of ethics say you keep quiet for a very good reason. You're hitting somebody who can't hit back.
Right. And to prove a negative.
You can't test. Like I could point to all sorts of things about Michael Cohen that should have been pointed out that he's lying about. Some of it some of it they know and they're withholding.
You know,
so this was a very unfair thing to do. Having done it, it's a yawner. I mean, you just look at it and you say, I got through it, you know, and I looked at it and I said to my co-counsel, there's nothing new here. We're fine.
Yeah. Well, look.
I mean, the only thing that makes it a little deceptive, they put all the garbage in one place.
Yeah. Well, they did, and they categorized it for us. But you know, the interesting thing is that now they're going after Bill Barr. No surprise, they hate anybody who is in favor of the rules that are supposed to apply. Now, Attorney General Barr is not legally required to even release the full Mueller report. The report is written to be given to the Attorney General. And all of a sudden, everybody is criticizing him when he did everything he could to do the summary, to do the required redactions, and they are still gunning for him.
Well, I can't understand it, and I think nobody believes it. If you just look at Bill Barr and you listen to him, and you look at his background, this looks like completely phony political garbage. Somebody on there, I don't know if it was Nadler or somebody else, called him a political hack. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
The guy has been a distinguished lawyer, a former attorney general. He got confirmed unanimously when Bush nominated him. Should have been confirmed unanimously now.
I think it was
nobody had a problem with him.
Yeah, it was like 93-7 or something crazy like that.
So pretty close to unanimous.
Yeah.
And you know him, I know him. He's a very distinguished member of the bar.
Definitely.
He is not going to put his reputation in jeopardy to do anything dishonest or sneaky. And every single thing he said is, if this weren't President Trump and all these media people who hate him, he'd be getting praise today for having restored a sense of law, justice, and sanity to what had become a media circus.
Yes, indeed. Rudy Giuliani, thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you,
Right.
Judge. You're always the best.
Thank you. And joining me with more, Counselor to the President, Kellyanne Conway. Good evening, Kellyanne.
Good evening, Janine.
Well, okay, so we were just talking about how the standards seem to be changing depending upon who's on the other end of the investigation. And it seems like guilt and innocence, those are like words of the past, that there are new nuances. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely correct, which is why words that were beyond the ken of most Americans not familiar in their everyday lexicon, like collusion, were introduced so that people would somehow get confused and think that that was a really serious presidential crime. First of all, the investigation by Mr. Mueller had nothing to do with guilt or innocence. This was not a criminal prosecution. This was an investigation. And that investigation failed to conclude that the president has committed a crime, anyone in his family, any of his senior advisors. And I will say, as the campaign manager at the end of the winning part of the campaign, it is a relief, but it also has been a terrible disappointment and a true miscarriage of justice for people to be running around and pretending that any of us would have done that, would have willingly conspired with a foreign agent, in this case Russia, to try to publish damaging information on the woman who lost, who shouldn't have, try to cut corners, cheat, lie, or steal our way to a democratically elected president. They have tried to have an asterisk next to his election, next to his campaign for the 2.5 years since he won. And this really does close the door on all of that. I think also people are attacking Attorney General Barr speciously and really viciously for another reason. It is the Attorney General, the Deputy Attorney General, other, quote, department lawyers, and the Office of Legal Counsel, who all said they could not conclude that the president had in fact done anything to obstruct justice. That's key, and that's why they're attacking him. If you don't like the message, you attack the messenger. This is a just result. It's just that those haters and critics don't like the result.
And you know, the interesting thing is that, I mean, there's obstruction, but there's no underlying crime. Assuming there's obstruction, and there is an obstruction.
That's right.
Because they don't have the requisite intent. You're right, they don't have the requisite intent. And you know what? It's so amazing. With Hillary Clinton, she had the intent, and they said she didn't have the intent. I mean, everything is backwards. But you know, one of the things that the president said, which I found so important, is that no other president should ever have to go through this again. Because as I said in my open, no other man could have gone through, man, woman, whatever, president, could face the incoming like he did every day and then deliver for us and watch the people around him pretty much collapse in terms of their ability to respond to what was going on. What say you? How do we stop that?
Correct. No, it's true. And look, the real rebuttal for Donald Trump will be his reelection. The Democrats and their friends in the media have wasted so much time thinking this was the way to get him out of office and really diminish him to the American people. And it's had the opposite effect. The media's numbers, the poll numbers are way down. You've got no lesser souls than Nancy Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, and some of the 2020 Democratic presidential field, Janine, saying, oh, no, we're not talking about impeachment. We're not having that conversation right now. They know that there is not a public appetite for more of this, but perhaps there is a public appetite for knowing how this all started in the first place, investigating the investigators. Sure, I can find 22 months and $25 million or so if people are interested in knowing why the fix was in from the beginning, why people were trying to undo Donald Trump's surprise election result beginning practically the day he was elected, why the Obama administration ignored the briefings they received about Russian interference into our elections, about these attempts. They didn't think he'd win. They thought she would win, so nobody bothered to lift a finger. They never took it seriously, but we are taking it seriously. The other thing I would say to you is, I see some comments in the Mueller report as I was reading it. I've been by Donald Trump's side uninterrupted for 3 years practically now. I have never heard him one time say, this is the end of my candidacy. This is the end of my presidency. I've never heard him utter those words. And we've been in some pretty impossible, tough situations together. That is not the way he speaks. He has weathered some pretty impossible situations that would have broken another man or another woman, perhaps. And all the while giving us the best economy that some of us have ever seen, that this country truly has ever known. He's done all that under this ridiculous, unfair cloud. Imagine what he'll be able to do now that it's over.
Well, and you know what? Couldn't agree with you more. Kellyanne Conway, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you, Janine. Thanks.
All right. Tom Fitton from Judicial Watch has gone through the Mueller report. He joins me later. But next, Corey Lewandowski, the man who helped Donald Trump get to the White House, is standing by to give me his take on the report, the president's response, and the Trump derangement madness that's taken over the left in America. Justice rolls on in a moment.
The sheet reinvented, ridiculously soft. Chics Performance Sheets, delivering the ultimate deep sleep experience.
As an elite athlete, the most important part to performance is a great night's sleep. We thought if technical fabrics can improve athletic performance, why can't we apply that same concept to sheets?
Chic stretches to your every curve. It conforms to you, and the softness is unbelievable.
Traditional cotton sheets trap heat and moisture, making you too hot or too cold. But Chic's groundbreaking sleep tech fabrics transfer heat 2 times more effectively and breathe nearly 50% better, allowing your body to stay at its ideal sleeping temperature. And Chic's moisture wicking technology releases the natural moisture your body creates while you sleep, so you stay dry and sleep better.
Moisture wicking is important because we get warm at night. You sweat a little bit every single night, and Chics will help keep you cool.
Chics are wrinkle-free and have stay-fit corners, which provide an extra secure fit and grip. Best of all, Chics feel ridiculously soft.
If you think about that soft fabric touching your skin for 8 hours a night, you're gonna get a good night's sleep.
Every time you climb into bed, you'll experience the Chic sensation.
They're so much softer than any other sheet I've ever had.
The reviews have been remarkable. Chics are transforming the quality of sleep.
Chics feel so good, I don't want to get out of bed. I love Chics.
Chics are patented and the only authentic performance sheets. Call or go to trychics.com now to sleep better every night. Order your Chics Performance Sheet set in your choice of size and color. For a limited time, you'll get 25% off when you use the promo code on your screen, plus 2 additional pillowcases at no cost. That's a total savings of up to $100. Act now to get free shipping. Sleep on Chics for 30 nights, and if you're not satisfied, we'll give you a full refund. There's no risk. Call or go online now and see how Chics deliver the ultimate deep sleep experience.
Mueller report fallout. President Trump is cleared of collusion. But are the Dems trying to dig deeper to keep the political fight alive? Chris gets smart insight on Fox News Sunday.
Voting for your
your favorite dancers on our show has never been easier. Just say, vote for World of Dance into your Xfinity Vimo.
Jennifer, it's called a voice remote, not a Vimo.
Yeah, I just think Vimo has a nicer ring to it. So just say, vote for World of Dance into your Xfinity Vimo to choose your Xfinity fan favorite to join the World of Dance experience on my It's My Party Summer Tour.
Cast your vote by saying vote for World of Dance into your Xfinity X1 voice remote, or as JLo likes to call it, your Vimo.
Hello and good morning. It's time to prepare. For today, for tomorrow, the adventure is out there. See, I'm more than just stocks. I'm more than just bonds. I'm annuities, insurance, all things they lean on. It's a wealth and health strategy that may help them live long. So from interest to heart rates, everything's strong. Their next chapter is waiting, an exciting new stage. All they'll have to do is turn the next page.
The Attorney General did a grave disservice to the country by misrepresenting significant parts of the Mueller report, by attempting to put a positive spin for the president on the special counsel's findings. When the Attorney General gives the perception that the president fully cooperated in the investigation when he didn't, that they provided all the information materials when they didn't, when the president in fact deprived the special counsel of perhaps the single most important piece of evidence, that is his own verbal testimony, that misleads the American people.
Whoa. That's Adam Schiff slamming Attorney General Barr, attacking his character for doing his job. Joining me now with a reaction to that and so much more, former Trump campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski. All right, Corey, I could say hit it, and you will. But here's the thing that bothers me. He says that the Attorney General did a grave disservice to the country by misrepresenting significant parts of the Mueller report. Okay, first things first. The Mueller report is for the Attorney General. He didn't even have to release it. That's number one. And number two, the Attorney General is the one who makes a decision ultimately as to the obstruction because Mueller couldn't do it himself. So I find it amazing that this guy who's been jumping at cameras for years saying there's overwhelming evidence now is maybe changing his tune a little. Are you agreeing with that or not?
Look, Judge, this guy has lied to the American people for 2.5 years, where he's come out on numerous occasions and said that he has found and seen overwhelming evidence that this president colluded with Russia. And he's had egg on his face now since the summary came out. And now he's trying to walk it back, and he's trying to point the blame at somebody else, specifically Attorney General Barr, a man whose reputation should be completely intact, a man who has done a service to this country, and a man who is turning over the report to the American people in a very timely manner because he wants to show that there was no collusion, no cooperation, no coordination between the Trump campaign and the Russians at any given time. But Schiff doesn't want to hear that.
Well, the interesting thing is that Dems seem to be split. Steny Hoyer is now saying, well, you know, we don't really want impeachment, which, as far as I'm concerned, is kind of a smart move because the American people are fed up to hear with it, except for the lefties. And I'm not so sure there are that many of them. And, you know, then there are those like Jerry Nadler who want to go on for the next 18 months and parse every sentence and look at every word and what it really means, and changing the presumption of innocence and the laws of the Justice Department.
Judge, here's the problem. These people are actually disappointed that the President of the United States isn't a criminal. That's really what they believe. They hate this president more than they love their country. And what they want to do is they want to continue to investigate somebody, that there was no crime there. They'll never give him a break. Look, I was there from the very beginning. I literally turned the lights on in the building. I still have the privilege to spend time with the president on a regular basis. I'm the person who told them there was no collusion on day one. They didn't want to believe me. $25 million, 40 FBI agents later, 13 angry Democrats came to the same conclusion I knew from day one. When nobody else was next to Donald Trump, I was there. I knew we never talked to the Russians. He won fair and square. He outworked Hillary Clinton, and the Democrats don't want to give him the respect and dignity that he deserves for winning the election and beating crooked Hillary.
You know, Kellyanne Conway said something interesting, and she said that, you know, she had never heard the president talk like, it's the end of my presidency, that she was with him for a significant period of time. Now, I've known the man for almost 3 decades, and that is not how this man responds to anything like, oh, it's over. The walls are closing in. That is not Donald Trump. This is a guy who pokes the eye of the tiger. He walks into the cave and he pokes the eye of the tiger. So, these things that people are saying, some of them I just don't believe because I know the president. But let's talk about the fact that with this particular situation, we've got the 2020 candidates on the left. So most of them hate Donald Trump. But now the possibility of Joe Biden jumping into the race. How do you think that's going to change things? I mean, he seems to be polling rather well.
Well, Judge, look, I just to go back to your earlier point, I've been next to Donald Trump dozens, hundreds, thousands of times. I've never heard him be Debbie Downer. Look, this guy's a winner, whether it's New York real estate, best-selling books, television, politics. He's a winner at everything he does. So anybody who says that he was Debbie Downer all of a sudden, so my presidency is over, is an absolute liar. Okay, I'll tell you that because I've been there.
Corey.
Number two, Judge, look, as it comes to Uncle Joe, crazy sniffing hair Uncle Joe Biden, let me tell you something. His friends are the ones who are destroying him already. His friends in Washington are the ones who are putting out the opposition research file on him. It's not the Trump operatives and the Trump campaign reminding everybody of the failures of the 36 years of Joe Biden as a U.S. Senator or the 8 years of him as a Democrat vice president. Those are his friends, and his friends are the ones who are reminding everyone he didn't do enough for minorities or women or anybody else. And he's an old white guy who has a lot of explaining to do, as they say in the old days, right? You got some explaining to do, Joe. Let me tell you something. His friends are going to come after him long before Donald Trump ever gets a hold of him.
Corey Lewandowski, thanks for being with us tonight. And radio show host Dennis Prager and Tom Fitton from Judicial Watch standing by. But next, one report, two very different takes on it. Stephanie Hamill, Chris Hahn, tonight's political panel, ready to debate the Mueller report and what happens next on Capitol Hill. I may have something to say, too. Don't go away.
All the good love. Give it up, girl. Yeah, you turn me on. Hooked on the feeling. I'm high on the feeling that you're in love with me. Said I'm hooked on the feeling.
When you demand the best from yourself, you should demand the best from us. The all-new CopperFit compression sleeves, now redesigned to deliver more compression for faster recovery of muscle pain and joint soreness. Our most powerful copper-infused compression fabric ever formulated, now redesigned into an ultra-lightweight performance sleeve.
It doesn't matter if you're hurt or not, you got to get through the aches and the pains. And something like compression can be the difference. There's no reason why not to give it a try. It's revolutionary.
A total new design that contours better to your body for a perfect fit. New performance fabric that won't lose its shape. And new 4-way memory stretch fabric for unrestricted motion and total comfort.
If CopperFit can help you reach your next goal, why not? Because it's here to help you, and it will. It's remarkable.
I know the pain I felt beforehand when I didn't have it, and now actually using it takes away some of that pain. I'm a CopperFit believer.
More compression for improved circulation, reduced swelling, and faster recovery and relief of sore muscles and painful joint stiffness.
We all want to do our best and be 100% all the time, and sometimes that's just tough. With the CopperFit, the achiness really went away.
The all-new performance fabric sleeves from CopperFit. Improve circulation, reduce swelling, and fast relief of muscle pain and joint soreness. Guaranteed or your money back. Call 1-800-513-4548 or on the web at getcopperfit.com. Get your choice of the new elbow or knee sleeve for only $19.99. Order right now and receive a second sleeve free.
It's not only for the extreme athlete, it's literally for everybody.
You know, you got a sore knee, you got a sore elbow, wear it.
And the military truth is number one. I've used it myself personally. CopperFit is the solution.
Don't live with pain. Experience the fast relief of copper-infused compression. Feel the power of CopperFit.
Replacing floors is a big job. Trust Empire today to get it done right. For almost 60 years, Empire has installed floors in homes just like yours. It's what we do every day. Your floors will be installed by experienced professionals. They specialize in custom work.
Plus, we're not happy unless you are. And we've got more than 2 million satisfied customers to prove it. Professionally installed floors. That's Empire Today.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Aisha Hasni. At least 138 people were killed in Sri Lanka after explosions strike 3 churches and 3 hotels on Easter Sunday. Local media there reporting that more than 400 people have been injured. The 6 blasts happening nearly simultaneously. The hotels and 2 of the churches are in Colombo, the country's capital. The 3rd church is just to the north of the capital in nearby Negombo. Officials believe that at least 2 of the attacks were carried out by suicide bombers. As of yet, no group has taken responsibility. Sri Lanka is predominantly Buddhist and about 6% of the population is Catholic. A staggering $1 billion already raised to rebuild the Notre Dame Cathedral, but even that may not be enough. A church spokesperson says total expenses could be double or even triple that amount. I'm Aisha Hasni. Now back to Justice with Judge Janine.
I see considerable evidence of obstruction of justice, which is what Mueller said. He lays it out for Congress, and he practically invites Congress to pursue that. Barr took it upon himself to announce that he decided to clear the president. It's not up to him. We need the whole report. We need the whole report, including the underlying documents, unredacted.
Okay, no collusion, no obstruction, but yet the Mueller report suggesting Congress take up the obstruction of justice issue on its own. House Democrats are laser focused on finding wrongdoing by the president, but should Congress allow endless investigation? Let's ask the panel tonight. Video columnist Stephanie Hamill, former senior aide to Chuck Schumer, radio show host Chris Hahn. All right, guys, you know, it's interesting to listen to Jerry Nadler, Congressman Nadler, say there's considerable evidence of obstruction of justice. Well, if there was considerable evidence of obstruction of justice, why don't you tell me, Chris, why didn't Robert Mueller indict the president for obstruction of justice?
Well, he says it right in the report. The DOJ regulations won't allow him to indict. And he also says if he was able to exonerate the president, he would have. But the president was not able to be exonerated. And there are multiple examples of the president ordering staff to fire Mueller and other people associated with this investigation, including your last guest, by the way, who then refused to do this from the president. That right there alone is obstruction. And I asked this question to every conservative I've been talking to this in the last 2 days. If this was Obama, what would you be saying? Lindsey Graham indicted and prosecuted Bill Clinton for obstruction of justice on less evidence. So I think this does deserve further investigation. I think ultimately there won't be an impeachment. I think this is determined in the election, as it probably should be. But the American people should know the full extent of this. They should hear from Mueller and a lot of the witnesses in Congress under oath.
Okay, well, you know, Chris, that Mueller works for Barr. Barr, as the Attorney General, has the umbrella, the power. Mueller does the investigation. He gives it to Barr. Barr has the authority to make the decision, and Mueller punted. Okay? So, Stephanie, what's your response to that question?
Well, first of all, I just want to point out that Democrats must be exhausted today with all the goalposts shifting. It's amazing that this whole conversation is about obstruction now, and Democrats and the media are totally forgetting about the whole reason of this investigation, which was collusion. We were promised that there was going to be evidence that the Trump campaign colluded with the Russians. That didn't happen. They lied to us. We also had high-profile Democrats, including presidential candidates like Swalwell, promise us that they saw evidence. That turned out to be a lie. It is absolutely astounding where we are today when it comes to the Mueller report. Mueller didn't exonerate Trump because that wasn't his job to do that. And also, President Trump is presumed innocent. He doesn't have to even prove his innocence in this case.
Well, yeah, because the point is, how do you prove a negative? But Chris, I mean, in the end, what you have is Mueller, and did it take 2 years to figure this out? I mean, you look at the thing. I read the report. I don't know about you, but I read the report.
I read most of it.
Yeah, well, although I got to tell you, the Michael Cohen thing was a real sleeper. I mean, yeah, this guy lies to Congress. Congress calls him back. They want to hear from him, and then they say, oh, but he'd be good for obstruction. I mean, it's kind of stunning that people are even interested in what the guy has to say. But Go ahead.
Well, you know, when it comes to the issue of collusion, it does appear that there were attempts made to collude. It just never happened. There was just no ability to do it. They were both on the same path, trying to accomplish the same goal. And the report clearly says that the Trump campaign team welcomed it. Didn't really rise to the level of the president necessarily, although he was kind of happy about it if you read this report.
All right.
So it is something that didn't happen, and I agree with the report, and I'm not going to push it, but it's not something that I think would be in the best interest of the American people, and the American people should judge that for themselves.
You know what? Donald Trump is a man who doesn't need to go through someone to get something done. If he wanted Sessions fired, he would have gone in there and fired him or unrecused him. Or if he wanted, what was the other one they said he did? There was another issue they said that, was it McGahn? Look, Donald Trump has conversations as an innocent man. Stephanie, what's your take on that when he's talking to his staff?
Well, I mean, in the McGahn case, that's he said versus he said. So we don't even know what actually happened in that conversation, and everyone's just hanging on that word. But when it comes to all of this, now Democrats are jumping around, trying to hang on every single word that was said. But we're forgetting the whole thing here is that there should be no obstruction because there was no collusion. There was no valid reason to investigate Trump. There was no valid reason to investigate Trump in this case. And so, and also President Trump stated very clearly today on Twitter that this was put together by 18 angry Democrats. So even though there were some things in there that weren't favorable to Trump, no indictments were recommended. So I think the case is pretty clear. President Trump is exonerated in this case.
Your Honor, you and I were both attorneys. We have both worked on cases where there's been obstruction of justice, where the underlying crime could not be proven. That's probably because of obstruction of justice in some of those cases. I'm not saying it is here.
You know what? You and I don't compare. I was a prosecutor. I was someone who made the decision as to whether or not to go forward. And if there was no underlying crime and there was no requisite intent, you don't do it. But go ahead.
Well, here's the other thing. I want to point out one more point with McGahn and others that have testified in this document. They're not progressives. They are people who were hired by Donald Trump to work for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And Don McGahn saying that the president ordered him on a Saturday night, how ironically, to fire the special counsel is really something the American people should understand. And had that happened on that night, everybody would have been screaming right now about that.
So
we would have been screaming a year and a half ago.
Okay,
well, look, there's not a lot of people around the president right now to hold him back.
Okay, I don't have a lot of time. Let me ask you this. You know, they complain that the president stated, this New York Times stated on 30 occasions he didn't recall or remember. Do you remember Jim Comey saying they couldn't recall on 245 times he couldn't remember facts of his own investigation, and they want to trash the president for 30? Go ahead, Stephanie.
I do remember that. It looks like, we're playing by different rules. And with the Democrats, again, they're talking about, they want to look into Trump's taxes. They want to subpoena Trump over, X, Y, and Z. They're moving the goalposts. That's why I was saying it's just getting exhausting. They're playing by different rules. Nadler wants the unredacted report, but he was singing a different tune during the Bill Clinton investigations. He was the number one person who was against it.
A brilliant thing on the campaign that the president did was talking about how many times Hillary Clinton said she didn't know. She said 37 times she didn't know. He said 34.
We're done. Thank you both.
Thank you, Judge.
And next, one of the leading conservative voices in America weighs in on the Mueller report. I can't wait to hear it myself. Nationally syndicated radio host Dennis Prager joins me in just a moment. You don't want to miss this.
I love you, Dad.
What? What? I found myself saying that all the time. And when I realized it, I just stopped saying it. And my life changed. I stayed home, mostly alone. I missed out on everything. I knew that I needed hearing aids, but the cost was ridiculous. A tiny hearing aid costs $3,000, $5,000, whatever they can get. It's just ridiculous. Well, not anymore. Thanks to Hearing Assist, I can hear clearly again, and my life is so much better. I got a pair of rechargeable, state-of-the-art digital hearing aids for about 10 times less than my doctor wanted to charge. You can't see them, and I never have to change the batteries because they're rechargeable. And right now, you can buy 2 Recharge hearing aids and have 60 days to try them. Call 800-640-7000. or visit hearingassist.com, 800-640-7000.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Travis Stork, and if you've ever seen me on television, you already know my passion is helping people live longer, healthier lives. Did you know that 1 out of 3 Americans suffers from high blood pressure? And the older you get, the greater the risk. So I was excited when I came across the Zona Plus. It's a drug-free, software-controlled handheld device which uses the proven science of isometric therapy to help lower blood pressure naturally.
As a physician who's experienced great results with the Zona Plus, I would not hesitate to recommend it to anyone.
I've been using it now for about 1.5 years, and I absolutely love it.
If you've been recently diagnosed with high blood pressure, or you've been dealing with it for years, you could benefit from adding the Zona Plus to your treatment plan.
And with the company's fantastic 90-day money-back guarantee, backed by a full refund of the purchase price, there's no risk. You have everything to gain by giving Zona Plus a try for 90 days. Call now at 800-311-6730 or visit us online at zonaplus.com.
Everyone wants to feel confident when hiring pros for their home projects. And at Angie's List, we have what you need to help make the right choice. Find specialized pros in your area for any kind of home project. Check their ratings, read verified reviews from your neighbors, then easily request quotes from multiple pros with just a few clicks. Find all the pros you need to know, all for free. Go to angieslist.com today.
For sinus relief that's all natural and drug-free, experience Navage. Navage uses powered suction to pull saline in one nostril, through the nose, and out the other. Navage relieves congestion naturally by flushing out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Breathe better with Navage. It's nature's decongestant, all natural, drug-free.
I love that clean nose feeling.
At CVS and Walgreens, or for a 90-day zero-risk trial, buy direct at Navage.com.
Fox News Channel on Sirius XM. Your favorite shows on Channel 114. Plus, every story, every 15 minutes. Fox News headlines 24/7, Channel 115.
The collusion delusion is all the mainstream media has wanted to talk about for the last 2 years. And I have a feeling it's only going to continue with the 2020 Democratic candidates revving up to try to run against President Trump. But let's ask my next guest what he thinks, host of the Dennis Prager radio show and founder of Prager University. Good evening, Dennis. Good to have you with us tonight.
Well, it's great to be with you, but the subject is a bit infuriating. Look at the headline in the New York Times. I could spend, and I think I will.
Right,
I will probably spend an hour on my show.
Dennis, we read the same paper.
Can you guys see it?
Yes.
So it is an amazing thing. Mueller report lays out Russian contacts and Trump's frantic efforts to foil inquiry. That's the banner headline in the New York Times. How about a more honest headline? The United States of America has been fooled for 2 years by our paper and all the other major media and the Democratic Party and Hollywood over something that never happened. Wouldn't that be a much more accurate headline?
Yeah, or the joke's on you, guys. You know, it would all be a better headline. But in truth, with all due respect to them, I don't know that they're necessarily deserving of it. It's going to keep going for the next 18 months. Adam Schiff is not going to give this stuff up. But, you know, you look at things, Dennis, in a very kind of philosophical, ideological way, and I always admire it. And, I mean, you know, from 30,000 feet, I mean, how do you look at this in terms of history? How will they look at what happened during the first 2 years of this man's presidency?
That there was a concerted effort on the part of one of the two major parties and virtually all of the major news and entertainment media of the United States to perpetrate an idea that something happened that never happened, while the President of the United States said constantly it was a witch hunt, was 100% accurate in saying that, and they persisted in doing it because truth became less important than undoing the election of the year 2016. That is the way it will be looked at in the future.
In the idea that not only truth, but the basic fundamentals of our Constitution have been upended because he is the president. when there is a Republican who is a target of the left's ire, they lose their constitutional rights. They lose their protections. It's frightening to me as someone who has lived and believes in law and order.
Well, you know, most Americans don't know this. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, we have the recording actually. She didn't hide it. It was public. She was, I believe, in Cairo, and she was talking about Egypt adopting a new constitution or other third world countries. And she said, if I were to recommend a constitution, I would not recommend that any country adopt the United States Constitution. The South African Constitution, she said, was a much better example of a constitution to be adopted. So she was honest enough to say that she has taken a vow to protect a document that she considers morally and legally inferior to almost any other constitution. That is the way the left regards the United States Constitution, as essentially worthless. So we have, you're right, there is a crisis, but I still go back to the truth issue. They lied for 2 years. The thing is, and this has always troubled me, you talk about me and philosophy, so here's an interesting philosophical question. If you believe your lie, are you lying? And I don't mean this to be cute. It's a very interesting moral problem. I think they start at a given point to believe what they make up to be true. So to say they're lying is true in the sense of it's not true, but I'm not sure they know it. And that's perhaps more scary.
Worse. That is worse. Dennis Prager, thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Great to be with you.
Judicial Watch has been on top of developments in the plot to take down President Trump from the beginning. And tonight, Tom Fitton is here to give us his take on the Mueller report. Don't miss it. Tom's next.
That's the sound you crave and the outdoor cooking flavor you can't get with anything else. Only on a Blackstone. Finally, outdoor cooking without the compromise. Blackstone lets you cook everything you can cook on a traditional grill and 1,000 things you can't. 36 inches of solid steel gives you the flavor you'll savor. Be the great at the tailgate, the campsite, and even the backyard. Reckon you want lunch or dinner? Get that steakhouse experience at home or on the road. Or fix a breakfast like bacon, eggs, hash browns, pancakes, and more bacon. Can't do that on an ordinary grill. Independent zones of perfect heat control. The flat cooktop that infuses the flavor and enough surface to cook for the hungriest army. There's a Blackstone that's just right for you. You'll never hassle with flare-ups and good food that falls through the cracks on some ordinary grill. Cook anything, anytime, anywhere with Blackstone. Log on to blackstoneproducts.com and see the full line of Blackstones.
His father's dying wish.
And I just hope that I lived up to what it deserved.
Now, Daniel takes us inside Charles Krauthammer's personal life, making his point. Sunday.
The latest innovation from Xfinity isn't just a store. It's a save more with a new kind of wireless network store. It's a look what your Wi-Fi can do now store. A get your questions answered by awesome experts store. It's a now there's one store that connects your life like never before store. The Xfinity store is here, and it's simple, easy, awesome.
My family and I did a fundraiser walk in honor of my dad who has Alzheimer's. I decided to make shirts for the walk with custom ink, and they just came out perfect.
Check out our huge selection of custom apparel for every occasion. You'll even get free shipping. Get started today at customink.com.
Boy, that looks expensive. Not my problem. Why risk paying thousands of dollars for expensive repair bills when for about $1 a day, Choice Home Warranty has an army of expert technicians?
Call 800-401-3837.
Introducing DermaSuction, the new way to suck that yuck out of your pores. DermaSuction removes blackheads and dirt from the pores on your face. You'll be amazed at everything it extracts. DermaSuction uses powerful yet gentle vacuum action to suck the yuck right out, so there's no more painful squeezing. DermaSuction does all the work for you with incredible results. Then just rinses clean. Get yours today.
Millions of Americans just like you owe the IRS more than $10,000 and are facing liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, penalty abatements, and other IRS enforcement actions. Newly authorized debt forgiveness programs allow you to settle your debts for less than ever before. Our network of tax professionals will fight for you. They have helped save their clients millions over the years and can help you save too.
Call 800-825-6417.
No collusion, but like I said in my opening statement tonight, we cannot all just move on. Those that orchestrated the hoax need to be brought to justice. So what's next? Let's ask Judicial Watch President Tom Fitton, who joins me now. All right, Tom, you know, one of the things that concerns me as I look back on all this, and, you know, it's going to take a while to really get to the point where, you know, it is a given. There was nothing there. There was no obstruction. There was no collusion. There was, all this was a craziness for nothing. But you had some people, the head of the FBI, James Comey, you know, the deputy director of the FBI, Andrew McCabe, and then Peter Strzok, the head of counterintelligence or deputy head of counterintelligence, Loretta Lynch, AG. And then you had Clapper and Brennan. I got a bone to pick with both of them. First of all, you've got Clapper. This is a guy who basically is saying that what happened, if there wasn't actual collusion proven, there was passive collusion. What the hell is he talking about?
Oh, well, they're trying desperately to hold on to and keep propped up their hoax. And it was a knowing lie, in my view. They all knew there was never Russia collusion, and they concocted pretextual intelligence reports, working also with the Clinton campaign and as part of that, to go after President Trump with an illicit and unprecedented spying campaign. You know, it's not just a DOJ FBI scandal, Judge. As you point out, the CIA, the NSA, the Office of Director of National Intelligence,
DNI,
and the State Department were all part of this. It was all hands on deck going after then-candidate Trump, and then it continued and morphed into the corruptly formed Mueller investigation. And, you know, as you and I discussed, I think the last time I was on this program, there should never have been a Mueller report. As far as I'm concerned, this monstrous report is just another abuse of power by the Mueller Special Counsel operation, designed to defame and politically hamper the president as opposed to shed light on anything substantial.
You know, and because we're short of time, I only have one more question. But when you've got people like Brennan saying that the head of the DNI, the president's actions at certain points are treasonous, and then, you know, they continue to do this, there has to be an investigation. Do you think, I mean, do you agree with me, that we have to put an end to this kind of thing from happening, that when people lie to Congress, when people, you know, present false documents that they know are unverified to courts, there's got to be criminal accountability?
You know, if I were the president, I'd walk over to the Washington headquarters, Washington field office of the FBI and lodge a criminal complaint. I mean, it's that bad. He is a crime victim, Judge, and Peter Strzok and people like that who abused their office to target him for political purposes. They victimized him and many others, and there's got to be criminal accountability there.
Tom Fitton, great idea. Walk over to DOJ. And next, a sneak peek of my brand new book. You don't want to miss this one.
The sheet reinvented, ridiculously soft. Chics Performance Sheets, delivering the ultimate deep sleep experience.
If technical fabrics can improve athletic performance, why can't we apply that same concept to sheets?
Traditional cotton sheets trap heat and moisture, but Chic's patented fabrics transfer heat 2 times more effectively, breathe nearly 50% better, and wick moisture.
You sweat a little bit every single night, and Chics will help keep you cool.
Chics are wrinkle-free, have stay-fit corners, and best of all, Chics feel ridiculously soft.
They're so much softer than any other sheet I've ever had.
Every time you climb into bed, you'll experience the Chic sensation. Call or go to trychics.com now to order your Chics Performance Sheet Set. You'll get 25% off when you use the promo code on your screen, plus 2 additional pillowcases at no cost. Act now to get free shipping. Sleep on Chics for 30 nights, and if you're not satisfied, we'll give you a full refund. Go online and see how Chics deliver the ultimate deep sleep experience.
Pain, swelling, stiffness.
When your hand's hurt, you can't function. Until now. Introducing the new CopperFit compression gloves with Sure Grip technology to give you more power, more control, and more agility than ever. Our most advanced copper-infused compression fabric woven into an ultra-lightweight performance glove that fits like a second skin to support relief and recovery of sore muscles and painful joint stiffness. And new Sure Grip bands built in to provide a strong, non-slip grip for more power and control.
You need total control of your hands when you're doing anything with construction. Your hands are your livelihood. The CopperFit gloves are great. The grip is outstanding here with these different ribs. It makes my hand a lot more usable. It just feels like you're just ready to start the job.
The gloves have been a game changer for me. They help with flexibility and pain and soreness. They allow me to do my job even better.
Breathable wicking fabric with an open finger design for full range of motion, feel, and control.
They relieve my pain. When I grab something, I'm not in pain. The support or whatever magic these things do, I don't know what it is. It doesn't matter to me what it is, it works.
I get a lot of pain, and it can make it difficult to do the smallest thing. While I'm wearing this, I do not have any pain. I can use it on the keyboard, I can use my phone, I drive with it, I sleep with it. I love this glove.
The new CopperFit compression gloves with Sure Grip technology. Relief from painful muscle and joint soreness. Guaranteed or your money back. Call 1-800-280-5471 or on the web at getcopperfitgloves.com for only $19.99. Order right now and your shipping is free.
I've tried it, I use it, I know it works.
CopperFit gloves definitely just make my life better.
I've used CopperFit before. This has helped my hands so much. These things work.
Feel better with copper-infused compression. Ask for it by name. CopperFit compression gloves.
Finally tonight, a first look at my next brand new book, Radicals, Resistance, and Revenge, the left's plot to remake America. I can't wait for all of you to read it. I want to wish those of you celebrating tomorrow a very happy Easter. I'm Janine Pirro, advocating for truth, justice, and the American way. Buy my book on Amazon. Greg Gutfeld is next. See you next Saturday.
There's this portion about subjecting who we charge criminally in this country and making this by popular demand. It doesn't work that way. Hold on, Abby, what is attacking you?
Is there a mouse?
Hold on. Abby, what was that?
Abby, what was that?
Lizard climbing on me.
Oh,
Sorry.
So that's where Stelter went. I am worried. All this good news, has someone checked in on the press?
My God, it was like he had failed an Alzheimer's competency test 36 times. He said, I can't remember.
Well, they began the impeachment proceedings that this Mueller report suggests Donald Trump deserves.
This report shows what Trump practices behind the scenes look like in that White House. Everybody should be extremely worried.
It's still very damning. I mean,
absolutely.
And politically embarrassing for the president.
And shameful.
And shameful. And unethical.
They're like the best unintentional comedy duo. Now, also, you got to check out, this is how many people they had on this CNN panel. Look at this. That's 7 people and 1 Jeffrey Toobin. Because he's not really people. But that's a lot of folks all there to say the same thing. But let's focus on Toobin.
What's significant about the 10 incidents is that there are 10 of them, and they all point in the same direction. And in each individual incident, there is a perhaps innocent explanation.
So, each incident on its own means nothing. But if you add them all up, they mean something. No, you are a moron. If each one is a 0, 10 of them still equals 0. Much like Tubin. Anyway, I've never seen so many people unhappy over good news. Your president is innocent, be thrilled. But also, why are they so surprised? When just weeks ago, this happened.
Special counsel Robert Mueller concluded there was no collusion between the Trump campaign and the Russian government in 2016.
That's literally a spoiler alert. The media were told what was coming, and yet they still pretended like it wasn't going to happen. But then, deja vu.
The special counsel's report did not find any evidence that members of the Trump campaign or anyone associated with the campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in these hacking operations.
So all the media got on Thursday was a reminder that they got their ass handed to them a month ago. Yet it's still emotionally destroyed them. It reveals the difference between normal people and the media. See, normal people will watch a movie, and then when they see the same movie again, they expect the same ending. But the media, they watch the same thing over and over again, thinking that maybe the ending will change. Hey, maybe Old Yeller will live. Maybe the Titanic steers around the iceberg. Maybe Darth Vader isn't Luke's dad, but a progressive lesbian named Doris who knits hemp booties for homeless cats. But for us, it's the same old Die Hard. Good guy wins, bad guy loses, except it's America who wins and the media who loses. See, in this movie, America is John McClane and the media is Hans Gruber. No wonder the press is a mess. They fell out of a window from Nakatomi Plaza and made a big splat. Now they're banking on one thing, turning absence of evidence into Trump must be guilty. Rachel is already dining on that grape now.
When I watched Barr give his press conference this morning, all I did, I just ran straight to the office. There is a ton of material here. I will be busy for the next year, at least. I mean, these 448 still redacted pages that we got today, it's like walking into a vineyard and you just like eat the skin off a single grape. We would tell you if we figured out that he didn't commit any crimes. It's a roadmap for how to charge this president. We can darn sure investigate you, and you can darn sure be charged when you're out of office. You can be impeached. This is like grape one in the vineyard.
You know when you're drunk and you come home to an empty kitchen and you're starving and you start squirting ketchup packets on the heels of moldy bread? That's the media trying to turn what little they have in the kitchen into a meal. They stare at every redacted chunk as if it's going to reveal some magical bombshell. But we know better. Seriously, we actually do. We have a special redaction removal machine and used it on the Mueller report. For example, a section about Mueller's team meeting with Trump reads, "We also sought a voluntary interview with the president after more than a year of discussion. The president declined to be interviewed." The redacted part? Though the special counsel was able to confirm Greg Gutfeld can bench 550 pounds. Yeah. Must be true. It's in the reports. Here's another. This is about a Trump Tower meeting. Trump Jr., Manafort, and Kushner participated on the Trump side. The meeting lasted approximately 20 minutes. The redacted part, they cut the meeting short, however, to admire pictures of Greg Gutfeld's muscles. Can't say I blame them. One more. I sense a theme. It's about Trump's meeting with Corey Lewandowski in 2017. Quote, "By the end of the president's follow-up meeting with Lewandowski, the Greg Gutfeld Show had become the #1 show Saturdays at 10 p.m. Likely because of Greg Gutfeld's impressive physique." Mueller really understands great TV. So as frustration turns to obsession, the media is going to go through this report looking for a dangling preposition on which to hang Trump. It's like an entire industry trying to prove that the earth is flat or the moon landing was faked. You know what would be a good prank? announce another less redacted report in 3 weeks just to watch them fall for this a third time. You could keep doing this for years. The bottom line, the press wanted America's president to be a Russian stooge, even if that would have destroyed a country. And don't expect him to stop. They're going to push the Mueller hysteria because what else do they have? This is a pretty prosperous, peaceful era. Low unemployment, economic growth, strong military. The media can't do a thing with that. So every day on CNN or MSNBC, it's a therapy session. It's collusion anonymous. They got to talk about it every day, because if they don't, they might do something horrible, like wake up one day in 2020 and, God forbid, vote for Trump.
Let's welcome tonight's guest.
His name isn't the only thing that's long. So is his resume. TV writer and producer Rob Long. He is so funny, he is banned from funerals. Comedian Joe Mackey. She has a knack for not holding back. Host of the Tyrus and Tim podcast, Kat Timpf. And the Chrysler Building is his coat rack. Former WWE superstar, my massive sidekick, and host of UnPC on Fox Nation, Tyrus. All right, Rob. So there's two sections to the Mueller report. Yes. One answered, did Trump collude? No. The other section of the book just tells us, I think, what we already know about Trump. Yeah. That he gets really angry if you're coming after him. Yeah. That's 200 pages of that.
Yeah. Book 2 is basically, this guy is kind of temperamental and a little bit unstable, and he starts to shout a lot, and people kind of just have to let Grandpa rant.
Yes.
And then they say, Grandpa, you can't shoot the neighbor kid.
Yes.
You can't. Well, okay, got to do something then.
Yes.
And then he goes on to do something else.
Right.
But the reality is, the reason that we don't know, the reason there's no obstruction recommendation from Mueller report is because he did not ask Trump about it.
Yeah.
So the only way to get somebody for this, and this is great, it's like you go on TV, and I talked to a lawyer for 10 minutes today, so now I'm a lawyer.
Yes.
People do on TV, they go let me tell you something, Greg, here's what I know.
Yes.
Here's what I hear.
Yes.
You have to get inside his brain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is, okay, that's a problem for Trump. It's kind of scrambled eggs up there.
I don't think.
I mean, even if you like him, it's.
Well, no, he's
emotional. He's an emotional.
I don't think
person.
he's emotional. I just think he has a short attention span, so he moves from thing to thing.
Okay,
I'm
all
30. Right. My eggs are starting to scramble. So I don't know.
Either way, you got to get inside his head.
That is an interesting commentary.
Yeah. I'm feeling sad right now, actually.
I was going for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
You got to get inside his head.
Yeah.
You got to know what he was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't ask what he's thinking.
Right.
So you can't. There's nothing. There's nothing in the report for that.
But the point is, it's like, so he's mad. And he should be mad because he believes he's innocent, Joe. So he acts like an innocent man. He's pissed off. How can that be a problem? How can that be illegal, Joe?
I don't know, Greg. I'm still thinking about scrambled eggs. I'm hungry myself. I don't know. To me, it seems like obstruction of justice could also be interpreted as trying to defend yourself and avoid prosecution. Mm-hmm. Because one of the things that the report outlined was that they thought that the Trump team told Michael Cohen to have his answers be short and concise. And that doesn't really sound like obstruction to me. That sounds like trying to avoid a perjury trap.
Yeah. Good point. A little insight from Joe Mackey in his odd outfit.
Why are people surprised?
So, Kat, scrambled eggs aside, are you surprised that Trump was upset about this because he believed he was innocent?
No.
No.
I'm not surprised. And honestly, he should really thank most of the media and Democrats, because if you read the report, there are certainly instances where people on his team did things that were wrong, right? But that seems like nothing when they've spent years saying that he's a literal Russian agent.
Right.
That's where they set the bar. He's a literal Russian agent, hell-bent on destroying the country. So now the things that they did wrong seem like the itziest, bitsiest, littlest of potatoes compared to that. So he should be thanking the media for completely blowing this out of proportion. And he's so lucky that they're continuing to do so.
Yes, yes. Tyrus, one of the most overlooked findings is that we should kind of be happy, right?
Yeah, no American betrayed his country for Russia. I think that's something to be excited about.
Yeah.
I think, the other side of that should be that little bee that is Russia that's been buzzing around everybody's ears, causing all these problems. Now we know that the team opposite from ours didn't do what they or put out the misinformation that they did. We should all be working on, okay, let's stop fighting and let's deal with them. Because here's the other reality. While we've been fighting amongst ourselves, weakening ourselves, they've been having little interviews with China, they're working with North Korea. All these things are happening around us. This is how they can't physically take us down. Our military is too strong, our nation's too big, but they can plant little things called ideas.
Right.
That we fight so much that we do not see what's going on. North Korea is now going to Russia for a meeting. What do you think they're talking about?
Yeah.
Like, hey, how did you do that? How can we get on that? Like, this is where we don't have to agree. We don't have to like each other, but we need to get back to respecting each other. You didn't vote for Trump? Cool. I did. Respect me. I respect you. Let's talk about something else. We really need to get back to that because the real villains in this, they're still gaining.
Right.
Like, he's not a criminal. Sorry, guys. I'm really sorry our president is not treasonous. I'm sorry his team's not. Did he do bad things? Acting a fool? Listen, I get accused of eating something I didn't, I do the same thing.
Yes. I don't know how I would, I'm not a political person. I know nothing about politics. I don't know nothing about the law. So, but I've been a boss. So I would say it's like, why can't I fire this guy? Why can't I take a meeting with this guy? My ignorance is not stupidity. It's just, this is not my world. That's why when I look at Trump, I just assume he is a boss who goes like, well, why can't I fire that guy? And why can't I take a meeting with this person? And let's tweet this. They're trying to criminalize kind of common everyday behavior.
I don't know why they're so obsessed with getting the report that's not redacted. We already know no collusion, no obstruction. What do they think these little blacked out marks are going to say?
Jaywalking.
P.S. Trump is just Putin in a Trump suit. Like, I don't understand what they think it's going to say.
Foul language in front of elderly women.
All right.
Well, if that's a crime.
We're going to move on because we got
hair
more stuff.
products.
So Trump has got a new nickname for Joe, and Nancy has a new insult for AOC. We compare and contrast this next.
Replacing floors is a big job. Trust Empire today to get it done right. For almost 60 years, Empire has installed floors in homes just like yours. It's what we do every day. Your floors will be installed by experienced professionals. They specialize in custom work. Plus, we're not happy unless you are. And we've got more than 2 million satisfied customers to prove it. Professionally installed floors. That's Empire today.
800-588-2300 Empire today.
Do you toss and turn all night, can't sleep because your spouse is snoring, or wake up with neck pain or a headache? If you're not getting the sleep you need, now you can with MyPillow.
I'm Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and I had all these problems too. I tried every pillow out there and nothing worked, so I invented MyPillow. My patented fill does something no other pillow can do. MyPillow lets you adjust it to your exact individual needs regardless of sleep position and stays that way all night long so you get the best sleep of your life.
Before MyPillow, I had difficulty sleeping through the night. Now with MyPillow, I have a good night's sleep every night.
I tried a couple other more expensive pillows that were the foam pillows or memory foam, and it just didn't really work. As soon as I tried the MyPillow, it worked out great.
Other pillows go flat, causing you to fold them over or use your arm for support, which can cause pain. Hard foam pillows can raise your head too high, making you very uncomfortable. But the revolutionary MyPillow has patented fill that won't go flat and keeps your neck supported and aligned to your exact individual need. MyPillow helps you get and stay in deep sleep all night long.
Call now or go to MyPillow.com. Use the promo code on your screen to save over 50% on one of my best offers ever. I invented MyPillow because I believe everyone should get a great night's sleep. I do all of my own manufacturing in my home state of Minnesota, and every part of MyPillow is made in the USA. It's machine washable and dryable, and it comes with my 60-day money-back guarantee and a full 10-year warranty. I personally guarantee that MyPillow will be the most comfortable pillow you'll ever own.
Call now or go to MyPillow.com. Use this promo code and Mike will give you one of his best offers ever. Save over 50% on a 4-pack with 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere pillows. That's right, save over 50%. MyPillow comes with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Don't delay. Order now.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
Driving economic development.
Create an incentive to invest in the economically deprived areas.
Ben Carson discusses the president's Opportunity Zone program on The Next Revolution.
I was 0.5 credits away from completing high school, and I didn't do it. My support team never stopped pushing for me to be better because they knew who I could become as a person. I've been given an opportunity, and I'm just thankful for it.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
In a CrossFit gym, we're really engaged with who we are as people and making everybody feel welcome. Ordering Custom Ink t-shirts has been a really smart decision for our business.
Custom Ink has hundreds of products and free shipping. Upload your logo or start your design today at customink.com.
Snacking has never been this exciting. To get your own free sampler box, just go to Graze.com, enter the code SNACK16, and we'll mail your free box to your home or office. So come to Graze.com for your first box free.
Are single dads just shallow cads? Michelle Obama upset some people this week for comparing President Trump to a divorced dad at an interview with Stephen Colbert. Never heard of him. She explained life in present-day America.
We come from a broken family. We're a teenager where, we're a little unsettled and, having good parents, is tough. Sometimes you spend weekends with divorced dad and that feels like it's fun, but then you get sick. That's what America's going through. We're kind of living with divorced dad.
Wow. I hate to hear a bad analogy, and that's a bad analogy. How bad? Well, if analogies were Zeppelins, that one would be the Hindenburg. That was an analogy. Was that an analogy? I don't know. Anyway, because in trying to take a shot at Trump, she missed, and she actually hit divorced dads instead. An article written for Fatherly.com called her comments insulting because it perpetuates the idea that single dads damage their kids. Meanwhile, her intended target, Trump, found a new nickname for Joe Biden, called him Sleepy, which coincidentally rhymes with creepy. Maybe that was the case. Not to be outdone, Nancy Pelosi compared AOC to a glass of water.
When we won this election, it wasn't in districts like mine or Alexandria's. However, she's a wonderful member of Congress. I think all of our colleagues will attest. But those are districts that are solidly Democratic. This glass of water would win with a D next to its name in those districts.
Wow. So, you see what's going on here? Everyone's insulting everyone. Thanks, Obama. Actually, thanks, Trump. Yeah. Anyway, for more on this, we go to an expert on insults.
Did I seem wasted during tryouts? Because I can't figure out how you made it on this team. You don't suck. It's like you have bad luck every time you step on the field. Dude, you're lucky your mom's hot. Dude, if I end up back in rehab this season, it's all your fault. Look at it this way. You're not the worst Little League pitcher on the planet. You just better hope that the kid that is doesn't quit.
Fantastic. I would like him to be my single father. Joe, I hope one day you get married and have kids so you can be a single dad. Because the marriage won't last.
Probably not, Greg. A lot of women find me very attractive, and it is hard to avoid temptation.
What are your thoughts on this?
I don't think America is like teenagers with a single dad. I see more of a Brady Bunch type of scenario where a widower comes together with a widow, and you don't really talk about what happened to their dead spouses. And then you have this whole household full of idiot kids trying to make this new situation work, but there's no hegemony. It's 3 against 3, and everyone's acting like Jan.
You're right. The boys are the boys are the Republicans, the girls are the Democrats. And
you want to change that, Greg?
All right, now flip it around. Never mind. I want to go to Kat, but I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah, I have the only answer that I have to this is a little dark and weird, but I feel like you guys are cool enough to handle it, right? You guys are cool? Okay. So
And we'll edit it out.
I do not have divorced parents because my mom is dead.
That's right. That's right.
Anyone here have a dead parent? Anyone have a dead
Yes.
parent? We
Yes.
can talk about this. We can talk about this. So when she says this country is like having a divorced dad, I'm like, that sounds dope. That sounds awesome. You mean I can still see my mom?
Yeah, that's it. That is pretty dark.
I was offended by the whole divorced dad thing, but again, while neither one of my parents died, my dad did disappear.
Right.
Forever.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Wherever you are, George, hi. I'm just real quick. The worst part of that, you know. I have a friend. He's out there. He's 7 feet tall. His name's Tiny. We used to bodyguard together, and he had a speech impediment. He used to drive me nuts. Every time they talk, you know. Like we go down the street, you know, like you know. Apparently, the first lady has the same disease. You know, like if she didn't say you know, that would have been one sentence.
Yes.
America, divorced dads.
Yeah.
That's it. Like you know.
Yeah, you know,
my mom's dead, you know?
Most guys don't actively seek a divorce because it is bad for your emotional, physical, and financial health. It's not, especially financial health. And you go from like a big house to a studio that's close to the big house, and sometimes you might even see your wife's new boyfriend using your lawn tools.
Yeah.
Not figuratively.
I don't get the outrage here. I mean, actually, Trump is a divorced dad. But, you know,
yeah, not the most creative of analogy.
Multiple times. And his kids do live with him, which means she's basically saying we're all kind of, you know, some version of Trump's kids, which would make you Eric.
Yeah.
Although you can wear Barron's clothes. Wait, I'm not done.
He's not done.
I'm not done. I got material. I came with material.
All right.
And I know Kat, Ivanka, but I actually think Tiffany, and it's not an insult.
I take it as a compliment.
You, Joe, are like if they had a kid no one talks about who lives in the attic. Tyrus is this wonderful old, large, wise tree that the children play around and like.
Because the president couldn't have had jungle fever?
No.
For real? For real? I had to be a tree?
Yeah, you gotta be a true. And
not the maid's child.
I think it's obvious.
No.
I'm Ivanka because I like to have my own money.
Yeah, that's true. By the way, I can't hit her for this because I made terrible analogies, and I think I compared Barack Obama to mom's cool new boyfriend. I swear I did that. So, who buys you booze and porn?
They do that, Greg.
Yeah. Mom's new boyfriend, always trying to impress the kids. All right, up next, romantic films. Is it okay to still call them chick flicks? It's a debate Brett Baer will not moderate.
Remember that degree you got in taxation? Of course you don't, because you didn't. Your job isn't doing hard work. It's making them do hard work and getting paid for it.
Snap and sort your expenses to save over $4,600 at tax time. QuickBooks, backing you.
Guys, it's that time, and nothing's happening. Well, now there's Score from Force Factor to rev your libido and maximize physical response. It's no wonder Walmart offers Score in more locations than any other performance enhancer. Unleash your potential in the bedroom with Score.
Every woman wants beautiful brows, so we tweeze, we thread, and we rip. But now there's Flawless Brows from Finishing Touch, the new gold standard and first precision hair remover that instantly and painlessly sweeps away unwanted hair for stunningly beautiful brows. Hold it like a pencil, use it like an eraser.
I see a hair that I don't want and I'm able to erase it.
Because inside Flawless Brows precision hair removal tip is the finest engineered technology that erases unwanted hair with micro precision, perfectly balanced for perfect control between the brows, above, below, even toward the hairline.
I have very sensitive skin, so Flawless Brows is perfect for me because it's so gentle and it's so precise. It's not going to take more hair than I'm targeting.
And with an 18-karat gold-plated head, it's hypoallergenic and gentle on all skin types.
This was just so easy, so painless. It just erases the hair away.
Flawless Brows is the fastest, easiest, pain-free way to have beautiful brows every day, guaranteed.
One of my favorite things is I don't have to wait for the hair to grow out like you do with waxing.
It's a solution to an otherwise daily battle. I just see it and take it right off.
A built-in LED light makes it easy to see and erase unwanted hair. Discreet and portable, so you can use it anytime, anywhere.
I can do it myself whenever I want. For quick touch-ups, it's perfect.
Dermatologist approved, Flawless Brows is precision hair removal that's gentle and safe to the touch.
It's painless, easy to control, fast to use, super safe, and it's so pretty. I mean, it's perfect.
Call 1-800-895-2616 or go to getflawlessbrows.com and get yours for only $19.99 with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Order right now and get free shipping.
It just erases the hair away.
Flawless Brows.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Travis Stork, and if you've ever seen me on television, you already know my passion is helping people live longer, healthier lives. Did you know that 1 out of 3 Americans suffers from high blood pressure? And the older you get, the greater the risk. So I was excited when I came across the Zona Plus. It's a drug-free, software-controlled handheld device which uses the proven science of isometric therapy to help lower blood pressure naturally.
As a physician who's experienced great results with the Zona Plus, I would not hesitate to recommend it to anyone.
I've been using it now for about 1.5 years and I absolutely love it.
If you've been recently diagnosed with high blood pressure or you've been dealing with it for years, you could benefit from adding the Zona Plus to your treatment plan.
And with the company's fantastic 90-day money-back guarantee, backed by a full refund of the purchase price, there's no risk. You have everything to gain by giving Zona Plus a try for 90 days. Call now at 800-311-6730 or visit us online at zonaplus.com.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Aisha Hasni. As many as 138 people are dead in Sri Lanka this morning, victims of a series of bombings. Nearly 500 people have been hospitalized. The bombs exploded almost simultaneously at 3 churches and 3 hotels frequented by tourists. The hotels and 2 of the churches are in Colombo, the country's capital. The 3rd church is just to the north of the capital in nearby Negombo. Officials believe that at least 2 of the attacks were carried out by suicide bombers, but no one has yet taken responsibility for these attacks. This is the worst violence to take place in Sri Lanka since the end of a bloody civil war between the government and the separatist Tamil Tigers that ended after 26 years of fighting in 2009. As many as 100,000 people may have been killed during the fighting. I'm Aisha Hasni. Now back to the Greg Gutfeld Show.
The word chick makes them sick. Netflix is calling for the phrase chick flicks to be retired because it suggests men aren't interested in romance while also cheapening the work that goes into making these films. In a brief thread, not brief enough, the company's official Netflix film Twitter account wrote, "There aren't sweeping categories specific to men. You don't hear people asking to watch man movies." Speak for yourself. You know, at Kilmead's house, man movies are the only thing I watch and sometimes make. Anyway, it continues, nicknaming films chick flicks drives home that there's something trivial about watching them. What's trivial about watching a film that makes you feel 1,000 emotions in 90 minutes? You know what? They're right. So let's pause now for 90 minutes to watch my favorite chick flick.
What is it?
No, that didn't end well. They're all at Chick-fil-A. Kat, as the only woman here, God help me, can you please speak for all women on how they feel about this topic, chick flicks?
First of all, when they say there are no movies made for men, I think that's wrong because I've been watching movies before that just have so many boobs in them when it doesn't make sense, where I'm like, I don't think this is for me. And second of all, I think that Netflix was actually super sexist, saying that calling something a chick flick makes it trivial and cheap. So the things I like are trivial and cheap. What a win for feminism. What a way to make women feel better. It just shows how stupid people are when they try to get so social justice-y, they wind up being accidentally sexist. So now, Netflix is a sexist.
Yes.
And it's not even a person. That is hard, Greg.
Yes, it is. You know, Rob, you are claim to be in motion pictures, or you claim to be in the entertainment industry.
I do claim that.
Yeah, you do claim that. What do you do? Is this just another thing where some stupid intern took over social media?
The social media manager made a huge mistake. They're all 23, so
yes.
I feel like chick flick is a word that men use to describe a movie that they pretend they were forced to go see. Like, oh, my girl made me watch a chick flick. And
yes.
It was stupid about this woman who needed to get a date for a wedding, and like there's this other guy who really cares for her. And then that's the end. But they need to go. They need to dismiss it, which is fine.
Yeah.
You make a lot of money making chick flicks. Listen.
Yeah. You know, it's because women go to movies. Right? I can say that.
Well, couples go to movies.
Couples
yes,
go to movies. Men go to movies alone at certain theaters. Tyrus.
The hell I do.
Yes.
Okay, what?
Yeah, I'm just.
So you want to ask if I go to?
He doesn't know about the internet.
Okay, Rick. Listen, chick flick. Okay, so would you like to say like movies predominantly watched by females of the human sapien persuasion?
Yes.
Like, I love when I hear the word chick flicks because that usually means a sex bargaining tool at home.
Yeah.
Like if you do this, I'll watch your movie about pants. That they all share.
Travel. Yeah.
The traveling pants.
But if I'm watching that, then it's Cirque du Soleil afterwards.
Right.
If not, I'm watching the game.
See, I believe that was a euphemism, Joe.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Oh, I can't trust my judgment on this show. Last segment, I said I would possibly cheat on my hypothetical future wife before Kat bailed me out with that uncomfortable rant about her mom being dead.
Yes.
I just don't think Netflix should be telling people what to think because I'm a big fan of Forensic Files, and it said because you like Forensic Files, you might like Frasier. And that's not true.
That's so funny. It's true. They do point you in really weird directions. Yeah. The weird thing is, what they should do is when they see that you're watching Forensic Files, they should say, you like Forensic Files because you're lonely.
Yeah.
I love Forensic Files.
And?
Because you like Forensic Files, you may also enjoy leaving the house once or twice. Just to get some vitamin D out there, yeah.
I love Forensic Files. Right. I do, because there's always a dark side that's discovered later. But John had a dark side.
Turns out he's fine. He's innocent. Yes. We just were using spooky music for no reason.
Exactly.
Those stories probably get canceled. How does it end? He's actually Forensic Files proves that he was innocent. Nope.
Nope. Why one country star says hiring a hot nanny is a bad idea. You won't find this on Special Reports.
For sinus relief that's all natural and drug-free, experience Navage. Navage uses powered suction to pull saline in one nostril, through the nose, and out the other. Navage relieves congestion naturally by flushing out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Breathe better with Navage. It's nature's decongestant, all natural, drug-free.
I love that clean nose feeling.
At CVS and Walgreens, or for a 90-day zero-risk trial, buy direct at Navage.com.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I was part of a legal team that recently helped secure a $289 million verdict for our client who developed non-Hodgkin's lymphoma after using Roundup weed killer. And that's only the start of our fight. I'm seeking justice for all the other people who've also been injured by Monsanto's failure to warn consumers about the dangers of Roundup. If you use Roundup and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma,
call 833-534-2491.
The sheet reinvented, ridiculously soft. Sheik's Performance Sheets, delivering the ultimate deep sleep experience.
As an elite athlete, the most important part to performance is a great night's sleep. We thought if technical fabrics can improve athletic performance, why can't we apply that same concept to sheets?
Cheeks stretches to your every curve. It conforms to you, and the softness is unbelievable.
Traditional cotton sheets trap heat and moisture, making you too hot or too cold. But Sheik's groundbreaking sleep tech fabrics transfer heat 2 times more effectively and breathe nearly 50% better, allowing your body to stay at its ideal sleeping temperature. And Sheik's moisture wicking technology releases the natural moisture your body creates while you sleep, so you stay dry and sleep better.
Moisture wicking is important because we get warm at night. You sweat a little bit every single night, and Sheiks will help keep you cool.
Sheiks are wrinkle-free and have stay-fit corners, which provide an extra secure fit and grip. Best of all, Sheiks feel ridiculously soft.
If you think about that soft fabric touching your skin for 8 hours a night, you're gonna get a good night's sleep.
Every time you climb into bed, you'll experience the Sheik sensation.
They're so much softer than any other sheet I've ever had.
The reviews have been remarkable. Sheiks are transforming the quality of sleep.
Sheiks feel so good, I don't want to get out of bed. I love Sheiks.
Sheiks are patented and the only authentic performance sheets. Call or go to trysheiks.com now to sleep better every night. Order your Sheiks Performance Sheet set in your choice of size and color. For a limited time, you'll get 25% off when you use the promo code on your screen, plus 2 additional pillowcases at no cost. That's a total savings of up to $100. Act now to get free shipping. Sleep on Sheiks for 30 nights, and if you're not satisfied, we'll give you a full refund. There's no risk. Call or go online now and see how Sheiks deliver the ultimate deep sleep experience.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, like, were cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/TV and get 2 months free.
We'd heard of Angie's List, but we didn't really know what it did.
I know they've got reviews for home pros, but so do a lot of websites.
I didn't want to pay to join. Then I found out it's free. Wait, it's free?
Free to check ratings, read reviews.
And Angie's List reviews are written by real customers, so I know the pros have done quality work.
And now they'll even match my project with a few qualified pros for the job.
And it's all free.
To get the most reviews from real customers, all for free, go to angieslist.com today.
Should they have to dress like Granny to get hired as a nanny? Actress Jana Kramer, yes, the Jana Kramer, says she will not hire an attractive nanny because of her husband's addiction to sex. Wow, he's really happy to get that out there. Kramer was noticing the profile pictures of some prospective nannies used on a hiring site and said they should, quote, dress the part. Translation, Mr. Belvedere. Kramer continued, not that I don't trust my husband. She just called him a sex addict. Yeah. I just think it's not smart. I mean, you look at some of these nannies and it's like, well, you kind of asked for it. She's kind of hot. Well, we've heard many tales of the cat that got caught with the caretaker. Ben Affleck, Jude Law, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and of course, Niles Crane, speaking of Frasier. But is it really fair to put all the onus on the nanny? I love that word. The guy's got to keep it professional too. If you're hiring someone who's going to be living in the house and around you all the time, you got to ask yourself one question. What would Philip Drummond do? He would never hit on Mrs. Garrett. And neither would I. Oh, geez, who would I go to first on this? Tyrus, is it wrong? Can I ask you a question? Is it wrong to hire a nanny if you don't have kids? I'm asking for a friend.
I'm going to say, yeah.
Okay.
As a friend, I would say, please don't.
Isn't this kind of unfair to nannies who are good looking?
No, this is unfair to her husband.
Oh, okay.
He showed up to an event and had to stand there and smile while she basically brought up all their business. What a loving wife. You're worried about the nanny? You should worry about how your ass is getting home.
Hollywood seems to be destroyed by nannies.
Yeah, well, that's because, everyone in Hollywood is a nanny to somebody.
Wow.
You know, your agent is a nanny, your manager is a nanny. Everyone needs first of all, I think that everybody does need a nanny.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like also in Hollywood there's a financial component.
Mm.
It's not just that you have a nanny in your house. You have a nanny in your huge house with this huge pool, and she's like a natural, she's a human being.
Right.
Naturally, so I could get some of this.
Yeah.
Right now I live in a small room.
Right.
But if I play my cards right, I can live in a big room.
So the incitement of the giant pool entices the nanny.
It's a free market. It's libertarian.
And the stuck-upness, we can't cuss anymore, and the really wretchedness of your gold-digging wife would only inspire you. Oh, you don't think Kramer, did you not see her, what she said about him? Please. It's the attitude that drives us to your point. The little room is quiet and safe.
Don't yell at me.
No, I'm just saying. I don't know.
I don't do anything.
I got no nanny, bro.
You're going through something right now.
Kat.
And that's okay.
Kat.
Thank you, but I've been there.
Okay.
Kat, do you think this is unfair to nannies?
I think this is so offensive and stupid.
Okay.
I feel like if you are really worried about your husband banging the nanny, get rid of the husband, get a lizard. Get a dog. Get a dog. Get a cat. Get pneumonia. Get anything other than that husband. Seriously, cheating is not like falling down the stairs. It's not an accident. If you ever feel like you need to put a chastity belt on your husband, save yourself the belt money and get a new husband. Seriously. Or get no husband. Get no husband. I want a man, and only a man, who I could trust alone with a literal goddess who happens to be covered in grease for some reason, and still trust that he will not touch her because his fingers will be too busy texting me back. And I think that all women should demand that. It's not the nanny's problem, it's your man is trash problem.
Oh, well. You know, Joe, I don't think this is a problem for most of America, right? They don't have nannies or sex-addicted husbands.
Grease-covered goddesses are hot. I do think it's more of a problem than a lot of people would like to admit. People, when you bring up sex addiction, they say, "Oh, that's not a real thing," which is weird because it just got added to the Diagnostic Statistical Manual. But then, if you can consider all the mental illnesses people do consider real, like being afraid of clowns, you could go into a psychologist's office and say, "I'm a sex addict," and they would, it's ruining my life personally and professionally. They would say that's not a real thing, but you could say I'm afraid of clowns. And he would say, well, that's very interesting. Did your father try to fit a whole bunch of you into a really small car?
Up next, just how dirty are men's beards. We'll show you after the break.
On Travel Channel.
I'm Jack Osborne.
And I'm Katrina Weidman.
And on our new show, we're investigating the darkest, most sinister places. Is something new with us right now? That sounds like a growl.
Our new series, Portals to Hell, on Travel Channel. Go to the Travel Channel app for a sneak peek.
Diamonds, the jewelry exchange, has certified half carat for $690, 1 carat $1790, 2 carat $5900. Certified lab grown at over 50% off wholesale wrap, plus thousands of GIA diamonds at the guaranteed lowest price by Factory Direct, the jewelry exchange.
I love you, Dad.
What? What?
I found myself saying that all the time. And when I realized it, I just stopped saying it. And my life changed. I stayed home, mostly alone. I missed out on everything. I knew that I needed hearing aids, but the cost was ridiculous. A tiny hearing aid costs $3,000, $5,000, whatever they can get. It's just ridiculous. Well, not anymore. Thanks to Hearing Assist, I can hear clearly again, and my life is so much better. I got a pair of rechargeable, state-of-the-art digital hearing aids for about 10 times less than my doctor wanted to charge. You can't see them, and I never have to change the batteries because they're rechargeable. And right now, you can buy 2 Recharge hearing aids and have 60 days to try them. Call 800-640-7000 or visit hearingassist.com, 800-640-7000.
The Mueller investigation, why it all started, and why the Dems still won't back down.
Had they been wrong the whole time?
Sunday, on a special edition of Life, Liberty, and Levin.
In a CrossFit gym, we're really engaged with who we are as people and making everybody feel welcome. Ordering Custom Ink t-shirts has been a really smart decision for our business.
Custom Ink has hundreds of products and free shipping. Upload your logo or start your design today at customink.com.
Today I'm going to talk to you about physics. Come on in, girls. Let's go. This is the first rocket to get humans to Mars.
It's really tall.
I'm a rocket structural engineer, designing and building parts of the rocket. You are the generation that will be stepping foot on Mars. Do I have a group of astronauts on my hands?
Yes.
You can become a rocket scientist or whatever else you want to be.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. Call today for free information.
Call 800-890-1673.
Attention! If you have suffered severe health complications after hernia surgery, call Hernia Mesh Advocates now. Hernia repair surgery is simple and often requires a mesh product to be implanted inside your body. However, a popular mesh product has been linked to severe complications. And in May of 2016, the manufacturer of this product issued a voluntary global recall due to product defects. Call Hernia Mesh Advocates now.
Call 1-800-212-1267.
Attention! If you or a loved one have a blood clot filter implanted, listen closely. You could be at serious risk. The FDA warns that IVC filters can fail and cause serious heart and lung problems, even death. If you or a loved one has an IVC filter in place from 2008 until now, even if you haven't had any complications, call the IVC Filter Alert Helpline now. You may be entitled to compensation. Don't wait. Call the IVC Filter Alert Helpline right now.
It's worse than we feared. The stuff in a beard. A Swiss study, they have them there, looked at the amount of bacteria in men's beards compared to dog fur. There's a study. They found that 39% of beard samples had harmful bacteria compared to only 13% on the pooch. The study concluded, quote, bearded men harbor significantly higher burden of microbes and more human pathogenic strains than dogs. They're right. It's time we took a deep dive inside the beard.
Thanks to advances in science, we can now see the incredible micro-ecosystem living in men's beards, filled with things never before seen by the naked eye, including the least attractive Kardashian sibling, Cletus Kardashian, a weightlifting puppy, a chubby skeleton, a clock that sounds like Rachel Maddow, ducks in tiny cowboy hats, a dude who looks like Gilbert Gottfried but sounds like Barry White.
After the day of my voice changed and hair started going on my face.
A broccoli-flavored bottle of Gatorade, and Hawk from the real world. Beards, it's a whole new world in there.
Wow.
I don't believe it.
All right. Tyrus, you have a beard. Are you going to shave it after hearing these results?
No, I'm not, because I wash it. So
Stop bragging. Geez.
Yeah, I know. It's a real skill set. In the morning when I get up and take a shower, I wash my face and my hands, and then I wash my beard. And they even give you like soaps and shampoos and stuff. It's just for your beard, like beard butter and stuff. So, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And I know what, if I could lick myself whenever I wanted to clean myself and it was not frowned upon socially, I'd do it too. So it's not fair to dogs immediately if something hits them, they go to work. If I could, you know, no one would be tripping on me.
That's a good point there. Joe, the reality is, and I know that you're scared of everything in life, you're terrified now. There is bacteria everywhere. I mean, you think beards are bad, but the phone is worse. You don't leave your beard on the toilet, the bathroom floor of a public toilet, but everybody does.
Or my phone.
What?
Don't leave your phone on the bathroom floor of a public.
Everybody does.
No, because most of us can't reach. Oh, wait, you can.
We could settle this. How many people in this audience do that? Nobody raised their hand, Greg.
Joe, answer the question. I don't even know what the question was, but I demand you answer it.
The question was, are you on the way to a staph infection? That was the question.
Greg, you leave your phone on the bathroom floor. Okay. I don't understand why scientists were doing this study to begin with. Are people saying, hey, what's dirtier, men's beards or dogs? Let's settle that bet and make college tuition more expensive for everybody by doing that research. But as a person who can't really grow any kind of a beard.
Yes.
I think we should continue this research further. And I'll tell you what, ladies, no disgusting bacteria here.
Yes. It's one of the pluses of being made by a toy maker.
Oh, damn you, Greg Gutfeld.
I didn't even know why I said that.
Oh, wow. You just called him Chubby Pinocchio. You mean, man.
Geppetto did a good job. Sorry. I should talk. Rob, you shaved your beard.
I did.
Do you feel better?
I shaved my beard because it was entirely white, and
you don't want to be Santa.
I don't want to be old.
Yes.
And I am that, so I thought I'd shave it off. But I have a dog.
Yes.
And so I think it all depends on where they took the sample from.
Yes.
Because I can think of places on my dog that are considerably dirtier than any beard.
Mm-hmm.
I guess depending on where it puts their beard.
But the irony is the cleanest part of the dog is not where you want to, well. Kat.
Yes, Greg.
Does it matter? I mean, do you think lumberjacks sit around and worry about the bacteria in their beards? I mean, they're going to get hit by a tree.
No, I mean, beard bacteria, we are really worried about beard bacteria. I once shared a toothbrush with my boyfriend for an entire semester of college. And I'm not dead.
But he died.
No, he's still alive. I spent a really long time trying to figure out why we were doing this story.
Yes.
And then I realized,
tell him.
You can't grow a beard.
No, I grow a beard.
You just choose not to.
I choose not to.
And that's what he's going with publicly, folks.
He has a disease. It's called toddlerism. No, look at him. He's like a really grown-up toddler.
Yeah, I am.
Like 3 or 4, and his body said good enough.
I'm Benjamin Button. I'm Benjamin Button, but I'm stuck at a certain age.
I think this entire episode of this show will only be worth it if we get you to not put your phone on the floor of the toilet. All jokes aside, all kidding aside, stop doing that.
I believe that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So I welcome the bacteria of strangers in a public bathroom.
Well, then you know what? There are probably easier ways to get it then.
Yes, there are.
Yeah, if that's what you're going for. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Bryant Park, by the way. All right.
Brett Favre, legendary quarterback. Jerry Rice, legendary wide receiver.
You ready for your weekly meeting? Yeah, we're ready.
Let's do this.
Let's stack the deck.
When legends play, They wear CopperFit Advanced Back Pro. CopperFit's best-selling compression back support just got better with new double-band adjustable supports for customizable compression when you need it most.
Since I put this on, I feel so much better. The core is the most important thing. To know that I'm stabilized here. Whatever I'm doing, I can give it 100%.
4 built-in stabilizing supports designed to improve posture and help reduce lower back stress and strain.
You have back pain and it's affecting your everyday life. Do something.
If you can find something to help you get back out and be active like CopperFit, go for it.
Absolutely.
Do not give up.
A high-performance compression fabric infused with the powerful properties of copper, 360-degree flexible mobility, and lightweight, durable construction.
Nothing more painful than having back pains. If you're aching, if you feel like you can't work out anymore, you can. And that's with CopperFit.
Yeah. That's for all of us who still want to be active, still want to compete.
Way to go. That's what I'm talking about. Man, this really does feel good. It feels to me like the fountain of youth.
CopperFit's best-selling back support just got bigger, badder, and better. Call 1-800-771-9053 or on the web at advancedbackpro.com. Get yours now for only $19.99.
This does feel good.
That's what I've been saying.
You think it was fair?
It was fun.
Play for the love of the game.
CopperFit, live limitless.
Do you have any idea how your mattress affects your body and how well you sleep? Is it too hard or too soft, causing you to wake up with sore shoulders, back, or hips? Are you uncomfortable because you're too hot or too cold? Now you can get the total body support you need and the better sleep you want with the new MyPillow mattress topper.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell. When I invented my new MyPillow mattress topper, I made it to have everything you'd ever want in a topper. My mattress topper helps give you the support you need, helps relieve your pressure points, and regulates your body temperature for you as an individual. It comes with a 10-year warranty. You can wash and dry the cover. It's made in the USA, and I back it with my 60-day money-back guarantee.
Go to MyPillow.com or call now to get your very own MyPillow mattress topper. Use the promo code and Mike will give you 30% off and 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free. Order now.
MyPillow topper delivers on its promise to give me a better night's sleep.
I can sleep all night through, and it's a miracle for me.
Mike's exclusive 3-layer design starts with a layer of MyPillow foam, providing you superior support and comfort. The second layer of transitional foam evenly distributes body weight and helps relieve uncomfortable pressure points for optimal comfort. Mike's ultra soft outer layer is a patented temperature regulating cover that helps keep you at your ideal sleeping temperature all night long. Unlike other sleep systems costing thousands, the MyPillow mattress topper takes comfort to a whole new level without any wires, remotes, or moving parts. Call now or go to MyPillow.com to order your MyPillow topper. Use the promo code to save 30%. When you do, Mike will give you 2 of his standard MyPillows absolutely free. That's right, 2 standard MyPillows free and 30% off your MyPillow topper today. Order now.
I personally guarantee it's going to change your bed into the most comfortable.
Release of the full Mueller report directly led to the campaign raising more than $1 million. Relative to our recent daily average, the Mueller news drove a 250% increase in fundraising from the grassroots donors. The White House press office also sharing photos of yesterday's celebrity round of golf. Rush Limbaugh paired up with Trump and professional golfer Lexi Thompson for their round of 18. The White House Correspondents Association says the press travel pool, which was just down the street, should have been the cameras invited for these images, but were not. And a fresh tweet just out from the White House, the Winter White House right now, by presidential senior advisor Dan Scavino. He said, "I am with the president at the Southern White House. I have never seen him happier." As for the rest of the weekend, we don't expect any public events. None are scheduled for the president. However, tomorrow morning, we do expect him to do what he did here last Easter Sunday, and that is to depart Mar-a-Lago and go attend Easter services nearby at a church on Palm Beach before heading back to Washington and the partisan feuding later in the day. John.
A little respite from that for now. Phil Keating. Phil, thank you.
Yeah.
Meantime, the countdown to 2020 continues as former Vice President Joe Biden is expected to jump into the presidential race next week. Meanwhile, Senator Elizabeth Warren is one of the first candidates urging the House to begin impeachment proceedings against President Trump. Garrett Tenney is in Washington with more on that.
The Democratic field is about to get a little bigger this week with the addition of former Vice President Joe Biden. Two sources with knowledge of Biden's plans tell Fox News he's expected to declare his candidacy on Wednesday, though they said it could slip to Thursday. The theme of his announcement will be the battle for the soul of America. And the site for his campaign rollout, according to the Philadelphia Inquirer, will be Charlottesville, Virginia. For months, the 76-year-old has led nearly every poll of 2020 Democratic candidates, even without officially entering the race. This week in Boston, Biden gave a preview of his pitch to blue-collar workers at a union rally for grocery store workers who are on strike.
Guys, that's not hyperbole. That's just a simple fact. That's a fact. The middle class built this place. And you know who built the middle class? Unions. Unions built the middle, not a joke.
As he enters the race, one of the leading questions facing Democratic hopefuls is whether Congress should impeach President Trump following the release of the Mueller report. Democratic leaders have largely resisted that effort, but a number of candidates are now calling for it. Earlier today, Senator Elizabeth Warren doubled down on her calls at an organizing event in New Hampshire.
I get that there are a lot of folks who say this is politically charged, Democrats shouldn't go here. Just stay away from it. There's an election coming up. But there are some things that are bigger than politics. I have called on the House to initiate impeachment proceedings.
We've been reporting for weeks that Biden's team has been preparing for him to enter the race by reaching out to donors, saying they want to make a big splash with donations within that first 24 hours after he enters the race. So that'll be something to keep a close eye on over this next week as well. John?
Garrett Tenney reporting. Garrett, thank you. Well, still reeling after the fire at Notre Dame Cathedral, Paris is once again in flames. Yellow Vest protesters stormed the city center earlier today, sending a clear message to the government there that rebuilding Notre Dame isn't the only problem that country needs to solve. Molly Line is in Paris with more.
Good evening, John. The tens of thousands of police officers were called up by the French government for today, despite the fact that this is Easter weekend, despite the fact that, as you mentioned, the Notre Dame Cathedral was in flames earlier this week. The Yellow Vest protesters still took to the streets here in Paris and in other places across France as well. There were literally thousands of them here in the City of Lights, blocking streets, throwing bottles, setting fires. Police responded with water cannons, tear gas, and stun grenades. In weeks past, the Yellow Vests have ransacked businesses, most notably along the famous Champs-Élysées. They are predominantly middle and lower class citizens voicing their frustration over the economy, high taxes, and the leadership of French President Emmanuel Macron. And now some reportedly are angered by the billion-dollar outpouring to restore Notre Dame.
Social justice and justice for fair distribution of goods. I think what happened at Notre Dame is a great tragedy, but humans should be more important than stones. And if humans had a little bit more money, they too could help finance the reconstruction work at Notre Dame. I find this disgusting.
Macron had been slated to speak about the concerns of the protesters and their movement, but postponed his speech when the cathedral caught fire. He has shifted his focus this week to the efforts to rebuild, meeting with the cultural arm of the United Nations, UNESCO. Yellow Vest leaders have expressed their concerns that they feel unheard and that their concerns are still unaddressed. The Yellow Vests never materialized here on the streets around Notre Dame. There had been threats that they would be heading in this direction. It did not happen today. Instead, it was a peaceful day, mostly tourists wandering around on this Easter weekend. But of course, Easter services must be moved, not in the Notre Dame Cathedral this weekend. Instead, they've been moved to the nearby Saint Eustache. John?
Molly Lai, reporting from Paris. Molly, thank you. A staggering $1 billion already raised to rebuild Notre Dame, but even that might not be enough to cover the cost. That's according to a spokesperson for the church who says the total expenses could be double or triple what's already been pledged. Officials are still investigating what began that massive fire, saying it could take them weeks to reach a firm conclusion. Take a live look at Littleton, Colorado now, where a vigil is still underway, marking 20 years since the shootings at Columbine. We'll hear more about that harrowing day and its aftermath from the people who lived it. Plus, a new proposal on securing the southern border as a dramatic security scare comes to light.
I think most Americans watching what's happening. It's unprecedented, so I think this is a big issue, and if Democrats are smart, they'll try to work with the president and secure the border and close the loopholes.
Naysayers said no one would subscribe to a car the way they subscribe to movies. We don't follow the naysayers.
What if I wielded the power of the Infinity Gauntlet? I could bend reality to my will with a snap of my fingers.
I just saved money with Geico.
I saved hundreds of dollars.
Nice.
That is a lot of money. The power is exhilarating. I just got something in my throat. Yeah.
Marvel Studios' Avengers Endgame in theaters April 26th.
It's open.
Hey, this is amazing. With moderate to severe ulcerative colitis.
Are you okay?
Even when I was there, I never knew when my symptoms would keep us apart. So I talked to my doctor about Humira. I learned Humira can help get and keep UC under control when other medications haven't worked well enough. And it helps people achieve control that lasts, so you could experience few or no symptoms.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious, sometimes fatal infections and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Be there for you and them. Ask your gastroenterologist about Humira. With Humira, control is possible.
We're Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh, and you may remember us from your very first sandwich. Your moving day feast. Your bold canine caper.
That's not you, Panda.
Your dinner in the dark. Your mammoth masterpiece. Your 3:47 a.m. snack. And whatever happened here. Because we make Deli Fresh with all the good of the deli. No artificial preservatives and no added nitrates or nitrates. Make every sandwich count with Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh.
Conventional wisdom says you can't make a 400 horsepower sedan that's also environmentally conscious. We don't follow conventional wisdom.
Mueller report fallout. President Trump is cleared of collusion. But are the Dems trying to dig deeper to keep the political fight alive? Chris gets smart insight on Fox News Sunday.
Not getting enough cash back with that credit card? Turn to the nerds. Are your credit cards working hard enough for you? At NerdWallet, we sort through hundreds of credit cards to find you the lowest rates and the sweetest perks like balance transfers and travel. Using your preferences to narrow your search, NerdWallet makes it easy to compare and find the perfect card for you. Need the right credit card? Turn to the nerds at nerdwallet.com.
Hello and good morning. It's time to prepare. For today, for tomorrow, the adventure's out there. See, I'm more than just stocks. I'm more than just bonds. I'm annuities, insurance, all things they lean on. It's a wealth and health strategy that may help them live long. So from interest to heart rates, everything's strong. Their next chapter is waiting, an exciting new stage. All they'll have to do is turn the next page.
Police in Northern Ireland arresting 2 teens in connection with the death of a journalist. The 29-year-old Lyra McKee hit by a stray bullet while covering a fiery riot in Londonderry. Authorities are now questioning the 2 teens who are part of the new IRA dissident group. They were taken into custody under anti-terrorism legislation. The leaders of Northern Ireland's 6 political parties have issued a joint statement condemning the attack. Heightened tensions on the southern U.S. border as we learn about an incident last week in which Mexican soldiers briefly detained 2 American service members at gunpoint on the U.S. side of the border. Jeff Paul has more from Los Angeles.
John, military officials confirming the U.S. soldiers were conducting border support operations in an unmarked CBP vehicle. The incident happening 1 week ago in Clint, Texas, which is about 23 miles southeast of El Paso. They were stopped and questioned by 5 or 6 Mexican military members who thought they had crossed over. But in a statement, Northern Command says though they were south of the border fence, U.S. soldiers remained in U.S. territory north of the actual border. Throughout the incident, the U.S. soldiers followed all established procedures and protocols. We're also learning U.S. Customs and Border Protection has just awarded a contract to build soft-sided temporary facilities in El Paso and Donna, Texas. CBP says its processing facilities right now are at a breaking point. Officials are hoping the shelters help with the unprecedented number of families and unaccompanied children crossing the border each day. But those who live in those impacted border towns have mixed feelings about the shelters.
I think it's a good idea, though, because at least they're not on the street.
We can't accept everybody coming in seeking asylum as much as we want to. Tents are not going to stop asylum seekers. We need immigration reform.
The facilities are each expected to house up to 500 people and could be up and running May 1st. Meanwhile, in Las Cruces, New Mexico, the city is calling on volunteers to help. So far, the city says it's accepted and served around 1,300 asylum seekers and is expecting even more. It says around 230 migrants were just transferred from local shelters to Las Cruces High School.
The reason to bring them to Las Cruces High School is to give volunteers who've been working nonstop since this began a week ago today a much-needed break and an opportunity to reconstitute the shelters themselves.
And the FBI has just announced it arrested a man who was part of a group of private citizens detaining migrants at the border. 69-year-old Larry Mitchell Hopkins was arrested in New Mexico for being a felon in possession of a weapon. Federal agents say Hopkins and a group of so-called border militia vigilantes have been operating without the authority of the CBP. John.
All right, Jeff Paul. Jeff, thank you. Meanwhile, an Arizona construction company making a pitch to lawmakers and government officials on what it says could be a faster and cheaper way to put up miles of new border fence. William Lajeunesse has that story.
214 miles of border fence for a little over $3 billion. That's what this Arizona company promises to build in 14 months.
We have the technology to easily produce over a mile a day. And if the contracts were bigger, we could gear up to our threshold of about 2 miles a day.
That compares to a mile every week or two at the current pace. Not fast enough for some in Congress today who got a first-hand look.
What we're learning is that this can be done in a cost-effective manner, in a timely manner.
Here's how. This morning, a backhoe dug a 6-foot deep trench. An excavator dropped in a pre-made steel fence, followed moments later by a cement truck. What makes this unique is a fiber optic cable detecting anything or anyone approaching within 30 feet. Paired with a radar and camera, the system provides better situational awareness.
If someone has the ability to do it faster, cheaper, at a higher quality, bonding, if you will, to protect the taxpayer from all those claims not being true, I'm interested in that. I think the taxpayer is as well.
Along the border, 754 miles is fenced, about 2/3 to block pedestrian traffic, another third a vehicle barrier. The president wants another 450 miles by the end of his term.
40 miles in the last 2 years is not acceptable with the crisis that's there.
You gotta have a wall. You gotta have a wall. If you don't have a wall, it's never gonna end.
The Fisher bid is unsolicited, but officials from Homeland Security and the Corps of Engineers did attend today's demonstration to see for themselves if a mile a day or more is doable. In Coolidge, Arizona, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
House Democrats grappling over the possibility of impeachment proceedings against President Trump.
I don't think we have the votes there for an impeachment. And if the president ends up at the end of the day, successful in resisting impeachment, that could be interpreted by the American people as vindication.
So what will top House Democrats do now after the release of the redacted Mueller report? And 9 years ago, BP's Deepwater Horizon drilling rig exploded, pouring millions of gallons of oil into the Gulf of Mexico. Why experts believe the ecosystem still has not recovered. Plus, the ceremony to remember those who lost their lives in the attack at Columbine High School. We'll take a look back at this horrific event.
Sending their positive thoughts.
We had a very awful day that happened in our community that brought us closer together, but we believe that what we placed our attention on, we give power to, so we wanted to give power to the good times as well.
Introducing your passport to adventure. The all-new Passport Elite from Honda.
Fact is, every insurance company hopes you drive safely. But Allstate actually helps you drive safely with DriveWise. It lets you know when you go too fast and brake too hard. With feedback to help you drive safer, giving you the power to actually lower your cost. Unfortunately, you can't do anything about that. Now that you know the truth, are you in good hands?
1 millionth order.
Millionth order.
There goes our first big order.
44, 45, 46. How many of these did they order?
Oh, that's hot.
You know, we could sell these.
Nah.
We don't bake.
Opportunity. What we deliver by delivering.
Last time I bought a used car, I ended up paying too much. It's pretty embarrassing for me and my whole family. The car had multiple owners and accidents. That website didn't know.
Carfax has a better way. Only Carfax.com can give you the most accurate price based on the Carfax report, so you never have to overpay on a used car again.
This is anonymous, right?
Stop the shame of overpaying and start your used car search today at the all-new Carfax.com.
So Jardiance asks, when it comes to type 2 diabetes, are you thinking about your heart?
Well, I'm managing my A1C, so I should be all set.
Right.
Actually, you're still at risk for a fatal heart attack or stroke.
Even if I'm taking heart medicine like statins or blood thinners?
Yep. That's why I asked my doctor what else I could do. She told me about Jardiance.
That's right. Jardiance significantly reduces the risk of dying from a cardiovascular event for adults who have type 2 diabetes and known heart disease. That's why the American Diabetes Association recommends the active ingredient in Jardiance.
And it lowers A1C.
Yeah, with diet and exercise.
Jardiance can cause serious side effects, including dehydration, genital yeast or urinary tract infections, and sudden kidney problems. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. Do not take Jardiance if you are on dialysis or have severe kidney problems. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
So, what do you think?
Now I feel I can do more to go beyond lowering A1C.
Ask your doctor about Jardiance today.
As King Midas, I expect a lifetime guarantee. And so should you. On struts, brakes, shocks.
Does he turn everything to gold?
Not everything.
Now get $100 back on a 2-axle brake service with your Midas credit card. Request an appointment today.
Just a grilling and chilling. My favorite kind of time killing. No running.
Applebee's Bigger, Bolder Grill Combos. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
The special counsel made clear that he did not exonerate the president, and the responsibility now falls to Congress to hold the president accountable for his actions. Congress must get the full unredacted report along with the underlying evidence uncovered by special counsel Mueller. Congress requires this material in order to perform our constitutionally mandated responsibilities.
That's House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jerry Nadler demanding Congress see the full Mueller report without the black lines through it. Hello, I'm John Scott, and this is the Fox Report. It's the bottom of the hour. And if you're just joining us, a redacted version of the Mueller report released on Thursday says Congress has the power to decide whether President Trump obstructed justice. It reads, the conclusion that Congress may apply the obstruction laws to the president's corrupt exercise of the powers of office accords with our constitutional system of checks and balances and the principle that no person is above the law. Eliza Collins, USA Today congressional reporter, joins us now. Eliza, there was only one report, but it is being interpreted in two very different ways, and that generally breaks down by party.
Exactly. If you were to listen to each party, you'd think that it's two different reports. Republicans are saying the president is completely exonerated on all charges. Democrats need to apologize for bringing this up. Democrats are seizing on details of the document, saying that they've laid out a case for obstruction of justice, and Mueller is basically, as Jackie Spear told me, begging Congress to do something. So there's two completely different accounts of the same document.
The document suggests that the president could be prosecuted in Congress on obstruction charges. Ken Starr was on with Neil Cavuto earlier today. He obviously knows a thing or two about this kind of investigation. He says he does not see obstruction. Listen.
First of all, I don't think that even if he had fired Bob Mueller, that had been carried through, that would constitute obstruction, right? So I'm just talking about the act that seems to have really galvanized everyone's attention and energy. Oh, he wanted to fire the special counsel. The president had the authority to do that.
But it does seem the Democrats want to go after the president on obstruction or maybe some other charges.
Absolutely. So Robert Mueller laid out a few instances where the president at least tried to tamper with the investigation, but Mueller says that he was not successful because his aides ultimately did not carry that out. And so I talked to Congressman Jim Jordan, who's a close ally of the president's, says that this is basically a very definitive Trump is cleared. But I asked Jordan about those instances, and he basically said that this is nothing because it did not actually happen. That is the key here, and that is why the president is cleared. Trump may have tried to do those, but that was his constitutional duty to be able to decide who he wants to have work for him.
So Democrat Jerry Nadler from the Judiciary Committee in the House wants the unredacted report. He has subpoenaed that, his committee has. But the Attorney General is not allowed by law to give an unredacted report to Congress, is he?
No. Well, the grand jury material is what has to be redacted. And Chairman Jerry Nadler is asking for the whole thing to be unredacted. So we are now going to a court battle. This is not going away anytime soon. The Attorney General offered for some members of Congress to see a less redacted version, but Nadler and Democratic leadership rejected that, saying it was too few people and there still were redactions. So they are now subpoenaing for the full report. So this is not going away. This is just going to be a fight for what they can get of the report.
Obviously, this all started with a question as to whether or not the Russian government or its operatives interfered in the election. Let me read you part of the conclusion of the report. It says, the investigation also identified numerous links between the Russian government and the Trump campaign. Although the investigation established that the Russian government perceived it would benefit from a Trump presidency and worked to secure that outcome, and that the campaign expected it would benefit electorally from information stolen and released through Russian efforts, the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. So when the president tweets out, as he did today, that the Russia collusion hoax is dead, is he right?
Well, it depends who you ask. They did not rise to the level of criminality, so Mueller did not prosecute the president or anyone on his campaign for that. But it doesn't necessarily, it's a little bit more vague than that. It's not just completely no collusion, because it does say members of the campaign expected to benefit from Russian help. So Democrats are seizing on that part. Republicans are seizing on the part that says it did not rise to the level of criminality. And so both sides are able to spin it.
Meantime, Speaker Pelosi, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, seems to squirm when talk of impeachment comes up. But there are other Democrats, notably Elizabeth Warren, who's running for president, who is demanding that the House begin impeachment proceedings. This party is divided on that question.
Absolutely. So about a month ago, I interviewed Nancy Pelosi, and she said impeachment would be a gift to the president unless Republicans were on board. So the Mueller report has come out. Republicans are still not on board, but some of the details in the report some Democrats feel are enough to start impeachment proceedings. You mentioned Elizabeth Warren, who's running against or hoping to run against President Trump in the 2020 election. Other Democrats, sort of the more progressive wing, have also said that they feel impeachment should be on the table. Some leaders of the Democratic Party are basically saying, let's not rule it out, but they're kind of trying to have it both ways. And Pelosi stayed pretty quiet. But again, this is an issue that's not going away because Democrats feel there were details of the report that some feel could lead to impeachment.
Eliza Collins, who covers Congress for USA Today, thank you.
Thanks.
Another look now at the vigil underway in Littleton, Colorado, as that community marks back at how that terrible day unfolded, told by the people who lived it.
It started like any other day.
I went to the school library, studied for a test.
We walked through the library, going to head out the back door to the junior parking lot.
I stopped and found a seat in the library to read a magazine.
I heard some popping noises coming from outside. I thought that they were firecrackers and some seniors were pulling a prank. And teacher ran into the room. She was completely frantic. She started yelling at all of us to hide.
We got under a table with two students who we didn't know, and we waited.
I ran maybe 10 feet in front of me and hid, pulled a chair in next to me and thought that I had a really great hiding spot.
And immediately they were shooting off their guns. They were taunting or making fun of students before they shot or killed them, kind of treating it like it was a game.
I turned around to see one of the shooters leave.
Oh, your family, you loved them that day.
For Casey Johnson, an author and mother, finding a way to tell her story took some time, but she now says she's using her past for good things.
I almost feel this responsibility as a survivor of Columbine to walk the road with the other victims of these events and kind of cheerlead them along the way and let them know that there is hope and there is goodness still to come and it's all worth the journey.
Shepard Smith reporting. As we mark 20 years since the shooting at Columbine High School, we'll be right back.
Act of kindness, a loving gesture. Do it for them. I promise you'll feel amazing.
Hey, Mercedes, how about letting your hair down a little?
How about a car for people who don't play golf?
Hey, Mercedes, mix it up a little.
How about something for a guy who doesn't want a corner office?
Hey, Mercedes, I'm not even on a tie. I think I need a mahogany dashboard.
Hey, Mercedes, can you make it a little cooler in here? I'm setting the temperature to 68 degrees.
We hear you. We made a car that does too. The all-new A-Class. All-new thinking starting at $32,500 at the Mercedes-Benz Spring Event. Going on now.
If you have moderate to severe psoriasis, little things can be a big deal. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clearer skin is achievable. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Ready to treat differently with a pill? Otezla. Show more of you.
Guys, it's that time, and nothing's happening. Well, now there's Score from Force Factor to rev your libido and maximize physical response. It's no wonder Walmart offers Score in more locations than any other performance enhancer. Unleash your potential in the bedroom with Score.
Every day, visionaries are creating the future. So every day, we put our latest technology and unrivaled network to work. The United States Postal Service makes more e-commerce deliveries to homes than anyone else in the country. Because the future only happens with people who really know how to deliver it.
I stood outside assessing the situation. I knew it could be rough in there, but how rough? There was no way to know for sure.
Hey, guys.
But hey, a new house, it's a blank canvas, and we got a great one. Thanks to a really low mortgage rate from Navy Federal Credit Union.
Pink.
So she's a princess. You got a problem with that?
Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
opening doors with Cologuard.
Turning 50 opens the door to a lot of new things. Like now, your doctor may be talking to you about screening for colon cancer. Luckily, there's me, Cologuard, the non-invasive test you use at home. It all starts when your doctor orders me. Then, it's as easy as get, go, gone. You get me when I'm delivered, right to your front door, and in the privacy of your own home. There's no prep or special diet needed. You just go to the bathroom to collect your sample. After that, I'm gone. Shipped to the lab for DNA testing that finds colon cancer and precancer.
Cologuard is not right for everyone. It is not for high-risk individuals, including those with a history of colon cancer or precancer, IBD, certain hereditary cancer syndromes, or a family history of colon cancer.
Maybe I'll be at your door soon.
Ask your doctor if Cologuard is right for you. Covered by Medicare and most major insurers.
This is the family who booked the flight, who saved by adding a hotel, which led to new adventures that captured their imaginations and turned moments into memories. With flights, hotels, activities, and more for your Florida vacation, Expedia has everything you need to go.
Fox News Channel on Sirius XM. Your favorite shows on Channel 114. Plus, every story, every 15 minutes. Fox News headlines 24/7, Channel 115.
Hurricane Michael, which devastated the Florida Panhandle last fall, actually was a Category 5 storm. The National Hurricane Center decided to retroactively upgrade the storm. It's now estimated Michael's winds reached 160 miles an hour when that fierce storm made landfall near Mexico Beach last year. The upgrade means it is the 4th strongest hurricane to make landfall in the United States. On this day 9 years ago, BP's Deepwater Horizon drilling rig exploded, leaking more than 200 million gallons of oil into the Gulf of Mexico, the biggest marine oil spill in U.S. history. Now, environmental experts say the surrounding ecosystems have not fully recovered and that some might never do so. Phil Keating spoke with them and filed this report.
When the Macondo oil well blew out 5,000 feet below the surface, up above, the Deepwater Horizon exploded into an inferno, killing 11, injuring 17, and triggering an environmental and economic disaster that would dominate the summer of 2010. For 3 months, America watched the round-the-clock live footage of 62,000 barrels of oil a day gushing into the Gulf of Mexico, affecting 70,000 square miles of the Gulf and polluting the coastlines of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. In total, the disaster flushed 5 million barrels of oil into the Gulf, causing extensive damage to marine life, wildlife, the fishing industry, and tourism.
Pretty much all hell had broken loose.
At the time, Stephen Morosky was the chief scientist. Over the years, he and his team have spent extensive time studying the Gulf.
The scorecard is decidedly mixed on the effects of the Deepwater Horizon on fisheries and marine life. Animals like red snapper, for example, initially had relatively high levels of oil in their bodies, and that's been going down over time as the level of contaminants have declined there. But that's not true for all species.
The worst impacts were to shrimp, oysters, and crabs. LSU's Ed Overton, an environmental chemist, focused on the oil itself and where it went.
It gets degraded back to other microorganisms, part of the food chain, and carbon dioxide. So virtually all of it, not 100%, but 95+% has been metabolized.
In a steady progression.
Morosky says it still remains in recovery mode 9 years later.
We do see these effects, and we will see these effects for a long time.
The impact to BP itself, the cost of the disaster, the cleanup, the thousands of payouts to claimants, plus the enormous federal fines. In total, costing the company an estimated $65 billion. In St. Petersburg, Florida, Phil Keating, Fox News.
The New York International Auto Show is in town, and Jackie Heinrich is there. Jackie?
Well, John, we're in the Don't Touch Anything section. Over $15 million worth of automotive elegance represented here. We're going to tell you about the trends in luxury vehicles and also what impact tariffs are having on the industry.
We got no free pass. Everything we have, we've earned. the unmistakable Lexus IS.
Lease the 2019 IS 300 for $329 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Yes! I won!
That's gross, but it happens. Call Stanley Steamer and get back to clean.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
If you live with diabetes, why fingerstick when you can scan? With the Freestyle Libre 14-day system, just scan the sensor with your reader or iPhone and manage your diabetes. With the Freestyle Libre 14-day system, a continuous glucose monitor, you can check your glucose levels anytime without fingersticks. Ask your doctor to write a prescription for the new Freestyle Libre 14-day system. You can do it without fingersticks. Learn more at freestylelibre.us.
What is this? Some kind of one-of-a-kind Hawaiian vacation? Kind of. Sweet, fluffy King's Hawaiian buns on 3 new Arby's sandwiches. Smokehouse brisket, the Big Kahuna, and luau chicken. This is how Arby's does Hawaii.
Did the island thing look real?
I don't think so. Mahalo for asking.
Arby's, we have the meat.
For sandwiches.
Driving economic development.
Create an incentive to invest in the economically deprived areas.
Ben Carson discusses the president's Opportunity Zone program on The Next Revolution.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Travis Stork, and if you've ever seen me on television, you already know my passion is helping people live longer, healthier lives. Did you know that 1 out of 3 Americans suffers from high blood pressure? And the older you get, the greater the risk. So I was excited when I came across the Zona Plus. It's a drug-free, software-controlled handheld device which uses the proven science of isometric therapy to help lower blood pressure naturally.
As a physician who's experienced great results with the Zona Plus, I would not hesitate to recommend it to anyone.
I've been using it now for about 1.5 years, and I absolutely love it.
If you've been recently diagnosed with high blood pressure, or you've been dealing with it for years, you could benefit from adding the Zona Plus to your treatment plan.
And with the company's fantastic 90-day money-back guarantee, backed by a full refund of the purchase price, there's no risk. You have everything to gain by giving Zona Plus a try for 90 days. Call now at 800-311-6730 or visit us online at zonaplus.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I was skeptical, so I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-983-6200. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Car lovers in New York City are getting a first glance at some very exciting vehicles hitting the market soon. All part of the New York International Auto Show. Jackie Heinrich has the highlights from New York City's Javits Center. Jackie.
Hey, John, I'm in the eye candy section. This is the Koenigsegg Jesko. The price tag is $3.2 million. 1 million people make their way to the New York International Auto Show every year, but everyone makes their way to this luxury area. Over $15 million worth of automotive elegance is represented in this exhibit, and with the industry experiencing an economic boom, more and more of these people can dream of driving off in one of these luxury vehicles. In 2017, national auto sales reached an all-time high, but that number plateaued in 2018 and then fell in the first quarter of this year. It's left some automakers concerned about what tariffs will do to the industry.
The industry is very concerned about the tariffs things. The impact on vehicle sales and the cost of cars would be enormous. Loss of jobs in both on the manufacturing sector and on the retail sector that employs 1 million people around the country would all be seriously impacted.
But the uncertainty in Washington is certainly not throttling any of the excitement here in New York. I'm talking to Adam Weinstein of Manhattan Motors. This is the big money section of this display.
No question about it. Having the Koenigsegg Jesko here, one of the cars that has reached the limit in terms of what we've been able to do as mankind, it's unquestionable.
And you've got so many different kinds of vehicles from many different countries. What kinds of cars do you have here?
So we have the BA Shimano from England. We have the Rimac of Croatia. Glickenhaus, which is actually from Sleepy Hollow, New York.
Wow. What makes these cars iconic? Everyone comes here to see these big ticket items.
As a world-leading automotive retailer, we try to put together an eclectic group of cars that have the leaders in technology, luxury, styling, and performance.
Okay, it's the pinnacle of the American dream to be able to dream of one of these things. And actually, most people who come to the auto show plan to buy a vehicle within the next 12 months, 68% of them. So it's not all window shopping here in New York. John?
All right, Jackie Heinrich looks like fun. Don't get any fingerprints on
Sure
those
is.
cars. Thanks, Jackie. All right, cute or creepy? You decide. Strange video showing an Easter bunny busting a move. The story behind this video. And stay tuned for an all-new Waters World tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Here's Jesse with a preview.
A very, very special Waters Words commentary on the Mueller report. You don't want to miss that. Plus, in honor of 420, we talk to potheads tonight.
This is Loma Linda, a place with one of the highest life expectancies in the country.
You see so many people walking around here, and they're hundreds.
So how do you stay financially well for all those extra years?
Well, you have to start planning as early as possible.
We all need to plan for 18 years or more of retirement.
I don't have a whole lot saved up, but I'm working on it now. I will do whatever I need to do.
Plan your financial life with Prudential. Bring your challenges.
We switched.
I switched.
We switched.
I switched to Chevy. I switched to Chevy.
We switched to Chevy.
We switched for value.
For family. For power.
It was time to upgrade.
I switched from a Ram to a Chevy.
See why people are switching to Chevy.
We love our Chevy.
I love my Malibu, my Colorado, my Camaro.
Our Traverse. Why do we switch? Just look at it.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Recently, I was part of a legal team that won $289 million for a client who got non-Hodgkin's lymphoma from handling Monsanto's weed killer Roundup. Most Americans would rather pull dandelions in their yard than have their children play in a place where they're exposed to a cancer-causing chemical, but Monsanto decided not to warn any of us. If you've been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and you use Roundup,
call 833-497-8297.
God raises up men at a certain time in history for what he needs to have accomplished.
In this poignant hour, I ask you to join with me in prayer.
Check this out. The Easter Bunny paying an early visit to a neighborhood in Ohio. A doorbell camera capturing the whole thing. The footage shows the bunny doing a little dance, maybe the Macarena, and then poof, he's gone. Back down the bunny trail. And that's how Fox reports on this Saturday, April 20th, the day before Easter. I'm John Scott. Thanks for watching. Have a happy Easter Sunday and a happy Passover to our Jewish viewers. We'll see you tomorrow.
very fitting. Happy Easter, everybody. As they say, he is risen, to which you respond, he is risen indeed.
Oh,
that is it. Yes.
I was going to say hallelujah.
That could work too.
I was about to say,
That
but
could
I
work
felt
too.
like you had something
It's the
deeper.
Baptist. No, it's the Baptist call and response for Easter. But happy Easter.
Okay.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter,
Great to be
everyone.
back.
Happy Easter, everyone at home. This is my favorite holiday because small little bunnies and chicks. So that makes
And little
it-
puppies down
and
too.
puppies.
And little puppies. So we want you to email us, friends@foxnews.com, all morning long. Your pictures, Easter hunt, Easter baskets, new outfits for church, whatever you got, send them in. We want to see them. But there's got to be a screenshot of Fox and Friends in the background, showing that we're part of your preparation.
Yep.
Absolutely. We got a lot of news. The New York Times is finally saying maybe that dossier wasn't what it was cooked up to be, and maybe there were some problems with that. The 2020 Democrats are jumping all in on impeachment and the Mueller report. But let's first take a step back and think about this Holy Week, which basically started with a terrible tragedy in Paris, but was averted in some ways by people coming together, saving the treasures there, everything that happened at the cathedral, and now these bombings in Sri Lanka overnight, where up to 200 baby dead. This Fox News alert: churches under attack on Easter.
At least 138 people are dead after a series of explosions target churches and hotels in Sri Lanka.
Our own Trey Yingst is live at the Jerusalem Bureau with the latest. Trey, good morning.
Good morning.
Pete, Ed, Jedediah, this story is developing by the minute. Authorities in Sri Lanka say that in the past hour, 2 new blasts have occurred, this bringing the total number of attacks up to 8 earlier today. Those 6 targets killed at least 138 people, injuring hundreds more. That number is expected to rise. Now, earlier, this first round of attacks targeted 3 churches and 3 luxury hotels across the island. That, according to police, authorities say the majority of bombings happened in the capital city of Colombo. Video footage from the site of one church shows blood strewn across the pews and bodies covered with sheets. Many churches in Sri Lanka have now canceled their Easter services out of fear that another bombing could occur. Just 10 days ago, Sri Lanka's police chief warned that suicide bombers plan to hit churches across the country. His statement was reportedly based on intelligence provided by another country. As condolences pour in from around the world, Sri Lanka's president said he has given instructions to law enforcement to take every possible step to find out who carried out the attacks. So far, no group has taken responsibility. Now, guys, reports indicate that at least 35 foreign nationals were killed in these attacks. We are also getting some new information just now indicating that Sri Lanka has shut down social media sites in the country. And additionally, we are learning that a curfew has been imposed right now to try to stop other people from going into the streets and putting themselves into danger on this Easter Sunday. Ed, Jedediah, Pete.
Trey, we'll be getting back to you throughout the show.
You know, Sri Lanka fought a civil war for a very long time. The speculation, because these are suicide bombers, it's not the Tamil Tigers, the domestic insurgency they fought for a long time. This could be the work of radical Islamists. It looks like, just focusing on churches on Easter.
Just the amount of devastation and sadness when any house of worship is hit on a religious holiday, I think reverberates through every nation, you know, across the globe. Everyone feels so united in just mourning in moments like this. Those are supposed to be the most sacred places that people go for safety and security and to find
celebration
peace.
too on Easter.
Yes, and to find celebration and peace for themselves, and it devastates me to see it.
I mentioned the terrible accident in Paris earlier in the week. Obviously, people came together. Hopefully, many around the world will come together for those in Sri Lanka.
keep in your
We'll be
prayers.
following that throughout the program. We're also looking at some politics here at home. Interesting that the New York Times seems to have woken up after a couple of years and realized that the anti-Trump dossier paid for by the DNC and the Hillary Clinton campaign may not have been what it was promised, and that it may have been full of what they call Russian disinformation and quote-unquote fabrication.
You don't
we've been reporting on for a long time.
Wow,
So they're reporting it just now. I modified this for you, Ed, this morning. It's now the finally New York Times. Okay, it took them 2 years. Yeah, it's usually the failing New York Times. Now it's the finally. This is what, here we go. Finally. Okay, this is what the New York Times reported in their newspaper just recently. They said, the release on Thursday of the report by the special counsel, Robert S. Mueller III, underscored what had grown clearer for months, that while many Trump aides had welcome contact with the Russians, some of the most sensational claims in the dossier appeared to be false. And others were impossible to prove. Mr. Mueller's report contained over a dozen passing references to the document's claims, but no overall assessment
of why so much did not check.
Think about how many reporters who, in some cases, have been doing excellent work in terms of figuring out what's in the investigation, what's not with Mueller at the New York Times and elsewhere. But after a couple of years, they never investigated some of this stuff. They never got to the bottom of it. Stuff that we've been talking about on Fox for a long time was unverified. It was a bunch of junk.
Yeah.
It's good, though, that they felt compelled to do so. I mean, I have to say, it is late. I mean, we can all laugh about it. 2 years. Other people have been reporting this for a really long time. It's like, welcome to the party. Nice to see that you've woken up. But I'm glad to see that they felt compelled, because that means that if the New York Times feels compelled to look into this and be honest about what happened and question what was the basis for this investigation to begin with, and that means that other liberal media outlets will probably be following suit and will say to themselves at some point, if we want to maintain any sense of credibility here, we have to start asking tough questions. We have to start being realistic about how this went down and what actually happened.
So, yeah, I just worry that they're not going to investigate anything. This is their one-time quasi-mea culpa recognition, so they can check the box and then move on to whatever other investigation they're more interested in.
Now remember, there's going to be an investigation of the investigators, and so this kind of stuff is going to be followed up on. Here's what the New York Times lists in their story: examples of unverified claims from that dossier, claims of Trump-Putin intelligence trading, interactions with prostitutes, moles inside the DNC, use of Romanian hackers to target Democrats. Carter Page had allegedly collected a brokerage fee for the sale of a share of the Russian oil giant Rosneft, and Michael Cohen's trip to Prague. How many times did we hear about that? That all started in the dossier, never proven after all of this time. The Carter Page one strikes me particularly interesting because Carter Page has been thrown out there in the mainstream media for a few years, thrown to the wolves, frankly, by the FBI, the Justice Department.
And he was
surveilled. And
he's
he
a
was never
C-level, you know, quasi-staffer. It's not like we're talking about the chief of staff or the campaign manager. I mean, Paul Manafort had his own issues, but they didn't have to do with Russian collusion. Yet, and we might actually get the declassification of the FISA warrant on Carter Page. So we might get a chance to actually see the unredacted version of what they trumped up, you might say, on Donald Trump.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we have great division within the Democratic Party. Some Democrats pushing for impeachment, some saying, you know, hold on a second, let's focus on the issues. Let's look at the Democrats that are backing Trump's impeachment. We have Senator Elizabeth Warren, Julian Castro, Representative Rashida Tlaib, Al Green, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, Maxine Waters. No surprises for me there. And let's take a listen to Democrats on impeachment versus investigations and see some of that divide.
Impeach the president. Are you there yet?
I'm not there yet, but I can foresee that possibly coming.
The impeachment effort is going to only divide us further.
Essentially, impeachment is a political process. And in my view, there's an even better political process coming right down the road on almost the same time frame, and that's the elections of 2020.
The fundamental question for us is there going to be some accountability here? I have called on the House to initiate impeachment.
I think there should be a conversation about impeachment right now.
No. I think right now we should continue this investigation.
Let's keep investigating. Let's just keep going. Does he want to investigate the investigators, though? The idea that you're just going to keep investigating till you find something, I think Angus King is right. If it's the elections of 2020, if you want to impeach him at the ballot box. Motivate your people to do that. That to me, if you're being savvy as a Democrat at all, is what you do.
Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut, by the way, said this is not the end, the Mueller report, and no collusion, no obstruction. He said it is the beginning of a new chapter. That's literally what he said. So what you're saying is investigate on and on and on forever.
The truth is, if they felt that they could impeach him, as you're saying, at the ballot box, I think that's the route they would be going. I think the fear is they're deeply worried about Trump's reelection. They're saying to themselves, on the issues, on the economy, on immigration, these are issues that the public values the most. He is scoring big points. So let's figure out a way to get him out and tackle this in a kind of underhanded kind of way. And a lot of Democrats are being responsible about this and saying, hold on a second, impeachment is going to hurt us. We are going to be the ones that suffer as a result of this. So I give them some credit. It's just a matter of which side in the Democratic Party actually wins this fight.
Well, there's one guy being so responsible, he can't quite get into the race. It took him a long time. And in fact, there's questions about the start of Joe Biden's campaign.
It's supposed to be this coming week.
Supposed to happen on Wednesday. Well, one of his former aides, I was talking to Time Magazine, who knows Joe Biden well, and he said this. He said, I've never seen anything so half you know what. You're improvising and doing last last-minute planning. The guy's been running for president since 1987 and can't figure the basics out, like where do I stand on his first day? This should make everyone very nervous. Ed, we've talked about this. It's felt like he's been in and then out, questioning the viability of his candidacy. Is he off to the right kind of start here?
It doesn't seem like it, and it seems also like, you know, we were saying yesterday, can he come in as a grown-up in the room who's going to try to chart this moderate course? If he can't even kind of figure out, am I in, am I out, am I going to get the money, am I not going to get the money, it's hard to see him showing real strength on the way in, because what's going to happen is the wind's going to keep blowing. If he wants to go more moderate, you've got the resist liberal left wing saying, no, 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 don't give in to Trump, don't move on from the investigations. He's showing the strength that you would expect. Instead, he's showing a lot of waffling.
I think he's being pushed by the Democrat establishment, but deep down inside, I think Joe knows this is not his time. He's struggling with how to fit into the time of the Me Too movement, how to fit into the time where the Democratic Party has gone so far left, and there really doesn't seem to be room for him, and the base is not revved up about him. So I think it's a struggle right now, and he's trying to get his footing and say, well, I want to announce, but how do I do this in a way that surges me forward, and I don't have Bernie Sanders on my tail every second of the day.
Oh, he'll be there. He will be there.
We're turning to some headlines for you in the 6 a.m. hour. A zookeeper is in stable condition after being attacked by a tiger at the Topeka, Kansas Zoo. Visitors watching as the 7-year-old tiger pounced on the trainer inside an enclosed outdoor space. The animal puncturing the woman's head, neck, and back. The zoo's director says the tiger, named Sanjeev, will not be put down. The zoo closed briefly before reopening.
He's a tiger.
Police in Illinois say the parents of a missing 5-year-old boy are not cooperating with investigators. This as the FBI joins the search to find AJ Friend. The boy's parents say they last saw him Wednesday night. Police say there are no signs he was abducted. Authorities say AJ's parents have been investigated for abuse and neglect in the past. Most claims were unfounded. Actress Felicity Huffman could avoid jail time after she pleaded guilty in the college admissions scandal. The LA Times reports she could spend her recommended sentence of 4 to 10 months at home. She would have to wear an ankle monitor. Oh no, life is so hard. The actress admitted to paying a Harvard graduate $15,000 to fix her daughter's SAT score. Christians around the world are celebrating Easter today. This is a live look at the Vatican City right now as Pope Francis addresses a massive crowd following Mass, and the fire at Notre Dame forcing parishioners in Paris to hold their Easter vigil at a nearby church. And in Washington, D.C., thousands are gathering at the Lincoln Memorial right now for the sunrise service tradition. And those are your headlines.
That's beautiful. Very cool. Happy Easter, everybody.
Happy Easter, everybody.
All right, some establishment Stop Sanders Democrats agonizing over his momentum. The establishment roaring up. He surges in the polls in the meantime.
So are some of the Democrats burned out? You feel the burn yet? And what do Bernie supporters have to say? We'll ask one Bernie supporter. Get the inside scoop next.
If you want to have a good time, just give me a call.
Looking in your eyes, 'cause I'll tell you everything about living free. 'Cause I'll tell you everything.
Introducing your passport to adventure. The all-new Passport from Honda.
In Branson, we believe acting your age is totally overrated. We believe in hitting the high notes, the low notes, and all the notes in between. We believe that bucket lists were meant to be emptied, and your glass completely filled. Branson, you won't believe it until you do. Explore Branson.com.
My mom loves to volunteer, but I worry because she recently had a fall. So I got her the new Lively Mobile from Great Call. It's a mobile medical alert device with fall detection. It's so reassuring knowing she can get help anywhere with just the press of a button.
In any unsafe or uncertain situation, you'll be immediately connected to a highly trained agent who can get you the help you need.
Purchase today and get the monthly service for just $19.99. Plus, the first month is free.
Termites feasting on homes 24/7.
We're on the move.
Hey, Rick, all good?
Oh, yeah, we're good.
We're good. Termites never stop trying to get in. We never stop working to keep them out. Terminix, defenders of home. Don't do it.
No.
Don't do it. Don't do it. But if you do Dones. Dones relieves back pain.
In an era of online retail where everything is just a few clicks away, buying a car should be no different. That's why at Carvana, you can buy a car 100% online. We made it easy to browse, view, and buy from over 10,000 cars. You can even trade in your old car, all while binge watching your favorite TV show. Afterwards, we'll deliver your car to you, or you can pick it up from one of our car vending machines. Either way, your car comes with a 7-day return policy. So grab a seat, relax in your comfy pants, and enjoy the new way to buy a car at Carvana.
Democrats about to get a 2016 primary do-over, maybe, with the relaunched presidential campaign of Socialist Senator Bernie Sanders. Some establishment Stop Sanders Democrats are agonizing over his momentum, his money, as he continues to top the polls and surge in that fundraising. So what do actual Sanders supporters make of all this? Let's ask Democratic strategist and now a senior advisor to the Bernie Sanders campaign, Chuck Rocha. Good morning and happy Easter, sir.
Good morning.
So tell me, why are Democratic establishment folks so worried? We keep hearing about these secret dinners that are now not secret. Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi huddling near a tandem and all these activists. What do we do? How do we stop Bernie? Why are they so worried?
You know, I've been doing campaigns for almost 29 years, and what you've had, and actually in both parties, if you've had this elite class of donors who've controlled all the policy, kind of controlled all the bylaws, and controlled the process. Well, Bernie Sanders operates outside of that. That's what makes his campaign so unique. He is funded by grassroots support from all over the country. We're at almost 1 million donations today from small individuals giving a little bit of money. So that takes the power away from the people who are normally used to being in power. And Ed, we both know that that ain't normally something good for folks who are in power.
Right, but there are some of these establishment Democrats, to play devil's advocate and say what they're thinking right now, is that this guy's really out on a limb on the left, Bernie Sanders, and can't grow his base. Does he really want to unite the Democratic Party or not?
That's the first thing he said when he said he was going to run for office. His first and number one goal was to beat Donald Trump. And as we travel all around the country, we're bringing new people into not the Socialist Democratic Party, but into the Democratic Party. You have to vote in the Democratic primary. We were just in South Carolina this weekend, and we had big crowds in South Carolina for Bernie Sanders. He's bringing lots of people to the party, and people are kind of running to his message about health care and education.
Well, real quick on that point, I hear from Democrats privately, is he even a Democrat? Is he registered as a Democrat in Vermont?
He's registered as a Democrat in Vermont to run for president, and he caucuses with the Democrats every single day. And he's a stalwart for the Democrats all across the country who care about the issues that we run on every single day of empowering people and taking the power back away from the billionaires and millionaires.
But he's filed as a Democrat now, but he's always been a socialist, and so that's why some Democrats are wondering whether he
You love to call him a socialist. He runs as a Democratic socialist, and you say if you're for Medicare for all, then you're a Democratic socialist.
So where is he on impeachment?
You know, I haven't had a conversation with the senator exactly about that, so I'm not ready to answer that today.
Where do you think he is on the Mueller report, at least?
I think there's a lot of information that was a wake-up call for everybody right now, and everybody's kind of taking it in and seeing what the next steps are. The report's out there. Now people have to take the report and take the findings of the report and do all the work that they need to do.
So here's the bottom line question for Bernie Sanders moving forward, which is, how does he beat Donald Trump if he is the nominee? Because when I talk to Trump advisors, they say, look, if after a long drawn-out primary, 20 or so Democrats fighting it out, if a socialist, as you admitted, that's really deep down what he is. If a socialist wants to take on a capitalist, Donald Trump's going to run away with the re-election.
In Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, you have a whole class of people there that work hard every day who have been forgotten about, who voted for Donald Trump because they thought he was going to change something. Those people love Bernie Sanders. They love his message. They love Medicare for all. They want to make sure we have free tuition for public schools.
I hear
This
you,
is what
but
we
pardon
see
me,
this
have
all
those
the
folks
time.
seen the unemployment numbers? Have those folks seen the 5 million jobs created?
Have you seen the polls? People are flocking to Bernie Sanders there. People who I talk to, not everybody out there, but the folks that we're on the campaign trail with, you're going to see this. It's going to be a shock to you and a lot of other people.
All right. We're all waiting for it. 2020 is here already. Chuck Rocha, happy Easter.
Thank you, Ed.
Remember, the media spent the last 2 years pushing that Russia collusion narrative. Our next guest says, now that the Mueller report is finally out, the Attorney General was right about everything and says the left finally needs to apologize. And get this, he's a New York Times contributing writer. That is next.
This program is brought to you by the Ram 1500, Motor Trend's 2019 Truck of the Year. People rely on you to fix the leak. Prep the food. Keep it cool. And please your customers. No matter what people count on you to do, you can rely on the Ram ProMaster and ProMaster City to help you do it better than anyone else.
During commercial van season, competitive commercial van owners or lessees are eligible for these incentives on Ram ProMaster and ProMaster City.
As a financial advisor, I tell my clients not to worry about changing their minds in retirement. You may have always imagined your dream car as something fast. Then one day you decide it just needs to be safe enough to get her to college and back.
Principal, we can help you plan for that.
Welcome to BritBox, the biggest streaming collection of British TV ever, from brand new shows to loved classics.
Oh, that's good news.
Very good. Binge Britain's best on BritBox. Start your free trial today at BritBox.com.
The whole point of Mother's Day is you're with your family, your DNA.
I think the 23andMe test would be such a great gift to give to someone. To do it together would be really cool.
This Mother's Day, get $30 off each Health Plus Ancestry kit at 23andme.com.
You look great. You look great too. I just started using Carousel like a week ago. Me too.
Only Carousel starts improving the appearance of fungus-damaged toenails in just 1 week.
That's why we look so good.
Only 1 week. Only Carousel.
Dry mouth? Choose Smart Mouth Dry Mouth. It's the only dry mouth rinse that also prevents bad breath for 24 hours. Great feel, no burning, no aftertaste, and paraben-free. At Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or your favorite retailer.
Captain, there's something big ahead. There's bacon, pancakes, French toast. That's breakfast.
No, that's a breakfast from IHOP.
Attack! Breck Feast. Order online and save $5.
I used to love going out early in the morning with my watering can and clippers to enjoy my garden. Now things have changed. My angel helps me stay active and continue to do the things I enjoy at home.
I love to bring a smile to her face and know that I'm making a difference when she needs it most.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
For small businesses, payroll is complex and time-consuming, and mistakes can mean tax trouble. Sure Payroll makes it easy to pay employees and file federal, state, and local taxes with accuracy guaranteed, all done online in minutes, and with award-winning support, even on weekends and evenings. More time for you, less time on payroll and taxes. For 1 month of free payroll, visit SurePayroll.com now or call 844-SURE-PAYROLL. SurePayroll.com.
Some quick Easter headlines. More trouble for Boeing as a New York Times report finds shoddy production practices of the 787 Dreamliner jet. The paper's investigation reveals a company culture that values speed over quality. Boeing is denying those allegations. It's the latest setback for the company after 2 deadly crashes involving its 737 MAX jets. And SpaceX is investigating an engine test anomaly that sent orange smoke billowing for miles in Florida. The company was testing a Crew Dragon capsule when something clearly went wrong. The Crew Dragon capsule is designed to take people to the International Space Station, and we are nominating Pete to be the first to go.
I'll do it. I'll take that nomination.
You would do it.
All right, Democrats and the media, same thing actually, spending more than 2 years pushing the Russian collusion hoax and getting it all wrong.
I think this is a potentially more dangerous situation than Watergate. Donald Trump is afraid.
This is evidence of willingness to commit collusion.
So many connections with the Kremlin. I believe there was collusion.
Donald Trump's done. He's done. There's no question about that.
The beginning of the end.
Our next guest says Democrats and the media owe the president an apology.
Joining us now is publisher and editor of American Greatness and New York Times contributing writer Christopher Busker. Christopher, thanks for joining us this morning. So not many people get the opportunity to write an op-ed like this in the pages of the New York Times. Tell us about your argument.
Well, so I think you're talking to America's least popular man today, judging by the hate mail I've gotten over the past couple of days because of this. But actually, it's something I've wanted to say for a while. Something I have said for basically the past 2 years, which is that the collusion narrative, the way I put it in the piece was that this is basically just a massively multiplayer coping mechanism. This was something that people came up with because they just couldn't believe that Donald Trump was actually elected. Remember, Hillary was supposed to win. There was no possible way she couldn't win. We saw all the polling that said, Hillary has a 93% chance to win, Donald Trump 7%. And so when that didn't happen, there had to be some excuse, and it always seemed to come back to the same thing, which is it had to be Russia, it had to be Vladimir Putin, and then of course there were always the headlines. It seemed like every day that said, this is the end for Donald Trump. There was collusion. We're going to prove it. Mueller's going to prove it. Team Mueller on Twitter, all these things. And it turns out it just wasn't true, which is what we've been saying for the past 2 years. And having committed what I think is a massive fraud on the American public, it's time for people just to own the mistake, if it was indeed just an honest mistake, and say, I was wrong, and apologize and move on. And that's the only way I think people who say that they're journalists can regain credibility.
Christopher, you have to know that the odds of that actually happening are roughly slim to none, but do you think there will be any standout Democrats, particularly those running in 2020, who will seize the opportunity to be a little bit truthful on this, stand out from the crowd? My guess is no. Or will there be any people in media that want to maintain some credibility here and recognize that their credibility is on the line based on how they covered this from the start?
Yeah, well, I put that last paragraph in that piece. I say, it'll feel good if you just come clean, and it'll, it's good for the soul, and you'll feel better about it. You'll regain your credibility. Not really expecting that anybody would take me up on my offer, and honestly, I think that the people who do will be few and far between. When it comes to the 2020 Democratic candidates, I would say exactly zero of those people will do it, because that's not where their base is. They raise money by calling Donald Trump names, saying that he colluded, saying impeach Trump, and so it's not in their interest to come clean and tell the truth.
Right.
So you said you got a lot of hate mail, maybe the most anyone's gotten in a while. What's the major response? Are you lying in their minds?
The major response is it's sort of like they go to the plan B. It's, well, it doesn't say collusion, but it didn't say he didn't collude, which is I don't know how to process that. It's this is right, but if he had colluded, they would have said that. And so it's I feel like this is the 6 stages of grief, and people are trying to who invested so much time and effort and mental capacity in this are trying to figure out, okay, what's next?
Yeah, no, Christopher, good for you.
Yeah, I think your dilemma and how to process that is the dilemma that most people around the country are having right now, saying, hold on a second. So appreciate your input. Thanks so much for being here.
Great stuff. Yep. To have a slot like that in the New York Times opinion page. Good for him.
Great stuff.
All right, well, coming up, Kim Kardashian worked with President Trump to free someone from prison.
Up next, what the celebrity superstar is saying to haters about working with the White House and why she has no plans to stop.
I feel so alive.
I had no symptoms of hepatitis C.
Mine caused liver damage.
Epclusa treats all main types of chronic hep C. Whatever your type, ask your doctor if Epclusa is your kind of cure.
I had the common type. Mine was rare.
Epclusa has a 98% overall cure rate.
I just found out about my hepatitis C.
I knew for years.
Epclusa is only one pill, once a day, taken with or without food for 12 weeks. Before starting Epclusa, your doctor will test if you have had hepatitis B, which may flare up and could cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you have had hepatitis B, other liver or kidney problems, HIV or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take, including herbal supplements. Taking amiodarone with Epclusa may cause a serious slowing of your heart rate. Common side effects include headache and tiredness. Ask your doctor today if Epclusa is your kind of cure.
Travel and dining just go together. Now Kayak and OpenTable let you earn travel rewards every time you dine. Earn points with each restaurant reservation on OpenTable and redeem them for hotel discounts on Kayak. Get started at kayak.com/dining rewards.
There's so much clutter in your place, you wish you could erase. And the bathroom near the foyer is a mood destroyer. It's all ugly and outdated. It's time you just upgrade it. Now the Bagster bag is here, and this mess will disappear. So you schedule a pickup, it goes off without a hiccup. You're smiling and moving on, and that's the joy of gone. Get the Bagster bag for your next project.
What starts with premium American-made materials is then designed and transformed into the ultimate vehicle protection. And now goes further to secure your phone, along with protection around the home. Discover all the ways WeatherTech can help keep the things you care about protected at WeatherTech.com.
Having an idea for a business was easy. Timeless jewelry for women on the go. But without the right team and the right tools in place, it's just an idea. That's why I use NetSuite. Everything's in one place. Financials, supply chain management, billing, and more. That's the visibility and control I need to make my big idea and my business grow even bigger with NetSuite.
Schedule your free product tour right now at netsuite.com/grow.
I feel my temperature rising. Hell me, I'm flaming. I must be hungry tonight.
Applebee's Bigger, Bolder Grill Combos. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
This is PillPack. I take medication every day, and that means sorting this into this. Am I still taking these? Childproof. Got it. But now, PillPack sorts my medication for me and delivers it directly to my door every month. Even better, their service is free. I only pay my copays. Does your pharmacy do that? Visit PillPack.com today.
We are back with a Fox News alert. Churches under attack on Easter. At least 138 people are killed and nearly 500 others are hurt after a series of explosions in Sri Lanka.
2 new blasts within just the last few hours. The initial wave targeted 3 churches during Easter Sunday services.
At least 2 are believed to be carried out by suicide bombers. No group has taken responsibility.
Let's bring in Reverend Gerald Murray of the Archdiocese of New York. Reverend, thanks for being here this morning.
Happy Easter.
Happy
Thank you. Happy Easter, everyone.
Somber news, though, and a reminder that Christians targeted around the world.
This really hits home. Easter Sunday Mass, churches targeted, people killed while they're worshiping God. It really hits my soul here to see this. I'm going to have Mass at 11 this morning. Had absolutely no thought that anybody would come in and bomb my church, but that's what happened in Sri Lanka. So we're going to pray for those people and pray that they can, find healing and support among the survivors and bury the dead. But it's very, very sad.
Yeah, so many people in my family and families around the country and countries worldwide look to church as a sacred place where they find peace, where they feel they can find safety. So when something like this happens, I think it shakes through all of us. Despite this horrific news, what is your hope that people will remember on this Easter Sunday and learn from Easter?
Yes, Easter is Christ's triumph over sin and death. So even those people killed today, they have the hope of eternal life. And that really is the whole story. What we see around us is important, but the life of heaven, that's really what's important. Now, Christ came into the world as the Prince of Peace, so we pray that his followers will respond in love. But on the other hand, we have to remember evil brought Christ to the cross. So when he died on the cross, he asked us to bear our own crosses. And this is a sad cross they're bearing in Sri Lanka.
Absolutely. And I don't want to just dwell on polls because this is Easter Sunday and you've got a much bigger message. But there's a poll from Gallup that caught our eye because it sort of plays into sort of what role does faith play right now in American life. And it suggests that faith is losing its influence on American life. 78% say it's losing influence. 19% say it's actually increasing right now. How do you turn that around?
Well, you know, the job of the priests and the church is to proclaim Christ, so I think that's what we try to do. Now, how we do that in the modern scene, it becomes a little more difficult because people don't come to the church buildings, so we have to appeal to them in many ways. But I think one of the most outstanding things we can tell is to people is if you are a practicing Catholic or a Christian, live your faith with joy, be charitable, believe in the doctrine with firmness, and then people come to you with questions and answer them. You know, one thing I always think about is that most people won't ask me religious questions. They'll talk to their lay friends. And if people say, look, I believe this, I believe Jesus rose from the dead, and this is why I believe it, it'll have an influence.
Help in practical ways. How do we get past the Easter Bunny? Easter Bunny's great, but it's a secular reflection of a holy day. What can you do with kids and others to sort of connect to the meaning of this day?
Well, explain to them what happened in Jerusalem, that Jesus died on Friday, and on Sunday morning he rose from the dead, and then he appeared to his disciples, he appeared to the holy women. You know, tell the story of Easter and explain it, because Easter bunnies are great. I was a kid. We all were. I love the chocolates, you know. But the Easter bunny is just a symbol of life. Christ is life, and the life of Christ was real, it's true. But kids need to know the story. Kids love details, you know, so you tell the story, the garments were cast aside, the holy women came, the angels told them that the Lord had risen. Peter and John went to the tomb. People didn't originally believe, then they believed. You know, read that gospel story to them and show them that, in fact, not only is this written down, this is really written in our hearts.
Very well said.
Great
Thank you.
message.
Reverend, thank you very much.
so much,
for
Reverend.
coming on this.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
You got it.
We've got some headlines for you now. The FBI arrests the leader of an armed militia group that stops undocumented migrants at the southern border. Larry Hopkins was taken into custody in New Mexico and charged with being a felon in possession of a gun. The controversial group says it detains illegal immigrants until law enforcement can arrive. A spokesman blamed the arrest on political pressure. It takes a pair of bold crooks just 30 seconds to steal $100,000 worth of jewelry from a Georgia mall. The suspects posing as customers before surveillance video shows one of them pull out a hammer and smash a glass case. They both then grab trays of jewelry and run. Police are still searching for them. And parents are suing their son's former prep school, claiming he got expelled for his conservative beliefs. They're accusing Connecticut's Cheshire Academy of discrimination, saying their son was kicked out for sharing his political views during an English class. School officials say the 16-year-old was not expelled over his beliefs and that he had several chances to follow the code of conduct. And Kim Kardashian West is sharing more about her work with President Trump on prison reform.
People would say to me, don't go to the White House, your career will be over. I guarantee you the people sitting behind bars do not care who the president is. They just want that relief.
Kardashian worked with the president to commute the sentence of first-time nonviolent drug offender Alice Johnson last year. Those are your headlines.
Well,
sure, she took a lot of heat for that, Kim Kardashian. I
love on the banner it said Kim Kardashian West, celebrity.
Like we don't know who she is. And all the world knows who Kim Kardashian is.
It's a hard turn from Reverend Murray to Kim Kardashian, but, you know, we made it.
Yeah, we did it.
We did it. It's one of those Sunday mornings. Adam Klotz, how you doing?
An even harder turn from Kim Kardashian to Adam Klotz.
I wasn't going to say it, Adam, but you did. So.
Celebrity weather. We need something to be put underneath my name. Nobody knows.
Celebrity works. It works for you.
Well, at least I have a good forecast here for Easter Sunday, at least for much of the country. We're looking at really beautiful weather. That big storm that we tracked over the last several days, we're getting at the very tail end of that, so maybe a little bit of rain still lingering across portions of New England, but it's really going to be clearing off on the backside of this system. So besides just a couple of those slight showers, we're looking at mostly sunny conditions across the south, warmer temperatures here for your Easter Sunday, a little bit of snow in the mountains, and then of course a little bit of rain across the upper Midwest, but those are small areas considering that much of the country is looking at a really nice looking Sunday. Current temperatures in the middle of the country, 61 degrees currently in Kansas City, still a little bit cool side on the East Coast, 47 degrees here into Atlanta, and there's your forecasted highs on the day, 73 degrees in Minneapolis, 75 degrees in Chicago. It is warm, it is beautiful in the middle of the country, guys. A really nice looking Easter Sunday. So
through
that's a little bunny.
Yeah, why is the bunny's in Mexico? When's the Easter bunny coming up to the States?
He can't. We don't let that happen.
We built a wall.
How do you feel?
You set that up. I didn't want to say that.
How you feeling the day after?
How do you feel on the day after?
The day after the loss yesterday.
Oh,
yeah. The arm wrestling.
I won.
Yeah, well, you were about to go down hard.
I won.
Charles Payne with an Easter miracle for you.
His shoulder a little sore.
I mean, like, there's a lot to break down about this.
I was
taunting He's like pulling me on his side of the table.
Not only was I taking your arm, I was taking your whole body with me.
Okay. Man, this guy can't just be gracious and good.
Can we free the Easter bunny, please? Can we get the bunny?
No, look at the bunny. It's okay. He's on his way.
To America for the next one?
I'll do it.
Thank you.
Adam, appreciate it.
Thanks, Adam.
Facial recognition technology. It's one of the FBI's newest crime-fighting tools.
But is using it an invasion of privacy? And is it a slippery slope to a surveillance state? We debate that coming up next.
I can't believe it.
That there's a lobster in our hot tub?
Oh, you guys, there's a jet. Oh, I needed this.
No, I can't believe how easy it was to save hundreds of dollars on our car insurance with Geico. We could have been doing this a long time ago.
So you gonna stay to the hotel?
Yeah, we just got married.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm afraid of commitment. You know, I'm being boiled alive.
Oh, shoot.
Believe it. Geico could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
That guy's the worst.
This is the family who booked the flight, who saved by adding a hotel, which led to new adventures that captured their imaginations and turned moments into memories. With flights, hotels, activities, and more for your Florida vacation, Expedia has everything you need to go.
To help us love one another right now.
For effective relief from arthritis pain, try Australian Dream Arthritis Pain Relief Cream. With the FDA-approved active ingredient, histamine dihydrochloride, Australian Dream is real medicine that penetrates deep into your painful muscles and joints. No odor, no burning, no numbing, non-greasy. And only Australian Dream has the empty jar guarantee. Use the whole jar. If you're not happy, return it for a full refund. You can find Australian Dream now at your favorite retailer.
Oh, hey. Buying a car from Vroom is so easy. All you need is a phone and a finger. Just scroll through amazing hand-picked low-mileage cars, then tap to buy. That's it. No sales speak, no wasted time. Just straight-up great cars, each with its own Carfax. Right from your phone to your driveway. Thousands of cars priced below market value. Go to Vroom.com and pick your favorites. Oh yeah, she digs it.
Good Easter morning. morning again for you. Some quick headlines. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand hits the bar with drag queens, not making that up, while campaigning in Iowa. The 2020 Democratic presidential candidate posting these pictures on Twitter, thanking the group for inviting her to their show. Huh. And President Trump is firing back at Mitt Romney. We talked about this yesterday. The Utah senator said he was sickened by the president after reading the Mueller report. Well, the president tweeted, quote, if Mitt Romney spent the same energy fighting Barack Obama as he does fighting Donald Trump, he could have won the race. Maybe. Pete?
Maybe. All right, new concerns this morning over the FBI's new crime-fighting tool, facial recognition technology. It compares faces of suspected criminals to their government-issued IDs. Critics say it violates the privacy of average Americans. A report finding most of the 411 million photos in the FBI's database belong to law-abiding citizens. They probably got my face and yours. The FBI also hasn't implemented policy changes to meet the Justice Department's privacy and accuracy standards set by the Government Accountability Office. So is this facial recognition technology an important law enforcement tool or a slippery slope? Here to discuss, U.S. Army veteran and former NYPD officer Darren Porcher and Associate Fellow at Technology and National Security Program, Kara Frederick. Thank you both for being here this morning. Darren, let's go ladies first on this Easter. Kara, I'll start with you. Law-abiding citizens in this database, a lot of people will look at this and say it feels like Big Brother.
Definitely. And first of all, thanks for having me. Happy Easter.
Thank you. Happy Easter.
Darren, thanks for being here as well. So I think what's really important is that you have to first distinguish between legitimate and illegitimate uses of this technology. So there are definitely ways that it could be a security boon, right? So identifying the Capitol Gazette shooter in Maryland in 2018, that's a great legitimate use of this technology. But the problem is the slippery slope comes into play with two things that are going to impact the way this technology is used. This technology is getting cheaper and more ubiquitous. Just last month, the New York Times built a facial recognition machine for under $60, and they detected over 2,700 faces in 9 hours in a small subset of Manhattan. And then secondly, there's AI-optimized chips that are really going to enable facial recognition and object recognition to be utilized in smaller devices. So it's pretty much going to be everywhere.
Yeah, Darren, if this is everywhere, it's going to be open, I would think, to abuse.
Yes and no. You got to look at the seismic shift in technological advancements in law enforcement. This is kind of the wave of the future. And one of the things that people will tout with this is the Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment protects citizens from frivolous intrusions from law enforcement. I got that. But the truth of the matter is, I can speak from being a practitioner. I've used facial recognition on many occasions, and it has enhanced investigations. And this is really the pathway that we're moving in law enforcement. So when we go back to just the average citizen in a place like New York City,